All right, everybody. Welcome to the pub. Audio is going to be a bit glitchy for about 3 seconds. Then it should smooth right out. And we should be good. How's that, Last Dance? All right. We're good. We're good. I didn't have the comfort of the green light on the microphone for a few seconds there, which always throws me off. But welcome, everybody. I hope you're well. The headphones are actually keeping my ears warm, so I'm going to keep them on for a minute. English Bottle Cap, good to see you. Scum TV, all right, brother. Thanks for coming back. RW, of course. How are you? Last Dance, good to see you, man. Just Stevo, right on, dude. Thanks for being here. I'll go ahead and pin that comment in the YouTube chat. And we've got some very interesting stuff to go over tonight for sure, including but not limited to the wild assassination of the CEO of United Health Care, which is just all the information that's coming out right now is somewhat baffling. So we'll get into that. It's just a lot of crazy shit, man. It should be fun. Excited. Last week was a great pub. We were visited by, it's pinned now. Take it easy. We were visited by Shuley from the Howard Stern Show, previously from the Howard Stern Show, on his live stream. What a cool guy. Feel pretty honored to have him visit us. And yeah, we're pretty awesome. He made a video out of it. So if you can find it, it's on his, I think it's TSN, Shuley Network, possibly is the name of his YouTube channel. And he released a video today of his time here on the pub, which is very cool. Very much appreciate him being here. Any publicity is good, and it was cool just to and I recommend you go out and sub his channel if you see so fitting. Pardon me. And I've it's glitching for you. Glitching for anybody else? Last Dance, smooth for Last Dance. Glitching for anybody in the chat? Let me know. Not glitching for just Stevo. Thanks, Stevo. The WHO incident. Is that what you're talking about? It's not StreamYards. What is that link right there? That's the Shuley link. Gotcha. Cool. Yeah, go check out that link at some other time. But yeah, welcome everybody. So that's the deal. We'll get this thing going pretty quickly here. I see Aphid Lips here early, which is great. I'd love to get him on here sooner rather than later. In fact, I'll open the things up right now if he's willing to jump on so we can actually chat. As oftentimes he joins in when there's quite a few people here and we don't actually get to get into it, which is, is what it is. I like a lot of people, but often early on when there's less here, we get to converse a little bit more, and then it opens up as the pub goes on. So jump in. Your setup ain't set up. Well, your setup is set up, but not the, I got you. Not the, no, StreamYard's not glitching. Last Dance is watching it through StreamYard. And he says it's fine. So there's no glitch. There never has been from them. They're pretty good. And I can't tell you why that would be, man. My internet looks good. I'm on a Y hardline connection here. So I am good to go. How does that work? Okay, yeah, there we go. Good here. All publicity is good publicity. For the most part, I get you there, English Bottle Cap, and welcome, Nan. Thanks for being here. You're the best. Could be Starlink. Working good in Toronto, yeah. Well, I mean, StreamYard just feeds it to, is the initial, I don't know what the hell you would call it, whatever. Seems fine. Don't know what it is, RW. Sorry, man. Paka, welcome back. What up, Paka? And we had some fun last week. Like I was mentioning, Shuli was here. We had a whole crew of guys. It was great. I enjoyed it a lot. And hopefully we can get it going like that again tonight. So there's certainly plenty of ammunition out there. Obviously, Donald Trump is our president-elect, so everything that he's doing, we're going to have a good bit to talk about for sure. He's doing some interesting things. I do like some of the stuff that he's doing. Can you believe it? Yeah. So, hopefully he goes in the right direction. He's hinting at not wanting to get involved with Syria and what is going on over there, which is good, because I don't want to get involved with that. And I do feel bad for the place. But yeah, World Police, that's come to an end. We've got to take care of ourselves here and our close allies, obviously. But the shit show that exists over there, we've already dealt with, and we should not be dealing with any more of it in that region, because it's never going to end. We're never going to fix it. Sadly, I wish peace for everybody, but peace through guns and bombs, that just doesn't really work. So, yeah, they kind of have to deal with this on their own, unfortunately. Try not to drop so much. Here we go. All right. Pretty funny, Aphid Lip. And he left because he was so insulted. Yes. Interesting. Take of mortality and the rest will be taken care of. What? It's the average land speed of a swallow. Name that movie. I'm sure somebody knows it. StreamYard won't work for you. Okay, yeah. I got you. All right. Right. Makes more sense. I'm interested as to why it won't work for you, RW. You have to click the link and then bam, there you go. Cup of tea. Welcome back, buddy. Cup of tea. I wanted to say, after rewatching some of the pub, I saw one of your comments that I did miss, saying that you were very thankful for having the pub and for being able to be here every week with it. And I thought that was a very nice thing that you said. So thank you very much, and thank you for being here, Cup of tea. And I'm sorry I missed that comment, because it was a nice thing you said. I did want to point that out. And you could just say you were drunk and you don't remember anything, and I'd be fine with that too. But it's there, and you did say it. And let's see here. Shall we get this thing opened up and try to get some people on here? Last Dance needs a minute. And I have a joint. I would like a drink, but I'm going to hold off for a little while here. I hear you, man. Yeah. Doesn't cost anything to be nice. I hear you, bro. And the thumbs up has come in, and he's appears to be uncorking or opening a bottle. Is it a cork? Cock? Oh yeah, it's the scotch. Yes, you remember most things. I'm with you, bro. I got you. Scotch. Scotch, scotch, scotch. Got to fire up the exhaust fan. It's got to get smoky in here. Yeah, joint. I don't know. The pipe's been making me cough, man. Got to stay on top of keeping those things clean. I just twisted this bad boy up. Pretty tight. Pretty uniform. Kind of has that joint look. A little smaller at this end. A little bigger at yonder end. Nice draw, not too tight. Nicely dried and cured, which always helps. Taking the plug out. All right. I'd like to get into this thing I've been hearing too about car-sized drones that have been appearing over New York and New Jersey. I'm a little confused if these are car-sized drones or airplanes, because some of the lights that I've seen on them are red and green, which I believe is a standard color for airplane lights, but I don't know. Well, see if Last Dance has heard about these things. Hey, what's going on?
Oh, not much. How you doing?
Pretty good. Have you heard of these car-sized drones?
I'd heard something about it, but I didn't pay much attention to it. I just assumed they were just airplanes. It's always, it's. I'm not saying it's airplanes, but it's airplanes. That's kind of what every one of these. It's either airplanes or if it's lights in the sky that are making people go crazy, then it's probably Starlink satellites.
I know, but
deploying.
Now they're saying they were like over a group of like Pentagon officials.
I'm just going to say it sounds like BS.
FBI baffled by mysterious car-sized drones circling over New Jersey.
I'll bet the FBI didn't say officially we're baffled.
No, this is
They probably said something like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Right, baffled by them.
I'm also baffled by them.
Yeah. No one knows why. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense because in reality, this would be something to be concerned about. And the fact that they're not kind of makes me think that it's nothing.
Well, where exactly was it?
Seen near New Jersey Donald Trump golf course.
I don't know where that is.
FBI gets involved after car-sized drones reported near Trump, New Jersey golf resort. The FBI is investigating after New Jersey residents reported seeing unidentified unmanned aircraft hovering in the skies. How they would know they're unmanned, especially at night, no idea.
Yeah, that's right. Right. If someone's flying them, they're going to be offended.
Right. 40 miles west of New York City in Somerset County.
Okay, so yeah, see that would appear. I mean, it depends how high it was, but I would expect that would show up on radar. So
certainly, I mean, it would be concerning because you could fly these things if there were a threat. They could fly them into
I mean, it's not
buildings, other aircraft, whatever, you know?
it is legal to fly and own car-sized drones. They're kind of expensive,
Hmm.
and it's not something a typical hobbyist can afford.
Yeah, like in the hundreds of thousands of dollars, I would think,
Right.
right?
Yeah, especially if it's car-sized. Yeah, that's very expensive. But more than one, that's got to be some government, and it's probably only the federal government that has, and the military that has a fleet of car-sized drones. It's kind of like a Predator,
Hmm. Or a
uh,
Reaper.
or a Reaper. Yeah. So
I mean, so you're saying it could be our government?
I don't know why they would fly them in that part of New Jersey. I don't know that there's any that they do training out there. I really don't know. It's not
Hmm.
impossible,
Right.
uh, and I don't put a lot of stock in people's sightings, but a sighting is kind of the start if it, of the investigation. So yeah, so if it's true, then uh, someone will have a good video of it,
Right.
like not a a blurry, jerky video. It won't be some low quality, Bigfoot quality crap.
Right. It'll be your best available cell phone video camera probably at night.
Which is that's pretty good. If it's a new, like a cell phone camera from the 2020s, it's going to be an excellent video.
At night though, but with such a small amount of glass, lens, aperture,
Yeah,
whatever, it's not going to let much light in for,
it
the
doesn't.
bigger the glass, the
Yeah,
better the low
no,
light,
that's true. I mean, it doesn't take a lot for civilian experts to identify um, the dimensions, the figuring out where the bumps are. They could figure out what it is, or a set of possibilities. Um, as much by ruling out certain ones, and there's just not that many um, car-sized drones on the market.
I would think, like, are they legal for anyone to buy?
I believe, yeah. I mean, I believe there's no size limit on drones. I'm not sure what the FAA's rules are, but as long as you have the proper licenses needed, I mean, yeah, there are because I can see commercial applications to drones, and um, I don't know. What about crop spraying? You don't have to. You no longer need to have pay a pilot,
Sure.
and you can get away with you know, a pilotless drone for spraying. So I mean,
Mhm.
I can imagine plenty of commercial applications for larger drones. For just video, you don't need a large drone. Really don't need a drone that large at all. Just need one that has a good camera.
Yeah, it would be a little excessive if it was only filming with a thing that size. Yeah, like,
Yeah, you don't need car sized.
yeah, right. I mean, yeah, ROUSRW says from the Princess Bride, rodents of unusual size. Yeah, car sized drone is kind of the same sort of thing. It's a dumb sounding thing. I don't know. And what is room 101? Welcome, room 101. It says car sized drone, RAF base in UK. I'm not sure what RAF base is.
Royal Air Force.
There you go. And there was a car sized drone over FBI House, USA. Interesting. FBI headquarters? Is that in Langley?
No, that's the CIA
Okay.
headquarters.
Where is the FBI?
The
DC?
FBI headquarters is in downtown Washington D.C.
Makes sense.
There's been talk of closing that sucker down as part of this new.
Cash Patel.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you think that that's a good idea?
Uh, I'm not enough of an expert, so I'm only relying on the opinions of the whistleblowers. And if things are the way they claim, then yeah, I think that would be a good idea.
Yeah, really. I mean, there. What did they say? There's something like 8,000 people that work out of that main headquarters.
Yeah.
And of course, there's field offices all over the country. I guess,
Yes.
and every are they distributed sort of by population? So every whatever 100,000 or so people or million
Mm,
people has.
I don't think it's done that way. It's not done. I think it's just done for convenience and coverage.
Sure.
And if and they've probably sprung up ad hoc over the years as necessary.
There's probably at least one in each state. I'm guessing Vermont doesn't have more than one. Probably one small
Well,
office in Burlington. It is
I
a
don't.
border
Yeah,
state. It's a border state. So
I don't know. I really don't know. I've been to a
mm,
few in my life, but
sure. Yeah, it's
yeah.
interesting. I mean, I do think that a lot of them do good work, but the weaponization of law against political opponents, if it's come down to and being carried out by the FBI, then that's not right. But that doesn't mean that's all that they do. You know what I mean?
Of course, yes.
They do some great things, and I do think they probably have stopped Americans from being killed by terrorists on multiple occasions. They also just caught a Boston city councilor for fucking hiring a family member and then telling the family member that this particular family member had to pay them $7,000 cash for the job. And among other things, they've just arrested her, which is great. Catch these people in city governments, which is
Yeah. One thing the whole counterterrorism aspect, in all those cases that have been worked since 9/11, they need to be reviewed. I think all of them need to be reviewed with a critical eye, because you know you, there's a sense that I've complained about, and others have too, that these people, they're a little stupid and crazy. I'm talking about some of these convicted terrorists that were caught by the FBI,
mhm,
but there's I've been convinced that at least some of them would simply not have done any of the things they were convicted of if the FBI hadn't sort of created the opportunity for them.
sure.
And so I don't it it's not I don't think it meets the standard textbook of entrapment, but I don't think you want to create criminal opportunities for people and can talk them into it
Right.
and then arrest them. I mean, to me, that's not really preventing terrorism.
Hmm.
I've heard people say, well, that these people are predisposed towards terrorism, so this is a great way to catch them and throw them in jail. But I don't find that convincing. I think there's a lot of people that can be talked into committing crimes that are on that edge, but never would do it.
Sort of coerced in a way.
It's not coercion. That's the thing. There is this fine line that they are somehow able to stay on the right side of, because
Mm,
entrapment is a defense, and the judge can throw the case out for if they feel that the defendant was entrapped. But it, I don't want to find that somebody is in jail who would never have committed a crime, but for the FBI arranging, sort of the conditions and making it easy for them and sort of building the yellow brick trail that they could follow to get deeper in and deeper in and then commit the crime. So, and I'm convinced that some of these people were basically not going to commit a crime without FBI helping them get to that point.
yeah, there was this guy in Rhode Island or Connecticut. I can't remember which one. He was this really obese gamer, and he did some shit online and was talking shit and doing this and that, and then they had gone further and planned some things out, and he got arrested and he got busted for it. ISIS sort of and inspired by that sort of thing. And he went to jail.
They are never, most of these are, as far as I can tell, most of them, these people never actually contact ISIS.
Right.
They're sort of, they say things that seem inflammatory that gets the FBI's attention, and then the FBI will kind of pose as an ISIS or as an intermediary for somebody in ISIS, and they'll kind of create a whole set, backdrop, Hollywood set of sorts, to find whatever they think is the weakness in this guy's personality. They'll kind of exploit it and kind of lure him into going further and further along in this plot.
I mean, then you get to people who made it, let's say, more than halfway, like Richard Reed, who was only held back by his use of matches instead of a trusty lighter. And then you have people like, of course, the Tsarnaev brothers, who committed murder at the Boston Marathon bombing. And
Right.
what was that guy who was he Navy? He was he killed all the soldiers. Was it in Texas? Active duty.
Yeah, but I remember that. Yeah, I think it was in Texas.
And he was a terrorist and he was a soldier. So, I mean, there's enough of them there that, yeah, I mean,
but it's
fuck around hard. And find out, kind of like you're saying, don't lock them up for just talking shit.
I'm saying that it's
a fine line.
It's really hard to catch a reasonably intelligent, I'm not talking genius, but just not a complete moron. It's reasonably hard to catch a reasonably intelligent terrorist because they don't, they understand that they can't give away what they're doing. They have to be careful beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
And they're, and then, people after the fact, people will scour everything they've ever written and say, aha, here was a hint that, someone should have picked up on. But you only could pick up on these hints if you have, if all of our communications are being monitored constantly by,
right.
We don't want, none of us, I don't think, wants the state monitoring every human being's communications 24/7 just to try and catch the bad ones. And
don't accept pagers.
And even then, you see things like, oh, well, these terrorists, they said these things that should have been a clue. But how many other people in the world have said the exact same thing and not gone on to commit terrorist acts? If it's 10 million people, the FBI can't investigate 10 million people when they know that 9,999,998 of them are never going to commit a crime. So
sure.
What about those of us with dark humor? Whoever's listening to my
you'll get harassed. This show with the magic words, we mentioned the word terrorism. Who knows?
Blackbriar. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
It might trigger, in a more dystopian world, we might get, it might be go to dark, and then someone will knock on our doors, and we'll be questioned for who knows how long.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I guess. How you doing, RW?
I'm good. Go ahead.
Good. Seems like you got your connectivity issues worked out.
It's good for now.
Are you still on the Starlink?
Yeah, I'm on Starlink. If it goes bad, I might just switch to like coloring pencils and hang out.
Do you have the receiver indoors?
No, it's up on the roof. It's just usually when it's time for me to hang out with my friends online, it gets a little spotty. Although other times, perfectly fine.
So this thing's waterproof?
Yeah. Windproof, hurricane proof.
You bought it. You bought it from Tesla, like Elon, right? It's the only way to get it.
Yeah, you sign up on a list and they send you a refurbished one. unless I guess in your New York City area you get the nice ones. But yeah, they just
What
you pay and they send it to you and you stick it up and you're good to go.
am I right? It was like about $250 for the thing.
I don't remember what it was because it was refurbished. It might have been a break.
Might have been like more
Because
closer to half of that, maybe.
the minis I think are like $400, aren't they? They're expensive.
Yeah.
435 or something.
Wow. And then you're paying like 100 or so a month for internet, which is pretty good.
Yeah, but yeah, the only other option is CountryLink, which is a ADSL, and it's like 7 megabits download for the same price.
Huh.
I'm not
Country.
that bad at math.
I don't know about that name too. Who came up with that one? This needs to go back to the drawing board. CountryLink.
Yeah.
I mean, what about, do they offer like the old school DirecTV satellite down there? Is that even still a thing? Satellite internet?
I
You had-
Starlink
don't-
is.
I
No,
think
like, you
it might
remember-
be, but
Yeah,
it
like
doesn't compete.
You had a satellite.
direct PC. Was that what it was called?
TV.
DirecTV.
Okay, but there wasn't the satellite data part, the satellite internet called direct PC.
I've never seen one. If that's the case, it must have been short-lived.
Yeah, I don't know. It was fairly expensive and it dealt with a lot of interruptions from weather, which I've always wondered about Starlink, honestly. Storms, weather,
It's random. We had the hurricane come through and it didn't rip off the roof with like 40-degree winds and it had connectivity. And then other days when there's fog, sometimes it'll drop out. So
Weird.
it's weird. Yeah, it's not.
I'm pretty sure the older internet ones were based on geostationary satellites, and so if you're which is a long way, it's pretty far. So something like a cloud or rain could impact the signal.
Right.
Whereas Elon Musk's Starlink satellites are low Earth orbit satellites, so they're much, much, much closer, and they move. They're moving all the time, so you're getting a different. Exactly, you're getting a different angle. You got to, unless your whole area is covered with storms, and even then, there might be enough power to get through. I don't know what the.
There actually had
phase
news
like-
I put to the side for that. I'll just read it real quick. Starlink's first constellation of direct-to-phone satellites is now up and running. They launched 20 of these satellites, so they're progressing towards direct-to-phone capabilities. So I'm extremely convinced that X is going to have its own phone coming up, and it's going to have its own platform for digital wireless communications.
Wouldn't surprise me, but not sure what the cost will be.
I don't know. I mean, competitive, I would think, because its idea is to like basically take over all the market, right? Although you can't do a monopoly, so however that works, you got to be just under a monopoly.
I mean, he's got to get his prices down, but the more people that get on it the more the prices will come down. It's just that natural progression, It's still more than Verizon. It's more than Comcast or whatever local fucking providers you have. If you have
them, yeah, exactly.
If you have them, right.
I mean, there have been satellite phones, low Earth orbiting constellations. Iridium was one of the earliest ones, maybe the first. And it was assumed that it would be an expensive cell phone for rich people, but they would take it because it has bulletproof coverage. Literally, almost anywhere in the world, you would get excellent coverage because of the way the constellation is always covering a spot somewhere on the globe, and it never worked out.
Yeah, a lot of people use those in emergencies for in the old days, or sailing or whatever, hunting, and sometimes they worked, but sometimes not.
I think when it was conceived, coverage was one thing, and by the time the constellation was launched, which takes many, many years to build satellites and plan and so forth, by that time cell phone infrastructure had been built out tremendously, so there was almost no place in the country, almost no place where people live and travel that wasn't already covered by relatively cheap terrestrial cell phone
Yeah,
providers.
right. Standard cells. Yeah, right.
Apparently, Owen says that. Welcome, Walshy, by the way.
Good evening, all.
Hey, based.
Phones are
Hello.
being advertised. I haven't seen that. I saw a while ago that they were like promoting the idea, but I didn't think it was a real product.
I mean, I don't see him making it in the phone market. I think he's doing well with what he's doing. I don't think he should come out. with a phone.
Elon about Elon.
Yes.
His kingdom.
To be fair, I mean, I'm a bit of an Elon fan, but to be fair, I don't think he would fail if he went into phones, and he has talked about it.
Yeah, I think he should avoid it.
Yeah.
I think
Do you have a
he's
new
got-
mic, Walshy?
What's that? I have a different mic at the moment. I think. Yeah.
Yeah, it's to the moon, bro. Congratulations, I can hear you.
Oh, excellent. Yeah. I mean, he likes a challenge, and I think when I seen him talk about him, he said he wanted to take that monopoly away from Apple, and he wanted to challenge him.
I mean, I've never had an Apple, but I think Samsungs are just as good. Yeah, I know. We know you're an Apple guy. Everyone's an Apple, but
No way.
I mean,
I creeped out by their AI that they're advertising on TV. The way that they're advertising their phones, it's like, here, we're going to give you all these phones and it'll completely make your life super easy. Anyone else get that vibe from the new phone? The new concept of the new phone?
I haven't seen it.
I have an old iPhone 7. It can't do Apple Intelligence, so I don't have to worry about it.
Can it hold stacks of
I think the problem we got with the Apple users is that they think people who don't use Apple are on the borderline to retarded. That's literally what Apple users think. They think, "Oh, you've got an Android. Are you retarded?" They honestly think that, and you're thinking, "No, it's just." I don't want to get tied
There are
in.
a lot of smug Apple users. I would agree with that. I don't know if I would characterize them.
Are you bordering 70 IQ or something? You're like, oh no, I'm bordering 125. We all do use Apple. It's like, what are you on
With
about?
Apple Intelligence, it takes a 70 and sends it over 125. It's compensation.
When I was hanging out with some family members recently, I put my Samsung phone on a magnetic charger, so the screen's up, and right on my screen it popped up 1 hour and 12 minutes until full, and they were all like, "Whoa, I've never seen a phone tell you how long it has to charge." They're all Apple users, and I'm like, I thought that was a normal thing. I guess iPhones don't do that.
It's
No,
too
they
basic,
don't.
I guess.
Well, they just don't want you to know that sort of vital information that it'll take 3 hours to charge the Apple up.
I mean, I thought
Well,
that
they
was
charge in
intriguing. I'm like,
58
why
hours.
wouldn't Apple just have a thing that tells you how long you have? I suppose you'll get a sense of it if you have 40% remaining. It's going to take about a little over an hour, so you're probably going to get used to timing it yourself. But
Apple
Yeah,
probably
I'll
$200
notice.
accessory you got to buy for that.
I noticed with the Samsung where it comes in handy is if I use a cheaper, the little block thing, whatever you call it, that you plug the wire into, then plug it into the wall. The cheaper ones take longer to charge because they don't have
Yeah.
5 milliamp. So it's cool to be able to see that. All right, I'm going to slow charge it here. I got 3 hours to go,
Yeah.
it is a handy thing, man. I'm surprised Apple doesn't have that. And I found like the Apple autofill doesn't seem to be as convenient and fast as Samsung for some reason. But
But one of the worst things they did is on their iOS updates, right, Steve? They said it is talked about that when the updates happened, your batteries sort of disintegrate a little bit. Sort of basically your performance sort of fails. So people say that that's caused by doing updates, and then they basically make your phone less efficient. So you buy new phones now. But what they denied and what they later admitted is that, for example, when IWS one of the updates. If, for example, you had your phone worked on by a third party, the Mohammedan down the road or Mr. Abdul, right? And he's replaced your screen. He's done a great job and all that, no problems. Your phone would get bricked, and what bricked means is that your phone will literally turn into a brick in the sense that's all it's useful for, or a tile, in its shape.
Yeah.
So basically, your phone now is now dead. It has no. It kills your phone, and they eventually they accepted that they actually did do that. So when it comes to like Apple, they've just changed it now, and they've only changed it because it was forced to by law to allow third-party people to fix their phones. Because, for example, if you lived in Thailand, where are you going to go to get your screen replaced? You're on one of the 10,000 islands of Thailand. You're going to go to the chap down the road, Mr. Abdul, aren't you? And he's going to go, yes, and it'll be
Same guy.
Yeah, but you get my
Same
drift.
guy in Wales and Thailand. He gets
Yeah. But that's why I don't like them either. I don't like that exclusivity where they're just trying to. And then I found out that they were bricking phones, and we all found out that in the end because they had to admit to it.
Huh.
There were so many examples. There were so many examples, Steve. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean that's fucked up, man. It's a complete monopoly, and fuck Bill Gates. Honestly,
Steve Jobs. It was Steve Jobs on it, not Bill Gates.
Right.
Yeah, him too.
Yeah, fuck him anyway.
Yeah, he's fucked already. He's dead.
He's dead. He got the stomach cancer, real bad. Yeah. That's how you know it's bad when you have $100 billion and you still can't do anything about it. It's pretty fucked up, man.
I think Steve Jobs said he didn't want his kids having any of his devices on them because I think he was well aware of the dangers from those devices.
Yeah, you don't want to get tracked on certain islands.
Right.
Yeah, well.
Trust Abdul.
What's going on, Aphid? How are you?
What's happening, guys?
Thanks for being here.
We're trying to find out what's the juice.
Good to see you, Aphid.
Good to see you guys too.
Hells yeah, buddy. Shock topping it.
Blue Moon. Got a tall boy.
Wow. That. Very good. Good for you, man.
Orange juice is pretty good.
I'll tell you what I've been watching. Robert Maddow, the presenter on
Rachel Maddow, come on.
Rachel Maddow, yeah, the one with the long neck.
Yes.
From MSNBC.
Right.
She was screaming in 2020 about Trump pardoning his son or his family members, screaming dabbing about it, like it was the worst thing ever. Of course, that was all bullshit anyway, and there was no. I think it was to do with him testifying or something, some more bullshit. But either way, he didn't pardon his son. He didn't need pardoning or anything. And he said it's disgraceful, a horror, a threat to democracy. And then, of course, she's now recently mentioned about Trump giving a pardon to Hunter. And she's like, brilliant, great, this is what it's for, this is brilliant, this is what it's for, this is great, this is stunning. And people have just mashed it together, and it's just so terrible. Joy Reid is exactly the same sort of setup as well. And they've just mashed it together from back in 2020 to like bullshit anyway. It wasn't going to happen. But.
My opinion about the Biden pardon of his son is I honestly don't think the pardon of the particulars that we all think that it's related to is a big deal. I think that there was some targeting going on there. But my concern is that the giant breadth and width of this pardon covers
11 years.
A huge amount more than
it's a pardon for Joe, Steve. It's a pardon for Joe. It's not a pardon for Hunter. It's a pardon for Joe.
Filling out a form to get his pistol and lying about his drug addiction is not something that really they go after. They went after him for it. Yeah, I mean, what was was there another particular thing?
The taxes.
And the taxes, which he did pay back with interest and penalties.
Right.
Well, okay.
That was part of the plea agreement, but yeah.
The style of
it-
pardon is very much like an indulgence that the Catholic Church used to give out, and that whole aspect caused the Reformation. So I'm curious to see if this act and use of law with the pardoning
Well,
has any repercussion.
there are going to be plenty of pardons starting
Oh yeah.
January 20th. So
Well,
don't think pardoning is
yeah,
only for one side.
but if Joe's not over yet, he's going to pardon his brother next, and he's going to pardon other people in the government
Well, that's the
because
problem. I
they're
hear
up
he's
to their
going to
neck in it.
pardon. He's going to pardon all kinds of people that,
Yeah, I heard that too.
like Fauci and
That's right.
Oh, you're talking about preemptively.
yes, preemptively.
How do
Yeah.
you do that?
Well, you can.
You just like you did with Hunter. You say,
You know.
I pardon you for any and all crimes you committed during the years 20
Right,
through
of course.
2024.
I guess
So,
if you
you
have
know-
to pardon for a crime, you're pardoning for a period of time.
Right. I don't. There have been like the Nixon pardon that Ford gave was for any and all crimes committed having to do with Watergate, and Nixon was never any of those crimes.
Oh.
So there's a similarity there, but I don't think any pardon like that has ever been tested in court. And,
11 years, but it's a pardon for Joe. It is last dance. That's what it is.
Well,
It's not a pardon for
I
Hunter
mean,
because Hunter is implicated in Joe's implicated in a lot of what we now found out. So if we're going on that, it's more of a pardon for Joe than it is because without evidence from Hunter, there won't be a case against Joe by the looks of things.
Well,
I-
he is the big guy, and that's a slam dunk in court, if you ask me.
I believe that's correct.
but Your Honor, big guy.
Question
Guilty.
from Room 101 here. A pardon for a future crime.
I think it went to December 1st, so he could have committed a murder. He had like a 3-day window when he could have committed any Hunter I'm talking about could have committed any crimes.
Don't know if it did or did not happen.
Somebody should be checking him for blood.
Well, what we do know, mind you, was when Hunter was having business dealings in like a conference room, Joe kept on walking into the conference room, and occasionally he would speak to the person that Hunter was speaking to while Hunter was getting some refreshments or a toilet break, and talk about the weather. Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
That's literally word for word. Joe admitted to speaking to whoever this was in this business meeting that Joe just happened to walk past. He's testified that he mentioned the weather.
No, I hadn't heard about that.
Yeah,
That's the claim.
that's the claim. But I mean, I'll look it up now if you want me to. But I'm pretty confident with it.
Yeah, go for it. I mean, who am I looking for here? That
Put down Joe Biden.
I'm looking for the NYPD commissioner. Somebody said is cute, but
Talking about this lady.
Joe Biden. What now?
Talked to Hunter's business associates about weather. Put that in. See what happens.
Talked about the weather. That comes up right away.
There we are. Then.
PolitiFact says Joe Biden's comments confirm that the government is going to increase the number and intensity of weather events.
No. So Joe
taken out of context.
No. Let me get it. It's not even the right story.
Yeah, no, it isn't.
Joe Biden.
Is it Jessica Tisch? Is that what it is?
No, Jessica Tisch is something that I'm joking with Farms about. She's the new commissioner of the NYP. No, what? The something? NYPD.
Yeah.
And she's a looker. And apparently she has the voice of an angel.
That's not a looker.
I misspelled it.
Yeah, SCH. Yeah. All right. So he was being sarcastic in his comment before. I get it.
I think he's telling little white lies. Big black
I
ones,
get it.
by the way.
All good.
Oh my God.
You all right?
Okay.
Okay.
You might want to clear that web history.
Isn't that funny? So the BBC done an article about it, and when I pressed to go on the article, it won't go in, but it's got the headline. It says Biden on speakerphone in son's calls. Devon Archer tells Congress. It was from the Hunter Biden put father Joe Biden on speakerphone up to 20 times while speaking to business associates. That's the story I'm on about. I press go, and it fucking just says, "Oh, it's come this time. I've got it." Don't know why it didn't work the first time. So, yeah, Joe Biden speaking U.S. businessman Devon Archer told lawmakers Joe Biden did not discuss business on the calls according to those at the hearing.
You mind if I put her picture up for a minute?
Oh, please, Dance.
Just a few
Please.
seconds.
2.5
For farms.
seconds.
As long as you don't notice where my hands go.
Oh,
Where'd your
fucking
hands
hell.
go, Aphid?
Is
Where'd
that a
your
her?
hands go, buddy?
Yes.
Straight for the alcohol. That's where they went.
So
I'm
you
sure she's a wonderful person.
Good. She must. She's got to have a good
Yeah.
personality.
Yeah.
Guy.
So Owen said that a pardon relieves you of the Fifth Amendment, so you can be questioned under oath. But can't you just say "I do not recall" for 6 hours, and then they leave you alone, and that's it?
You could try.
Well, I tell you who said that. Fucci said that, didn't he? I do not recall. That was one of his favourite responses.
Fujifilm.
Fauci.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think, let's take Aphid Lip. Do you think Fauci is guilty of anything?
Negligence, if anything.
Negligence. And what, for what? What was his negligent?
Just, I mean, if he's gonna fund something, you know, he should be more aware of the casualties of war that it causes.
Sure. Interesting. That's a great point. Yeah,
That's
his
gonna be one
funding
big
of
slap on the wrist.
It's like you know,
gain of function, right?
yeah, well, it's like what's his name that shot the person on the Rust film? He was
Alec
Alec
Baldwin.
Baldwin. He was the producer, so he should be held. It's his responsibility is for the hiring of that person that failed to
right.
check the gun, not
Yeah.
shooting.
Armor.
That's
Oh.
too tenuous a link.
I mean, he was one of the producers, so.
Yeah, I don't think Fauci has committed any crimes. I mean, I'm more interested in getting the truth than I am about prosecuting Fauci. Or
So, well, to get to the truth, you might have to prosecute Fauci because there's one thing you can guarantee: it'd be easy to say he gave misinformation, and he gave misinformation multiple times. So that would be the first thing any of you should be able to say.
I can't think of any real crime that Fauci could be charged with.
Right.
So if the conspiracists are right, can't you see any crime then? You know, say the worst, say the reverse. You know, could you think that he could commit a crime then?
So let's for example say that Fauci knowingly funded gain of function research in the Wuhan lab,
Which he's accused of.
On bat coronaviruses.
Which he is accused of.
Why did he do that? He did that to try and develop vaccines for new and novel coronavirus diseases.
So why did he lie on testimony then? He lied on testimony. He never said it was gain of function.
Well, so you can maybe get him for lying to Congress. I don't even know if that's a crime, but
of course it is.
There's no way to get him on negligence or negligent manslaughter, any of those things, because he's too far removed from the events to be legally responsible.
Well, he's the person everyone turns to. How can he be so far up?
In my mind, we had scientists that were there and observed the practices going on in that laboratory in Wuhan. They observed the level of care that the
Level
Terrible.
two. Only level 2 biohazard.
level 2 is no face masks
Right.
and basically gloves.
Yeah, no
Uh,
hoods.
So
Yeah.
they observed that, and the research did continue
Yeah.
at that level. So in my mind, if because of their lack of protection, that caused the release of a virus that changed the world, then the people who observed that and didn't demand change would have some culpability in it.
There's a piece of missing information that I'm wondering, because I've worked in BSL-3 laboratories, and my question is, how did it go from an in vitro growth, flask growth, however they were doing it, to
Oh.
a human being? You got it doesn't aerosolize.
Carelessness.
It's not.
A pangolin and a bat.
Well, I know, but I'm just saying.
That's what they told us. Whatever a pangolin is, I don't even know what a pangolin is. But it was a bat as well. It wasn't a Wuhan lab. You know, the one called the coronavirus novel lab. It wasn't that lab.
The committee has reached the verdict that it was possible now, so we're allowed to say that.
Yeah, Snoop says as well. Snoop says it's highly possible to come from the lab. Yeah, I took strikes for even suggesting it.
Yeah, it was racist. They'd rather you said it came from. They'd rather you said it came from a disgusting place called a wet market, which isn't insulting at all to the people of China. No, yeah, we have this wet market that's got slimy, bloody, mucus-filled, dying animals all over the place.
Dying, not living, just dying. You're right.
You know,
Yeah, I really
okay.
don't care about prosecuting. I'm Tom Cruise in A Few Good Men. I want the truth.
You can't handle the truth.
You can't handle the truth.
That's the problem, man. That's the problem. The public wouldn't be able to handle the truth.
I prefer
there's a lot of,
Well, now they could.
Remember you seen people collapsing in China? They're just falling flat on their faces. Did you see anyone in the US collapsing on their faces like that? Just like splayed out?
I
No.
don't remember seeing anybody fall.
Seen it on the internet though, didn't I? Seen it on the internet. So it was all there on the news. They were showing everyone.
Yeah, it's gross.
Funny that only happened in China though, didn't it? It didn't happen in the rest of the world. Seemed to be.
Why is
it
it
only happened in Wuhan?
Yeah, well, people falling on their faces. Yeah.
They got an extra load.
Do you guys want to speculate on the CEO of the insurance company? I for some reason really want to speculate.
Of course,
Let me grab some beers and get your speculations ready to go.
Oh yeah,
30 seconds.
I heard he was the best in his industry and not paying out people. His firm was right at the bottom of that nice little table. I don't know.
Did you hear this?
But no, they showed a scale of health insurance companies, and his health insurance company is the worst to pay out. I think 26% of claimants they refused. The best was 11, and the average was 16. So they would double the actual national average in America. Double failure, if you know what I mean.
Did the news reach the mainstream media over there, or was this internet?
Oh yeah, it was pretty. It was internet though, isn't it? So I don't know.
Okay. I'm just curious if they're painting it in any direction, any spin.
Well, the immediate guess might have been it was more personal than anything else, but I don't know.
Right. I'm going to wait for Steve on this one a little bit, but it's very interesting to me.
I heard he was going to give testimony, mind you, in some sort of case. So, in the industry, he was going to give some sort of. So he could be making a lot of enemies there or exposing. So maybe that could be a concerning motive of why something might have happened. So I don't know.
So that's two ends, right? There's the lower end of the consumer and the higher end of the people at the table that are making lots of money.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone else has heard, but he was supposed to be giving testimony somewhere. I can't recall exactly what it was, but yeah, it could be two angles because he seems to be a bad company, full stop.
So
Especially for what
I was talking to my dad, and we were kind of going back and forth on ideas, and he brought the mindset of like it could be a hit job, and I was like, it doesn't make sense that it was a hit job because the video of the guy shooting him, he doesn't seem professional in any way, shape, or form. He's showing his face, and on the bullets he wrote "deny, delay, and depose." So to me, it looks like a personal vendetta. Someone screwed him over. His son died or something. It's interesting.
Yeah, I mean that was. I don't know why people kept saying he looked like a professional hitman. He just looked like an angry schlub. He didn't look professional.
So he went to Starbucks beforehand, which I think I suggest for a professional assassin
Definitely
is
red flag.
a definite red flag. Just because you know that all Starbucks has a standard of CCTV, you wouldn't go to the corner shop either, but you certainly wouldn't go to Starbucks.
I think if it was a professional hit, they wouldn't have done a hit in the first place. They would have made it look like some kind of accident.
And they would have done. They wouldn't have done it in broad daylight. I mean, there's better places to. It's not the best place to kill him. So it almost has to be someone who was denied coverage, or a family member was denied coverage, or a family member died and blames the insurance company. Maybe it's not really the insurance company.
Or he's just he's just so wrapped into it and wants to be the hero.
Yeah, I mean that's less likely.
He doesn't have to have a personal connection to it.
Yeah.
How would they be the hero?
You see all these people that are just like, I'm so glad he got killed.
Exactly. There's a lot of rah-rah.
Some of these kill the rich and all those types, you know.
Taylor Lorenz.
They're the same people who.
Oh my God! Did you see Sorry, Steve. Did you see the thing Taylor Lorenz did? She done a she done tweets where she said.
I saw the tweets.
Yes, did she make the tweets before he got killed or after he got killed?
After.
All right, so she even said it after, which is even worse. What was she saying in those tweets again, so I don't get it wrong? Please, last dance for everyone else.
I think someone had said, I forget exactly, but someone had said that they were denied coverage, and that she said something like, "This is why healthcare CEOs get shot." and then she said. She put the name of the Blue Cross Blue Shield CEO and said, "Please, nobody hurt him."
And he's already dead.
Well, no, that person's not dead yet.
But yeah, I mean, she's fucked up. What did she say? Something like, if you wish death on somebody, it's not the same as wishing death on somebody, or something like bizarre like that.
I don't know.
She's fucking.
Who are you guys even talking about?
She got fired from where? WAPO or New York Times?
Not fired from anyone. I think she just switched jobs. She was a New York Times reporter.
Yeah.
Then she moved to the Washington Post.
She's a super woke reporter that is oblivious to.
Still at the Washington Post or not?
I swear to God, she wears masks, like her face coverings. Just
yeah. I remember she had that interview with Libs at TikTok, and she wore a mask, and I was just like, oh God.
Last night you shared that thing this last week with somebody that was like mask wearer type. I was shocked. There's like a whole I guess a group of people that are like
That was her.
No, I know, but I mean, like the stuff she shares and the people.
Oh yeah, no, there's still they're mostly germaphobes who were already, even before COVID, they were like deathly afraid of.
Okay.
They're in the rabbit hole already.
The apocalypse has happened. Yeah.
I mean, I get it if you got like some kind of immune disorder or something, and you need to protect yourself.
Taylor Lorenz claims she does, and I don't know her, but I would bet she only thinks she does. It doesn't have any.
And it's very virtuous, and I had to wear a mask like when I went into the bank and stuff. Wasn't very happy about that, obviously, but I did.
She made a tweet recently where she called people that don't wear masks raw dogging the air.
Wow,
that makes air taste delicious to me.
But you can hide your facial expressions behind a mask, so you can actually make a lot of facial expressions in front of
Do
people, and they don't
NPCs
know
have
what.
facial expressions?
So
have facial expressions?
so maybe it's a security blanket, like like a 2-year-old has a little blanket. It's like that.
All right.
Maybe.
So the pistol that was used is a clip-loaded single-shot veterinarian's pistol.
Wow. I heard it got jammed twice, but if it's a
It
single
didn't get
shot,
jammed. I'm about to show you guys.
yeah, if it's a single shot.
It's not it's clip-loaded, but it's a single shot. So let me just show you. I have a video ready to go here of it. This was what veterinarians would use to put down like a cow or something or whatever.
Well, what? Fuck me. Well, that's a big load,
Wow.
then, isn't it?
It's a 9mm, but they would obviously be able to put it right into the thing's brain. So,
Or butt.
Oh,
but
right.
it does give the impression that it's jamming every time you fire it.
Yeah,
but
that's what I thought. Yeah.
It's,
Yeah,
Interesting.
it's not jamming.
that's what they said. It was jamming. That's what they
I
said.
thought
Like,
it was jammed too.
It's
yeah.
not. It's not. Now they've named what the gun is, and this is what it looks like when you fire it.
Looks like a
And
World War
it's
II.
silent. It comes natural, organically silenced for the vet.
Pull back the thing, shake out the
Wow. So
two,
you got to manually reload
pull
it.
it back,
That's the
shake it
perfect
out.
assassination weapon.
So you got to offload the cartridge, basically.
Yeah, it doesn't pop out on its own.
Yeah.
Boom, 3.
Not to
And
worry
it's
about
not
Verizon.
He's
silent.
also twisting that. He's twisting it to the left each time.
Yeah, they also said it had a silencer. They described it as the suppressor.
Well,
It's a
I don't.
suppressor.
Yeah,
I didn't hear anything. Sounded
Yeah,
silent.
it sounds real silent.
Hear that gas coming out once I release that bolt.
That's basically like whisper soft, dude.
Yeah, that's not loud, is it?
I wonder if those are subsonic rounds though.
More, I think.
He says it's a 9mm VP9. He doesn't say subsonic, and I don't think so in the description or anything.
Because I mean, I know
Subsonic. Those are subsonic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. People think silencers silence stuff like that, but that's Hollywood.
hmm
Yeah, it doesn't look your typical hit, lads.
I mean, that
FBI
just
are
makes
all-
it way more
FBI
interesting.
are all over it. They're all over this guy.
Yeah, I think
basically.
they're going to catch the person.
It
He's
sounds
probably
like
in a
it.
veterinary workplace somewhere.
You think
I
that's
don't
what
know.
it is?
I'd be casing all the Starbucks and veterinary
Yeah,
hospitals.
you should be helping the FBI there, RW.
Now, apparently,
I'll call them right now.
a picture was released of the suspect without his mask on, smiling, but apparently
Raw
it wasn't
dogging
him.
the air.
Raw dogging the air for a moment, yeah. But now that I'm seeing that that's actually not him at all.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That poor guy.
Exactly.
Has it been community noted?
Like I was like, wait a minute. No, I was like, I saw this new commissioner to New York City, and I was laughing at the TV screen.
To me, it looks a lot like him, so I'm not believing it's not him.
Has it been community noted, Last Dance?
Is it what?
Has it been community noted?
I didn't see that. No.
They should use that more often, especially
Is
for
Last
these
Dance
sort
on
of
the community
things.
notes committee? I would believe that.
Well, the community notes, I believe, is pretty good, like the way it's set up. But I just don't think people say it's against free speech, and I understand their point on it. But if he's going to be a responsible platform, then I think community notes actually is a way of quelling the critics, because I find it quite useful. Community notes.
Yeah, I mean it's abused a lot. I guess I'm, given the pros and cons, I guess I'm slightly in favor of it, but it's obviously going to be
entertainment.
abused. Some of it is entertaining.
Yeah, community. I mean, they had one the other day with Biden where he says no one's above the law, and then you got community noted. Like,
Now, see, that is the type of thing that should not be community noted.
What? Why?
Because the statement itself doesn't need additional context. Community notes are to provide additional context.
Yeah, but the community notes.
The statement is false.
Well, right. Yeah, but
first of all, he made that statement a long time ago. Retroactively community noting something that happened after that statement was made seems wrong to me. I mean,
seems
it's
relevant, though.
irresistible. I understand. It is irresistible.
seems
No one's
very
above
relevant.
the law, and then he pardons somebody. But
Well, he pardons his son, and there's like 10 links to prove the community notes. So
I've seen some great community notes that provide some important context that where the person tweeting was trying to put out an impression of is itself completely false. And those community notes are great. And I've seen some of these people respond to those community notes by saying, "Oh, I made a mistake. I'm sorry." Like in the wake of this pardon, there were all these these progressives coming out with these bogus claims of other presidents that pardoned relatives, and one of the first ones was Anna Navarro, who's kind of a never Trumper, goes on the View, and she said Bill Clinton pardoned his brother Roger Clinton, which is true. She said, what was the other one? She said something else, which was true. And then the third thing she says is that Woodrow Wilson pardoned his nephew, Hunter DeButts.
Right.
There's no such person as
well,
Woodrow Wilson. She used ChatGPT, and ChatGPT is known for kind of hallucinating these things.
trolling like.
Well, I don't know how
I think that's fantastic.
Another guy, another progressive said, well, I don't see what the big deal is. Jimmy Carter pardoned his brother Billy, and George H.W. Bush pardoned his son Neil Bush, and neither one of those was true.
I wonder if you're pardoned if you still have a chance of becoming president one day.
You shouldn't be able to pardon your family members.
Hey, even if you're convicted, you still have a chance of becoming president.
That's right.
That seems true.
You can pardon yourself, right?
That's a proof.
Is there any check and balance? Is there a check and balance to the pardoning system?
No, there's no check and balance. It's an absolute power of the president.
Yeah, but so
I mean, you can impeach the president if he's, if he's not, if he's pardoning.
I think family members should be off the cards, though, for the president.
What about yourself? Do you think that should be off the cards?
If family members should be, then yourself should definitely be off the cards.
I mean, technically, you're your own family member, aren't you?
I'm pretty sure I'm related to me.
It's a pardon as much for Joe as it is for Hunter.
I was joking last night to my dad, and Eastman Farms just made the pardon me phrase, and I was like, the next time we get pulled over by a police officer, he's gonna be like, "Here's your ticket for going 150." I'd be like, "Pardon me?"
Right.
Pardon me? Couldn't hear you.
I mean,
No, I wasn't talking. I was talking to Trump.
Mm-hmm.
So,
is there anybody you think that Trump should go after? Like he's made these not so veiled threats about going after people, prosecuting people. Jack Smith.
I think he's got to be super careful. But if the evidence is there and the evidence is strong, then I think he should.
But what I'm asking, is there anybody here thinks that the evidence is strong enough for
I think
to
Fauci.
go after?
I mean,
you think Fauci's their number one guy?
There's enough of information. There's a plethora of information on his choices and his involvements. I think if that is wrong, I think there's enough on him.
Is that it?
I don't think he should be going after anybody.
Just all of Congress?
No, I don't think he should be going after people. But if the evidence is there and it's strong, then like I said, he's got to be careful. As I started, but I think if the evidence is there and it's strong, I think he should, do so.
I'm holding my breath. He'll go after the MyPillow guy. That guy has lied over and over.
About
Trump is going to go after the MyPillow guy?
Yeah, I'm holding my breath.
That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. So what's he lied about?
You think Trump's going to go after him?
No, he's trolling. He's trolling. He's trolling. So,
All
so
right,
what? So, but what lies has he told
that those
about Fox and
that those
Dominions?
that those
Yeah,
Giza
those were-
that those Giza sheets he's peddling are the softest that you can buy. I just
So
don't.
nothing
yeah.
about the Dominion machines. It's all about thread counts and where the cotton comes from, stuff like that.
Yeah,
Well, he was judged to be lying about Dominion, and he had to pay a lot of money for that, didn't he?
yeah.
Well,
Who did he pay? Dominion?
he's been found
Liable.
liable by a jury in a civil trial.
Right.
But what? Like I said, he's backed by the Trump campaign because, to be fair to him, he's always backed Trump, and it seems to be replicated. And hopefully, because he's taken a big hit, that people should support American
Nothing-
citizens that are patriots, and that's what they stand for. So
There's
good on them
nothing,
to
there's
support.
nothing Trump can do about my pillow guy's
Civil.
civil.
I had no idea this was going to get drawn out this long.
No,
I said
I'm not saying he's going to get involved in that. I'm just saying they should support the company.
my
I,
pillow. Oh, yeah. I
I'm,
don't know. I mean, if all your money you give is going to go to Dominion,
No.
buy a million pillows, that's just more money for Dominion.
I got a solution. The government gives them a contract to put a My Pillow in every cell.
Bingo,
Yeah.
I'll
The
do it.
biggest winner is going to be Dominion because they'll be able to collect the full amount of their verdict.
Then Trump can just buy Dominion. I'm sure there's a workaround solution. You're so negative, Dance.
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
what state is it? Idaho that's going to use Bibles in all the classrooms, and they are going to be Trump Bibles.
Trump Bibles.
Are those my Bibles?
oh my
Or-
god.
I don't know what the difference is, man.
So there's going to be a bit of
Trump's
Trump in it. It's going to be a bit of Trump, a couple of dance moves going on.
I don't know. what
How
it is.
to dance moves? 1, 2, 3.
Same as the King James version or whatever. I have no
He
idea.
said it's going to be the King James version with a bit of Trumpism.
I would only go for the LeBron James version personally.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. But yeah, there's an example of them using that in the government. So, but that was chosen by that state. So the pillow thing, that's a bigger leap. But I don't know. That guy seems like a complete moron, like a walking idiot
Drugs
to me.
happen.
I heard he's got the contract for a pillow for every deporting illegal in the country, which according to quite big numbers.
All right.
That's
there's your question.
that's cruel and unusual punishment to make them lay down on those pillows.
Well, make sure.
It'll never happen.
I need a solution. Okay, we're the illegal immigrants that have come here. The
Definitely
nation
happen.
don't want them back. We're talking them as a nation, saying, "Hey,
It's simple.
Venezuela, you need
It's
to take
simple.
Some
They don't
They're
have
like,
a
simple.
choice.
No, we're not interested.
They don't have a choice. They don't have a choice. So basically, I know like countries like Venezuela might be a problem. Then we go to the neighboring country and say, we'll pull all your aid unless you take your criminals back. And by the way, you're taking some Venezuelans at the same time. And that's what the UK should do with all the problems we got with foreign-born criminals in the country. We should pull their aid unless they take their criminals back.
It's also an obligation of international law that's
Fuck
well
international. Fuck international law.
that's
Fuck
one
it
of the
all.
few that are adhered to. Is
Wait, what's the obligation to take them back?
you have to take your citizens back into the country if they illegally enter another country.
Okay.
They only allow so many at a time.
5,000 a day.
Yeah,
10,000.
that's why certain countries allow more, and like I think Nicaragua allows more than like Brazil does.
Allows more what people to
Yeah,
come
what are you
back.
talking about?
I don't know what you're on about.
more some countries on a daily basis or percentage wise, I'm not sure how it's figured out, allow more of their immigrants to be brought back into their country than
Really?
others do. Yes.
That's weird that's even like a government process. People
That's
get
why
a-
there's
like
going
a
to be that's
larger
why that's
percentage.
why they're supposedly that's why they're structuring this to try to get the ones that allow more that don't have as many restrictions as that.
I mean,
goes.
you're a citizen of Venezuela or Mexico. You can go to Venezuela. What happens? I mean, what if you get in an airplane and land in Mexico? You're a citizen of Mexico. What are they going to do?
Well, I
They
have one
just
step
won't-
further. We give them a parachute and we throw them out over their country, and then what are they going to do about it?
Well, what if they have thrown away all of their identification and they look a little different because it's been a few years? They land in Mexico and they say, "My name's Jeff," and that's it. You
Well,
know, like how do you prove who the
We'll
fuck
see
they
how it goes
are?
for them in Mexico.
It can't be that easy to defeat.
Right.
Well,
I know.
This
are
whole
we talking
thing.
about? Are we talking about U.S. criminals that are foreign born? Are we talking? Is that what we're talking about? Because
Well,
obviously
I mean,
we'll have their IDs or the IDs they've given, so we can
Dude,
send them back.
there's piles of passports at the border when they come through. They're
I
dropping
yeah I, yeah they bury them. I see it. I see them do it.
there's piles,
It-
bro. They don't
You'll
give
see
a
one. You'll see like 20 in one burial chamber.
They,
Or just
they want to
So
erase everything from where they came from. That makes it harder for them to
yeah,
have.
but wherever they say they came from, then. So if they say they're from Venezuela, then that's their problem. We'll put them back to Venezuela. That's where they claim they're from. Doesn't matter.
Because
If your
last
heart's
Dance's
if
Jeff
your heart's
comment,
behind it, I believe the Trump administration's heart is behind the first part of the process, which would definitely be foreign criminals, and they should all be
there's an
going.
upcoming Hollywood blockbuster movie about American citizens getting kidnapped and gathered up with the deportation and being sent out to other countries. I can feel it.
Yeah, I
sure.
think Cheech
Well,
and
if
Chong did. It was called Born in East L.A.
Oh damn! I'm late to
And
the
there's
party.
another one. I believe it was Up in Smoke. They get caught up in a migra raid, and they get the migra is the immigration. That's what they call them out there in LA, and they get sent down yonder, and they have to figure out their way to get back through. So
Fair
yeah,
enough. I digress. Then that's over. It's old news.
yeah.
Disney can always redo it though, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Out all the van made of weed. Yeah, and then
That killed the dog that sniffed it.
there's your storyline. If there's no van made of weed, I mean, what else do you have? I mean,
A van made out of meth, like, or there's a story that just came through recently where there's like all these clothing in a bag that was like bathed in meth.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Just,
As a way
Yeah.
of smuggling it.
Yeah,
So
they've done it with cocaine for decades. They turn cocaine into liquid, and then they absorb it in their clothes, and then on the way
Oh.
back through, they extract the cocaine out of their clothes. So
I
yeah,
can
meth.
imagine wearing a pair of those pants by mistake. Woo!
Well, the thing is with cocaine, it shouldn't be a problem. But things like meth and fentanyl and shit like that, if they put that into clothes, it can kill you.
Yeah, I don't know.
You don't know where you're touching. You don't know where you're touching because you'll absorb it immediately. If it's fat or something like meth, the excessive level would fucking top you.
It's a weird thing, like public health officials are saying, no, fentanyl's not transpermeable. It won't go through your skin. It doesn't happen. Yet you have these police officers who touch it and they're ODing and shaking on the ground and they're partners with fentanyl. I'm like, what's fucking happening here if these cops are getting it into their blood system?
Well, they're saying they're breathing it in, but like I've seen it on a traffic stop where a cop was literally ODing on it, and someone was auditing it, and the person filming it got arrested for filming it, got assaulted in fact. But the cop that had apprehended this villain or criminal, suspected criminal, he literally was ODing. He had a big reaction to it.
Right. Good day, mate, or Sheila, or whatever the hell you call each other over there. Welcome back.
Thanks.
Yeah. Cool.
She was resting over in the corner there. I wanted to bring her on camera because I came up with a business model last night that she actually approved of. And so I thought I'd share the business model with you guys, and you're more than welcome to take it. So basically what you do is you have, it's a painting thing, and you have one easel set up at 2 feet high, and then it's couples painting, and the other easel set up at 4 or 5 feet high. And what you do is it's something that you have an OnlyFans for, and you video yourself and it's called Painting by the Pound. And I just feel like it would be pretty, good income.
Well, I need
So-
to know more details.
Well, I mean, you take it from there wherever you want it. You know,
Yeah,
you can,
okay.
you
I
can
don't
have
need
it.
any more details now.
Okay. And we were making fun of that because we were gonna when we're empty nesters, we're gonna be like paying Bob Rosses and stuff. And
So
I
you
started
get-
learning about that.
You know,
and
you
realized
think
I had to
about
be
it.
the guy that did the dots.
I
You
have
get paid
questions.
twice. You get paid for the OnlyFans, and then
That's
you
right.
can sell the paintings.
That's right.
There you go.
See, it just keeps it's onion.
That's
it's
actually
onion.
kind of brilliant. Maybe I'll go off and patent it because you guys will never do it. So
That's right. Talk to your girlfriend about it. You know, it's a new chapter.
Interesting.
First dibs. You know, on the paintings.
Yeah, I know Cup of Tea says that every week. Hello, Bogan. I actually just learned about what Bougainville was in the history of Australia. Pretty interesting.
There's an actual town of Bogans.
It was something to do with, I think it was mining, and I can't really remember specifically what it was, but yeah, it was interesting. But I take it that term Bogan, does that mean like that's derogatory, right?
it's like
Yeah.
redneck. It's derogatory. I think.
That's if it's redneck, a lot of people are
Not
proud to be
upper class
called that.
redneck, though.
Not
those
good
guys.
redneck, bad
No,
redneck.
Yeah,
The kind of the
maybe more like white trash.
Understood.
Yeah.
garden collecting, vehicles on your lawn, that style.
Yeah, Bougainville is in Papua New Guinea. That's what it was.
Oh, okay.
Pretty interesting. It's a dumb podcast I got into at work. Kind of in one ear, out the other, But
It does it
solid-
make you wonder if there's like rednecks in every culture, like India and like
Yeah,
Chinese rednecks? Like, what
Exactly.
does that look like?
right. There's
Yeah,
got
I
to be.
think so. In Ireland, I believe they're the ones that are out on the Aran Islands. They're the ones that are on the islands outside of Ireland. They're Irish rednecks.
Every place is going to have upper class people that look down on lower class people. And
But they
Well,
have to do something like
the UK is the country that started all that.
Sure.
You don't have
Possibly.
rednecks?
No, the class system really.
You're talking
we-
to one. They call them the Welsh. No.
Well, yeah, they back in the day they would have called the Welsh it's like second class citizens.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. I don't know what all the stipulations are for being a lower class redneck, but I know that having dead cars on your lawn is a very good indicator.
That's a
Like
Jeff
the ones
Fox.
that are growing actively.
Yeah, organic vehicles.
Yeah.
That kind of sounds like an old Jeff Foxworthy bit.
Yeah.
We don't really get abandoned vehicles in the UK like you do in America. Not abandoned,
the
left
pieces get
vehicles on
stolen?
property. We don't really get it. We get it on farms a little bit, where farms will do it. But in America, you get loads of places and they just leave a vehicle from the 1950s to the
Right.
side of their property
no-
forever.
Nobody wants it except for the catalytic converter.
Well, it didn't exist back then, did they? But
Right. So those ones are useful. So what would a Welshman redneck collect if it wasn't cars?
so
What would be on your lawn?
what you would call a redneck, what we would call a chav, would be someone that wears quite a lot of Adidas, generally unemployed. If they had a quad bike, they definitely grew weed or dealt in
I
drugs.
think dirt bike is definitely a good. indicator.
Yeah, so quad bikes are a bit of
Oh,
a,
yeah.
or a very fast e-bike like a Saron.
Those are
That's
cool.
if, for example, you have a dog as well, and the dog you have a specific type of dog. A bully breed is now banned in the UK, but it was so generally a fighting dog. You would lead. You put all them together. Things like drugs, dealing, or growing, quad bike, dog, e-bike. They're all these symbols, and obviously
That's
the way
pretty
you
solid.
talk, would matter as well. But yeah, all combined, they'll all add up.
Take notes, chat. If anyone in your family is showing these signs, Might be time for an intervention.
The Chrysler 300M with big wheels and dark windows is a popular drug dealer car.
Yeah.
So
So it's a different car in the UK, but it's exactly the same. What you're saying, it's exactly the same though. They got a particular sort of car.
Yeah.
One of my buddies put
the Commodore.
Yeah, I think the Holden Commodore and
What was the Ute? Or was the Ute? No, it was the Commodore Ute.
no. It was basically that car you had, Rod.
Oh, damn.
Sorry.
I seen the police chase a 93-year-old man on his tractor the other day. It's a recent one. It's not one of the ancient ones we see online. And they ended up, he got away from them as well, which is even funnier. He got away from them. He did some sneaky maneuvers. He was mainly out of control trying to get around the place, but he managed to get away from them. And they arrested him later on. And I was like, what the fuck? They were like going in and heavy on him. I'm thinking he's like 93.
Yeah,
what is wrong? We'll taser you. We'll taser you. I'm thinking, you taser this old cunt and kill him. You want to fucking, you know what I mean? What do you want about?
Yeah, it's a strange place the way they're going after people for certain things in the UK and letting people slide for seemingly.
Well, this is in America. I mean, obviously the lawnmower wasn't going over like 4 or 8 mile an hour. It was a lawnmower.
Right. I haven't seen that one. I've seen a different one where the guy did get caught, and he's like falling off the thing as it's going down the road.
Yeah, I've seen that one. He was pissed, wasn't he?
Very much.
Dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, great video.
He was falling off as he was going down the road. But once again, the only damage he's going to do to himself, everyone else, even a disabled person can get away, or get away from him.
Exactly.
Did you guys pay any attention to the penny throwing out the court case for the Marine that choked out the guy on the subway?
Oh, they've thrown it out.
Not exactly. The jury was hung, and so the judge dismissed that count, but allowed the jury to continue deliberating on lesser charge.
So I heard about this. So what that means is the prosecution now can go for a higher charge generally. So that's gone against him.
No, I think in this particular case, the 15-year sentence is now thrown out. They're left down to one that's about a 4-year sentence.
Yeah, but they've allowed them. They've allowed them to lower the charge. They've allowed them to lower the charge now, so that they can try them on a lesser charge, try and get an easier conviction. Where in reality, now you're going to get lots of prosecutions will put the higher charge up, so that knowing because the case has now been set that you can.
Is it manslaughter though that was thrown out? What is the charge that was thrown out?
It was manslaughter too. I can get all the specifics right
now. Yeah, it was.
Okay.
I think it was manslaughter 3 or 2, and they've I can't remember which way it goes, but I heard it's not good for his case.
No, it's very good for his case.
No, because they can sort of. No, it's not a good precedent what they've done.
You mean they were changing the charge? Are you saying that both charges weren't available at the start of the trial, and they just?
How I understood when I heard the news was.
All right, I got it.
That by changing the charge and lowering the charge down, they've made it easier now to get a conviction for the chap because it wasn't on the higher charge. He would have got off the higher charge. So they've given him they've given the prosecution another chance to get him convicted.
No, I agree that it's easier to be convicted on the lesser charge.
Right.
I think the lesser.
So he would have been found innocent.
The lesser charge was always there.
Right.
So
I don't know if it was, lads.
The judge dismissed the second-degree manslaughter charge in the death at the request of prosecutors after the jurors came back deadlocked. Maxwell encouraged the jury to continue deliberating on the remaining charge, lesser charge, of whether he was criminally negligent homicide. Now that's the charge, which will have a 4-year maximum sentence.
What is second degree
Neither
manslaughter?
15-year.
Well, what does
maximum.
that mean? What is that? What is the concept of second degree manslaughter?
I don't. You'll have to look it up.
I'll look it up.
I mean, the reality is we're going to see more and more often people allowing women to get assaulted in the trains, watching people getting mugged and done in the trains, and everyone's going to moan at people just sitting there and allowing it to happen, and you wonder fucking why.
Well, you know what bothers me
Penny
is that the jury was deadlocked.
They're against Penny.
I would.
Yeah.
Penny strangled
They really-
dude for too long.
They really should have been unanimously acquitting him.
Yeah. So, like I said, now it's going to be more of a chance of getting a conviction for a man, from all accounts, defended people on the train from being attacked, and unfortunately, I don't know. I don't know the details exactly the hold he had on him, but
It was a rear naked choke.
yeah, I don't think he held it for too long or anything like that. I just
6 minutes. He did hold it for too long.
6 minutes.
wait there. You don't wait there. You don't hold a limpless body for 6 minutes. So
Well, it only takes about 3. to
well, it
kill
takes.
somebody.
Yeah, but like I said, you don't hold on to that. So I don't believe he held on to that. He might have been fighting him for 6 minutes.
Might have been. Second-degree manslaughter includes cases where the death of the victim was not intended by the killer, and the killing happened without malice. Second-degree manslaughter also recognizes circumstances when the killing happened, while the killer was performing an action that was not intentionally criminal in and of itself, which is kind of what this. The guy wasn't intentionally choking him. He was doing it in a sense of his own sense of self-defense and defending of others that did result in the death of the person, you know?
I'll
So it's
tell you.
almost like he was legitimate in his defense, and maybe he did hold it for too long. Maybe he didn't. It's a fine line. It's hard to define. In my opinion, it's a shit happens situation, and I think what he was doing was righteous, and I don't think he did anything wrong.
Yeah, if I was American now, and if I'm British now, I would have second thoughts than I would have 20 years ago. It's just from the atmosphere in the UK, for sure. And if I was American and I lived in New York and I actually lived through this, in real time, and experienced what it's like to travel on public transport certain times of the day, certain routes, I certainly wouldn't get involved.
Would Penny be hit with assault? I didn't really watch the video ever of the occurrence, and I don't know if the guy was acting crazy and he made the choice to assault this guy and submit him, and because he killed him.
From what I hear, he was being abusive and threatening other passengers, and then he sort of stepped
verbally
up.
abusive, though, right? Was he physically?
Well, yeah, but threatening. He was threatening multiple people. It wasn't just one person he was threatening. When it came out, there was multiple people that said he threatened multiple people.
I
Yeah,
know,
that's
threatening
when-
people's lives with the I'll F and K you, that sort of thing, which can be said in a form of somewhat of hyperbole, but that doesn't matter. When you say those words, that is a direct threat to somebody's life. One person takes it one way, one takes it the other. And Penny, maybe a trigger happened with him. He was a Marine, and he took it upon himself to perceive what he thought was defending himself and those people.
Well,
Okay,
it was definitely
so
he's
himself,
definitely a threat,
he was
isn't he? He's
defending
definitely a
himself
threat. If
and
someone
not
says they're
other
going to
people.
K you, if someone's going to K you, and
Right.
if I thought they were serious, the first thing I would look at was either to get away from there or pick up a weapon.
Are we at a place? Are we at a place where we have to say K instead of kill?
Yeah,
Now you can't type it in the chat.
I don't know. He said K too many times, and all of a sudden it's something else. So that's
I mean, you're supposed to say SA engraved.
yeah. Get your hoods. Oops. Just kidding.
Wow.
Now you're.
I'm from the hood. That's what Steve said.
I know. I had a hood on last week. It was freezing down here.
Good
That's
God.
all.
I couldn't even
Uh,
imagine up there, dude. I couldn't even imagine. I'm having trouble putting the chickens away here. Like my fingers don't work. I couldn't imagine.
Yeah.
Up there.
It's been cold. It's probably about 27 out right now,
We had
which
like
isn't.
3 or 4 inches of snow this last week.
Yeah,
Sweet.
everyone's getting it, but us. It's weird
Do you
weather
play in
pattern.
the snow, Aphid?
Huh?
Do you play in the snow?
I mean, I didn't, but I've been known to.
You've been known to.
I
Okay.
mean, like Western, like New Jersey, got a bunch of snow, which was weird. You even got a little down yonder there, right? Last dance.
Some flurries were visible in the air. That's about.
That probably
That's
canceled
about it.
school though.
Yeah,
Well, yeah.
it's still pretty nice to look at for a few minutes. Yeah.
Sorry for digressing that conversation.
Oh, no, it's fine. Yeah. Anybody have any other opinions about him? Like anyone think he's guilty?
I
Topple.
just
Guilty of something?
if he was
Topple.
defending himself, and the guy was saying that to him, I think he has a defense. The problem where it gets gray is where if he was saying it to other people and he chose to come in and be the hero, I think that's crossing the line of assault and making it a problem. I don't know where that would go. That's my thought.
Okay.
I mean, unless he had some past where he was, gung ho about killing for pleasure, I mean, it seems like he was just trying to do the right thing and got a little carried away.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know if I would
really-
call him a hero. I think Smokesteve, you called him a hero. I don't know.
Hero.
I mean, he took a hero's action to try to resolve the situation, but
Real American hero.
I don't know if I would define him as a hero. That's
I
going a
would.
little too far.
Even if he went too far, I still think his actions were heroic.
They were. His actions were.
But,
Oh, so now you think he's heroic? That
Well, I
Last
think his
Dance did it?
actions were heroic, but once he sat there with the fucking death grip for 6 minutes until the guy wasn't moving.
the whole interaction, I think, physical from start to end was about 6 minutes. I don't know how long. I'm not saying he held the guy and choked him for 6 minutes. I mean, we could watch the thing right now. I think it's publicly available.
Yeah.
I mean,
So,
I wasn't there, so I don't know
Yeah, I haven't really even. I don't really.
how big of a threat that the dude was.
I know the story, but
I mean, everybody's sick of being terrified on public transportation by, these psychos and violent shitheads. So there's kind of a weariness that's where people just don't, they're not really looking at the legal definitions and analyzing it objectively. They're just, fuck, some asshole screaming on the subway. I'm glad he's dead.
yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
I've said this before, but if you ever come to St. Louis, do not, whatever you do, take public transportation.
Is it really bad?
It's taking your life in your own hands.
Do they have like police everywhere?
No, and most there's always, it seems like there's more problems at the stops than there is on the trains. But I've been
At
on
the
the trains.
stations?
Yeah, at the stations. There's people getting shot and killed at the stations on a regular basis.
What was
Jesus.
the charge that they're going to move forward with? So they couldn't figure out if it was unlawful for manslaughter, like his actions, but they're still going to move forward with some other type of killing.
Criminally negligent
Homicide.
homicide, I think,
Yeah.
something like that.
Correct.
Even
Such
though
a
not,
fancy- what does that mean? He
Now
didn't
you-
know that he was going to kill him, and that's negligence. Is that what that means?
yes.
Well, means that he has a duty to be less negligent, and he wasn't. I don't really know. Again,
All right, cool. I'm scared to go to court with the shit that you're criminally guilty of not thinking enough about this other person and you hurt their feelings, second degree. Can you
yeah.
just zero out my social credit score and move on with the day? Like what?
You're right, because criminally negligent homicide now has the word homicide back in the charge,
Right.
which homicide 1 and homicide 2 are far worse than manslaughter.
Right.
Then you jump over manslaughter, and now you go to criminally negligent homicide again, which is like the 5th tier below homicide 1, homicide 2, manslaughter 1, manslaughter 2, then criminally negligent homicide. It is confusing. Like the
That's
words.
like assistant to the vice president or whatever from The Office. Like the title is just useless. It's a useless title or something.
Yeah, I mean there are legal standards as well that are more detailed about what constitutes each of these charges.
Right.
And there are so many actions in history that we need to have multiple options for killing somebody in court.
I mean, wouldn't premeditated murder be a form of criminally negligent homicide?
Well, how premeditated? Like
Negligence just
seconds?
assumes like an accident.
Okay.
Only you
But it's
were
criminal.
It was a foreseeable result because you did. It's like driving drunk. I mean,
that would be criminally negligent, but negligent homicide could be like driving normally and killing somebody. No.
Well, you'd have to have it. There had to be some intent.
Speeding.
Speeding, you're intentionally speeding, but you have to intentionally intentionally kill somebody. Like
Right.
you saw them and you didn't like their Trump hat or something, so you ran them over.
And that would be criminally negligent.
No, that would be premeditated murder.
Right. But if you didn't see their Trump hat and you just killed them when you were speeding, that would be criminally negligent.
Yeah. As long as it was as long as you didn't mean to run them over.
Right. If it was
all red and charged like a bull, passion.
Yeah, it sort of makes sense. I guess it makes sense. I mean, like I said before, I don't think the guy is guilty of anything. I think, who knows, man? I wasn't there, but
I doubt anything is going to happen to him.
And do you think if something does, Cheeto Mussolini will fucking pardon him? Probably. Right? I mean,
yeah, he should.
It's a state charge. Again, it's a state charge.
But he can't?
No, he can't.
I thought you could pardon anybody for anything.
Nope.
No.
It was a little more complicated. The link that I shared originally to Penny, his court case or his charge being thrown out, is the speech that BLM was giving against him, and they were going after the BLM for going after him in their speech. So there's the race card that's also attached to this whole experience as well.
There has to be a race card in there somewhere.
Well, I mean, organizations like BLM, they're just looking for donations and stirring up
a lot of
the
houses.
rage. Yeah, so
Yeah.
there's no integrity there to.
All right. I mean, yeah, I'm not sure. These guys are sort of having a back and forth about whether he held it for too long or not.
Top thinks he should get the death penalty, I think, is what he's saying.
I don't know. I don't really get what Topple's. I know Topple's an instigator. He's an antagonist.
Topple's always
What?
sincere.
Are you kidding me? Like, I'm pretty sure he's honest to a T.
Right.
Very
He's like Abe Lincoln in the chat. Honest, Abe. Honest top. That's what we call him.
What's the other guy from the theater for Lincoln? Booth?
John
James
Wilkes
Wilkes
Booth?
Booth,
Yeah.
criminally negligent
Did you-
assassin.
So we're teaching my kids about history and stuff, and the Civil War is happening right now. And I was thinking, I've always heard the story of, Wilkes Booth goes into the theater, pops him in the head, and assassinates him. I'm always like, wouldn't he have had security? Is this like another Trump experience and it's just a bullshit story? You
They
don't
didn't have
think about
security.
Yeah, this is back in the.
This was back in the day.
They wouldn't have security for the president?
No, they didn't have security for the president.
That's hard to believe.
What was it like back then, Last Dance?
The Secret Service did not
War.
exist.
I would think people would be a little bit on edge.
Yeah, right. With the Civil War and all, you would think.
This is the leader
But-
of the free world. Yeah, he's safe. No security needed. Have fun
They were- they
watching
were-
here.
He wasn't the leader of the free world in 1865.
Right.
The leader of the freer North.
Yeah, he got within, I don't know, 2 feet of him with a pretty fat caliber
Right.
musket, I guess. I
Sawed-off
don't know,
musket.
Well, it was some kind of a hand.
short
Oh, God.
thingy, but it was
Yeah.
big
Was it
enough to kill
veterinary
him.
pistol?
Right.
Pound that shit in there right before he did
Right.
it. He was like, Abe, hold this bag of black powder for me.
Yeah, right.
Live
This is going to
pack
take
it.
me a minute.
Firearms?
Hold this for me.
I mean,
People will believe me. People will talk about this forever. So you don't want to stop me. And then he said, "Sic semper tyrannis," and then for some reason he had the bright idea of jumping off from the balcony where he was onto the ground below and broke his leg.
Well, because he couldn't get past security that wasn't there again. I'm telling you,
think
the
he
stories
just-
are good.
I think he had maybe seen a Saturday Night Live skit where that was like a funny thing, and
Oh man, that
Confederate
was back when
Live.
Saturday Night Live was funny.
it was
back-
funny
it was a-
and it went
back
all
in
night
it-
long,
Back when
all Saturday night.
Abe's day.
Right.
it was a 44 caliber Derringer, one shot.
Uh-huh.
That's what
Interesting.
he used at the vet, right?
Just a quick one. Syria's fallen, by the way.
What?
Oh, it's
Yeah, it's been taken over.
it's been
taken over.
confirmed that Assad has left the capital.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots coming in now saying Damascus has fallen, Syria's fallen.
What does
Al
this mean?
Assad.
I'm out of the loop. What's going on here?
Syria, no more Assad.
Okay, so the
The,
terrorism and the
Yeah, ISIS has taken over.
ISIS.
okay, I have trouble believing that, but that sounds good.
It looks like it. Apparently, earlier there was a plane that took off that people were insinuating that Assad was on it,
Well,
and
yeah,
then
I'm
all
sure
of a
he-
sudden, a U.S. plane that was in the area was tailing it, and then they both went dark on radar. Did you see any of that, Last Dance?
No, I heard that he had taken a helicopter. You know, the rumor was that he had taken a helicopter from his residence,
Hmm.
and presumably left the country. I mean, maybe he took a helicopter to the airport, and then I don't know if the airport was in rebel hands or not. But
Apparently,
That's
he,
it,
he
huh?
said Syria
I
was.
loved Trump's tweet about this. I mean, it's so bizarre, but it's pretty on the money too. It's just
A lot of
weird.
Well, what did he say? What did he say last time?
Well, why don't you
a lot-
put it up, Smokesteve?
I
A lot
think
of
he had,
commas in there, right? Was there
he had-
was there
he had
too
help.
many commas? Maybe.
That's
Yeah.
what I mean. It was clearly Trump. It wasn't like it isn't like Biden's tweets that Biden never gets near, right?
What did I say? Oh, that's well put.
I mean, I could read it
You don't want to put it up?
Weird.
and then have everybody read it in silence, or I could just read it out loud.
yeah, you could put it up and then narrate it.
Can
How's
you
that?
narrate in an English accent?
So
No,
the
it's Trump's voice.
the army are just stripping their clothes and running down the streets.
That sounds like New York City.
I'll put it up if that's the will of the people, and read it simultaneously.
I vote put it up.
You try to do your best Trump impression when you're reading it, though.
I will not. Let me make sure everything's hidden.
Well, you could have Aphid Lip read it.
Yeah.
Do you want to read it, Infidlip?
He does a great Trump impression.
No, I do not.
Read away, my friend.
Oh, I got to put my readers on.
Oh, for Christ's
Opposition fighters in Syria, in an unprecedented move, yeah, there is a lot of commas, have totally taken over numerous cities in a highly coordinated offensive and are now on the outskirts of Damascus. Obviously, preparing to make a very big move toward taking out Assad. Who pointed out the overuse of commas? Because that's spot on. I didn't
That would be
notice that.
that's Trump. That's Trump because
Yeah,
I've seen him
it's
do
like
it before.
one sentence with like at least 6 to 8.
Yeah,
Right,
I
right.
see. He gets he's a woman there pumping it in, but he says things like, "Put more exclamation marks in there."
I think he's not sure to put a period or to put a comma, so he's
Right.
like a comma is going to be safe.
I like
Russia,
the totally stuff.
comma, because they are so tied up in Ukraine, and with the loss there of over 600,000 soldiers, seems incapable of stopping this literal march through Syria, a country they have protected for years. This is where former President, this is how you know it's Trump. This is where former President Obama refused to honor his commitment in protecting the, in all caps, red line in the sand, and all hell broke out with Russia. Yeah, you could have broke that into 3 sentences at least.
All hell
But-
broke out would be a solid period. Right.
Right. But now they are, comma, like possibly Assad himself being forced out, and it may actually be the best thing that can happen to them. There was never much of a benefit in Syria for Russia, other than to make Obama look really stupid. In any event, Syria is a mess, but is not our friend, and in all caps, the United States should have nothing to do with it. This is not our fight. Let it play out. Do not get involved.
Exactly.
What do you think about not getting involved, Aphid?
I agree with that. I don't like getting involved with any Middle East.
But there's money
Skirmish.
to be made.
There's plenty of money to be made in other ways.
Yeah, you sounded like Trump's Trump because that's what he says. You know, don't want to get involved. Don't want to get involved with the dirty money.
I'm not gonna disagree with somebody just because I don't like them. You know.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I either agree with something or I don't agree with something.
Yeah.
And as far as Syria goes, I don't think we should get involved at all.
I mean, there's reasons to want the terrorists to win, and there's reasons to want Assad to win.
Right.
And so I think the answer is just stay out.
Yeah, I mean, could you imagine like helping basically Russia in this situation? How that would look? I mean, come on.
yeah.
Is
But we don't
Israel?
need, it's bad
Or
for us.
helping Assad out for Christ's
It's
sake.
bad news if a bunch of Islamists
Well,
take over a country, right? So
plus
Well,
like
it's bad news for Israel in the region. I got to say that they're really, obviously, really unhappy, and Mossad will be at full stretch. I mean, their intelligence, secret service agents, operations will be at full stretch. So,
don't
yeah,
know
it's
if
not good
it's
for
bad news.
Israel.
I mean, it's bad news and it's good news. I mean, Syria itself wasn't much of a threat to Israel, but Syria let Iranians use their territory for anything they wanted. So, you know, now there's no way Iran is going to be able to use Syria as a corridor to arm Hezbollah.
Or what does
or
it mean for
Hamas.
that area? It'll stabilize and stay out of the fight now. Like what is it? What do you
I
predict?
don't know what it means. I mean, we'll see, but it's probably going to be
An Islamic State.
mass murder on a scale that you would never have seen. It'll be
In
like
Syria?
ISIS,
Like
but on a
never seen before.
The
It'll be
Christians,
like ISIS,
the
but
Christians,
countrywide.
the
In
Christians will
Syria,
get
that's what I'm saying
slaughtered.
right now. Hold on.
The women will wear full gowns. That's what could happen.
Hold on.
Yeah,
You're
well-
saying Last Dance in Syria, mass murder?
Yes.
Like a vacuum.
Absolutely.
a
So let
powder
me
vacuum?
get this straight here. Do you think Russia is completely fucked? Were they completely backing Assad?
They were.
And
Trump is
now,
right that they are stretched too thin in Ukraine, and you know they
Right,
they can't offer as much support as they did, you know, in the earlier when before, when ISIS was strong and Russia was bombing the crap out of places.
well,
People
so
could-
you agree with Trump's bizarro statement with Russia stepping in, but now they are, like possibly Assad himself, being forced out, even though it doesn't make a lot
Yeah.
of sense. The words punctuation rearranged and changed slightly do make sense.
Yeah.
I mean,
Uh,
I was most surprised with that statement about Russia and Trump's, because it does paint Russia as in a weak state right now, and I was kind of
Well,
surprised that he said that.
yeah. I
well,
mean, I think I think he's trying to.
let them know.
He's he's making his.
Play
He's
it.
trolling and he's poking at all kinds of
Yes.
people there. He's poking at Russia a little bit.
Yeah.
He's poking at Obama.
Obama, yeah,
He's poking.
he had to poke at
He's
Obama.
poking at people that are going to demand that we intervene somehow or some way, and he's just kind of throwing shit at all of them.
So when I've seen Trump do tweets, he's not actually writing them. Yeah, he's just got a woman there in front of the computer, and she's pumping it
Imagine
all
that,
in what he's
Trump.
saying.
no, he
And
has to be writing them. No other
no,
person.
no,
Right.
no. But basically, he makes her say what he's saying. She can't really. She can suggest it, and he'll say, "No, leave it like that. Leave it like that. I want it like that." And that's what they said no. So
I mean, I guess it's possible that he's dictating every comma and he wants one like giant sentence with 6 commas. Then
Yeah, I want to think of my way, where he's got some greasy piece of shit McDonald's hamburger in one hand, a Diet Coke in the other, and he's poking at his stupid phone.
You might be right, Steve. You might be right. There might be some parts of the day when he wakes up in the morning, he does his own tweets or whatever, So you might be right in there. But I've seen it, like when he's in the room and all that. He tells them,
He's probably on the shitter. That's the best place for a man to think out loud.
Where do you think Bashir Assad and his family fled to?
Russia.
I wondered the same thing.
Was it
New York City?
Was it Russia or Iran?
Russia.
I wondered.
It'll be Russia.
It'll be Russia.
I don't know. I feel like it could be Iran.
What about
I don't
Venezuela?
know. Higher standard of living in Russia, right, than Iran?
China?
what about someplace a little more Arabic, like
Britain?
UAE or
No. I think there's there might be like an arrest warrant for Assad for crimes against humanity or something. So he doesn't
they
want to.
won't touch him. He's like poison. Like no.
Well, I
touch.
don't think he would trust UAE not to extradite him.
Right.
I see.
He would trust Iran
or allow somebody to let somebody know where he's at if he's over there.
They're going to go to Russia. They're going to go to Russia. Be safe in Russia.
He's probably safer in Russia.
Next to Snowden? Or what's the guy's name
As
over
long
there?
as he doesn't do anything to piss Putin off.
You'll never know. They'll wind up with a dose of polonium or whatever the hell that shit was. Like.
Yeah.
I wonder if that is Topple, as I didn't think he was going to come on tonight.
I'm sure
Apparently
it's
he was at a
Yeah,
war.
who's gonna fake Topple? Come on.
Well, we'll let him
Crankle's
say
not been
what
around
he-
for a while. He's been cranking one out on other shows. Sorry, Welshman, your yesterday's news. Back of the bus.
he can turn his camera on for 5 seconds and give me a.
How long does a vacuum have to usually take before it's a complete hellscape? If Syria is now a vacuum because its power was knocked out, or it's like, is it a matter of days?
It's not a vacuum. The murdering starts today.
Oh,
Well, they're already starting. They were hanging a few people from a JCB earlier on.
who was
I
the
mean-
public? Like
The rebels, the ISIS rebels, they were hanging Syrian armies personnel
Right.
Hmm.
Sure.
using rope and JCB arms.
Right. We call
Then,
that.
then swinging them around.
Yeah, it's
Those poor murdering bastards that are getting killed right now.
I can see a tear welling up in your eye.
I'm not saying you should have a lot of sympathy, but a soldier is just a soldier. He's just
Exactly.
an expendable item. He does what he's
Fucking
told.
Gandhi.
If you're a soldier in the Syrian army, you probably don't get a lot of leeway for not following any orders, no matter how illegal they are.
right. But that doesn't still make what you're doing justifiable by any means.
Right.
As we
No,
know.
it doesn't. But I'm not. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but he's
Nathan,
just making
don't be
the
too hard on the
Yeah.
Syrian soldiers. You know,
he's basically
Do you
just
draw a
making the
line
point
somewhere?
that
I don't know what to.
That's
I'm not
just-
gonna. I'm
I
only
mean, what
gonna
about
throw a
what about
little-
like what was it the ones that invaded Yugoslavia and raped all the women and children? Do you?
the Serbian?
Yeah, if they get wiped out, do you feel sorry for them because they're just a soldier?
You know, most soldiers are just soldiers. Not everybody was raping women and children. Not everybody was.
Well, that's true. That's true.
Some playing dominoes.
I mean, for example, if we went to war now, you get conscript. They're going to take everyone, all sorts of blokes from all sorts of jobs, all sorts of classes with different belief systems, and you're all going to fight. And you're not all cunts. You're literally just fighting for your country because you haven't got an option, really.
You put the cunt in country, right? Are we allowed to say that? Or not? Sorry, I take that back. I meant
Only British people are.
Yeah.
Well,
What happened? What happened to Soppel? Like you didn't trust him?
He's still sitting down
Still in
there.
the green room.
You
Not,
just-
Turn his camera on. Can't you see him? I guess
here's
last
what I'll
game.
say.
how can I? Only Last Dance has got the backroom power. I got YouTube
Somebody wants
privileges,
a promotion.
but not StreamYard.
But
No,
you can
I'd let
see the
everybody
private-
in.
You can see the private chat.
I can see the private chat, but I can't see like who's waiting to come
You
on.
can't see the green room.
Yeah,
He wants to see the balls swinging in the background.
Right, so you can't see the
no,
bubbles underneath the screen with everyone's face on them,
no.
which is the green room, right? And Last Dance, can you see when I scroll up and down like that?
No, I don't see any scrolling up and down.
Can you go up and down between the people below to see Topple and then to go up and see the 5 that are on?
Oh, Topple, you
I don't
do
need
have
to
that
scroll.
screen.
It's all in one screen.
For you, because your screen's bigger,
Yeah.
they're all on one. Interesting.
The whole
Yeah.
show
So-
stopped with Topple, and he's talking
Let's
about.
see if I shrink it down. Oh yeah, when I shrink it down, then it's scroll. I need to scroll.
You need to scroll. Okay.
How many
So,
people
but-
are back there? Is there like 20 people back there dying to get on the show?
No,
You
it's just
you just-
Topple. You don't
never
need-
know.
you just don't let them on.
Right. It took him a while to put Shuley on.
All you guys have like the chat on the right side looking at your screen, and then the 5 of us and the video
Yeah.
box.
I do.
Well, I go full screen with everybody. I don't care about the back chat.
Really, you don't see the back chat at all?
I mean, I can
I
see
don't-
it if I
don't,
minimize it, but that's just a
I-
place where Base Welshman puts his propaganda, so I stay out of there.
Yeah, I don't. I only put the back chat on when something needs to be seen. Normally, it's not up there.
Did you lose your thought earlier about Assyria or whatever you were thinking, Dance? You
What-
said, "I'll
what
say
was I-
this," and then you just didn't say anything.
I'll just say that I don't really. People that are guilty, should be punished. But this is not what's happening. It's not going to happen. There's not going to be any due process. There's not going to be any determination of guilt. There's not going to be an investigation, where things are carefully weighed. It's just going to be mass murder, and the guilty and the innocent will be killed with the same, ease and dispatch. There's be no considerations.
And then when does that plateau out, and then there's a new power structure? Like, how does that work?
Well,
How has it worked in history?
typically it's genocide. That's the typical power structure.
I see.
You kill all your enemies, and then you're in charge, and then your coalition splits, and then somebody
have
else
to
comes
move
into power, and they kill everybody in the other coalition. It's just
So romantic,
great, wonderful history. It's all positive.
right?
It's all
Screw Republic, right? Let's just
It's-
genocide our.
Fuel-
When you get to 2020, one of the survivors, they start to complain that they were the victims. Just
So I
because
guess-
they were the last victims, but they were the oppressors for the previous 100 generations before that.
Right. And
Well,
sympathy.
this
is
begs
served.
the question then, Last Dance, when a soldier is from an invading country, invading a sovereign territory, do they gain the same amount of sympathy sympathy that you would give to a soldier who is defending his own sovereign country from the invaders?
Careful, it's a trick question. Careful.
It's a trap. I mean, the laws of war, the Geneva Convention, don't really distinguish very much between those scenarios. So, yeah, you get the same. You become, when you surrender, you become a prisoner of war, and you're treated with certain rights as a prisoner of war.
Do you think that in your mind, or does your mind align completely with the Geneva Convention?
I don't really care about the Geneva Convention. I care about justice and human rights, which would align mostly with the Geneva Convention, I suspect. But you don't kill somebody who has surrendered. You don't kill somebody who is incapacitated, and you don't kill somebody without a judicial process.
But wait, all of these standards can only exist if there's a superpower bigger than these two countries that are fighting that can come in and do something about it. Otherwise,
No, I'm not talking about doing anything about it. I'm just telling you what my standards are. Then it's not going to. No one is going to obey these rules in Syria. They don't obey them anywhere.
my question, I guess, is for the Geneva Code to even exist as a thing, is only if there's superpowers that are not at fault, and it's other little lesser countries that are fighting that have to follow these rules. Otherwise, you're going to get in trouble with the big superpowers. That's kind of how it works in my mind.
These laws are only the victors apply these rules, and they apply it to the losers. They never apply it to themselves, even though they are guilty frequently of committing the same kinds of offenses. And it typically is only a Western thing. Nobody. It's not really a. You can shoot captured troops if they are armed with no uniform IU spy. I don't think so.
But you can shoot captured troops if you have no means to harbor them.
Interesting.
Like
Yes,
during an extreme assault where the Battle of the Bulge or whatever.
Right, when that American troop was massacred. Many have argued that there actually is an exception for when you're, in moving quickly, and you can't take prisoners because it's not possible that you're allowed to shoot them. I don't know.
Would you shoot them to kill or just like kneecap?
I think you shoot to kill because it takes too long to have a precision shot. It's kind of like surgical, to disable them from fighting again. But
right,
I don't know.
Why can't we be more civil?
Right? I mean, it was U.S. soldiers who killed Germans, wasn't it?
All the time, both sides did.
Yeah.
It was ever what it was, whatever was expedient.
Yeah, I mean, there were times when, of course, it happened on both sides, in all directions, Japan and the U.S. too in World War II.
Right.
Whether or not it was the enemy killing one on our side or vice versa. Yeah, I mean, but the Geneva Convention doesn't lay out parameters for that.
Yeah, we don't have to go all the way back to World War II. In our own history, we can go to the My Lai massacre, where
that was an extreme scenario.
But really, like one guy was charged,
Mm-hmm.
and he was only convicted of like one count or something, and then I think it was later the sentence was commuted. So no one was held accountable really for what was a war crime of as bad as any that have ever been committed.
There was a helicopter pilot who witnessed what was happening.
Yeah,
and
Larry Thompson, I think was his name.
He placed his helicopter between the U.S. soldiers and the civilians, and he ordered his door gunner to point his machine gun at the U.S. soldiers
Right.
and basically protected. I guess,
that sort
enough
of
to
ended.
he witnessed enough to realize there was a massacre of civilians going on.
Right.
And
Yeah,
he
and
was
that kind of ended the massacre. So he really had a big role, and he really was a hero in my mind.
Mhm. I mean, they kind of brought it up in Platoon. They sort of, it wasn't exactly that, but you know, when they go into the village and they kind of kill some civilians, the
Yeah.
wife, the husband screaming and all that shit, and it that movie was sensationalized, but that shit really did happen in real life,
It's
And
interesting.
That's the
I
scene
would argue,
my dad walked out on, and I always wish I would have, before he died, asked him what's the backstory, why you couldn't sit through that scene.
Yeah.
sure. Who knows? Maybe it offended him. Maybe he knew something like that. Who knows? You
No,
never
he
know.
wait, cried. He cried. I've only seen my dad cry twice in his whole entire life.
What
And
scene?
When it's Matt Dillon's younger brother, he's bashing him in the head with the butt of his gun.
The handicapped kid, I think, right?
Was he handicapped? I can't remember.
I mean, yeah, it was.
It's been 30 years since I've seen that movie.
Really, it's probably been 15, 20 for me. It's a good scene, though. Good movie.
But my
Not
dad got up. My dad got up and walked out. And
out of the theater.
yeah, he came back. He went to the bathroom, but it obviously moved him in an emotional way that he had a hard time dealing with.
And
I
was
wished
he?
I would have. Yeah, he was in Vietnam.
Jeez.
And I don't
hardcore.
know. He really didn't like a lot of people I know that were in Vietnam. He didn't want to talk about Vietnam. I only know a couple of stories from when he was in Vietnam. He was there for I don't know what is when you're he was drafted. What was it, a year and a half or something? I think you're over there.
Could have been.
And I think
18
I
months.
only heard two little things he ever spoke about it at all. And I know he got spit on when he got back to St. Louis.
That's fucked up, man.
It is.
Yeah, he didn't want to go. It wasn't,
No.
kind of like how Last Dance was pointing out to me that, about how we should feel about the Syrians, getting murdered right now.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's I don't know what we were intending to defend the South Vietnamese from the communist invasion from the north. In a nutshell, is that right? I mean,
Well, there were rebels in the South, the Viet Cong,
right?
and then there was a regular army in the North.
The NVA.
Well, I think, yes, the NVA, exactly.
Yeah.
Um,
And France had been there fighting for what, 4 or 5 years before we even got there.
Yep.
And
communism?
I guess so, because
it was a French colony prior.
Right. There was old colonial, French, a lot of French speaking people there. Kind of bizarre, but yeah. And I believe when they end up catching up in Apocalypse Now with Colonel, what was his name?
Kurtz?
Yeah. I think they're at an old French colonial outpost or something like that, is where he's
Right.
got
Way deep behind the front.
Yeah, up the Nang.
Right.
Yeah, that was a good movie, man. So good.
Is Rambo historically accurate?
Stallone was there doing. Actually, that was a documentary.
That's all I remember. I need to study war better. I know more about World War II than any other war. by far. And it's not
what
enough.
Smokesteve's talking about wasn't even about the original book wasn't even about the Vietnam War.
It was the original book was set in Africa.
This is a little bit off topic, but I'm curious if you guys paid any attention to the strange occurrence that happened in South Korea.
Yeah, I followed it a little bit. I wasn't really all that interested in it, but
Were you able to find out information though? It seems so
no,
hard to figure
wasn't.
out. So basically, he called martial law because Parliament was
He said because it
compromised?
was, full of North Korean agents or something like
So he
that.
called military law, freaked out the
Martial
whole
law,
country,
yeah.
and then said, and then it's over. And now it was just an oopsie, and he wasn't impeached by a vote.
No, he wasn't impeached because like all his supporters in Parliament or whatever they fucking call it over there didn't show up, so the vote was considered illegitimate.
That's weird, right? That's just weird.
It is weird and it's disturbing.
But apparently, there are quite a few people over there that are supportive of the North. Like they want that. Is that
No.
right?
I mean, I
I'm
guess
sure there's
that's weird.
a contingent, but I don't know. Probably not very large.
What
hope
would they
not.
want to be like, or what would they? I don't know. That if they know it's actually happening in the North, those people's oppression and all that. I guess. I guess that's just like the guys on the American campuses that are wanting to free Palestine. Do they have any idea what they're talking about, or are they just part of some movement?
I don't know how many there are in South Korea.
You know what they should be saying is free Palestine from Hamas.
Yeah.
Because they're the real fucking problem over there. And they're the ones that have caused the most hurt for those people, even though people look at it and say, oh, it's Israel, it's Israel. It's the fucking government. It's Hamas, which isn't even the government. It's this bizarre group that has more power than the actual military. It's bizarre.
But the people, I mean, if you believe the elections, the people did, prefer that system over what they had back.
Yeah,
You said did or do?
did.
Did is the important
Well,
word.
probably now do. I would imagine.
I don't
if
think
you
so,
have,
no.
I think if
Yeah.
you had election right now, I think that yes.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Sorry, what government style do they want?
Hamas
Yeah.
They
in
want
Gaza.
the government ruling style of Hamas.
Yes.
Well, they want them to just, I mean, like for every pathetic couple of missiles that they fire at Israel, Israel returns and like ends up killing all these people, and
There's no more building.
some of them aren't. It's like, why is Hamas still committing these attacks? They're really not doing anything other than perpetuating further.
Why? Because they're a apocalyptic religious cult that
That
You
could be
know.
the only reason, because there's no logic behind it.
Right, right.
I mean,
that's
Fucking
that's their whole reason for being.
I think you get there's a hard time in getting too simplistic over the whole thing too. I mean, you got to think of they're being oppressed, or the way they see it, by Israel. So anybody that does more harm, the enemy of my enemy is my friend is more of a thing. If they have more success doing damage against the people that they see are doing them more harm, then they agree with that system. If that makes sense. I don't know if it makes sense.
What is going on?
I don't
there?
know.
with Topple,
Yeah.
I don't know. I had him on, and I wasn't sure if he meant to put his camera on, so I took him off.
What I was saying was, to them, to the Palestinians, Hamas is so much less threatening to them as as their existence as Israel is to them
In the
their
moment.
eyes. Well, I
See,
mean, not just in the moment, in the
Well,
past.
what do they do? They're Hamas is literally stealing food that's intended for Palestinian civilians. They're intercepting supplies that are supposed to go to starving people in the civilian population. I mean, I just don't get it. But I guess like
They don't have much
last,
of an option though, and they're getting, their brother or cousin is in a apartment building that just got bombed by somebody else that Hamas is trying to destroy. You know what I'm saying? So to them,
Destroy isn't going to happen though. I mean,
right.
fighting
So
for
what
the
you're
bitter
saying
end, but
is,
the bitter end is basically
yeah, but
already
they
here.
don't have any other option though.
yeah, it's like a spiral that's never going to end by what you're saying, Aphid Lip. Like
And I could be wrong. That's my
Israel,
simplistic, just
right?
my
Yeah,
brain thinking of how it is.
yeah. I feel
Last
like
Dance is definitely more trustworthy than I am.
I feel like we as a country were doing that in Iraq and Afghanistan with our
Right,
righteous wars.
right.
Fucking people were, when the drone attacks. Even Obama did a bunch of those, where all kinds of fucking civilians were being killed. What were we doing? Yeah, creating more hate for us, for our country. It's different over there, though. I feel like there is a legitimacy in removing Hamas, but there is an injustice occurring in it of too many civilians being killed. So I mean, how do you do it otherwise in a confined urban area? I don't know. Either you don't do it or you go all in. I guess is how they look at it, and they're going all in, meaning Israel.
Do you
Well, you
think
can't. There's no such thing as precision bombing where only the bad guys get killed in an urban environment. So either you give up air power and do it all on the ground, and even that is, pretty messy because you're just going to use. I'm going to use tanks. I'm going to shell the buildings, and it's going to be almost the same result. So, I mean, you sort of have to agree to put more. You're going to lose more of your own people to accomplish the same objective if you do it, the cleanest possible way.
Right.
To minimize civilian casualties.
And now they're realizing the tanks are limited and they're extremely expensive and easy to take out.
Right.
A missile traveling 3,000 miles an hour, it hits a building. Unfortunately, it doesn't work like Jenga. You can't take out one floor.
Right.
The whole fucking thing's going down. And yeah, that could mean women, children, families. Even with the warnings that they're attempting to give, how can you warn them that Hamas isn't going to get the warning as well? So,
Do you think that this war is coming to an end? Do you think that it's basically over?
No. It's been going on for hundreds of years.
But in
It
waves,
looks like a
right?
foot.
The war was over after week one, but the reality is now Israel are going to destroy Gaza into just dust, and that was always basically the plan, I
I was
believe. And
thinking though that
it
the
looks
Trump
like that's what's
presidency would
happening.
change something, but it only seems like the Ukraine war is going to be over.
Yeah, it looks like the Afghanistan war is going to be over. Iraq was going to be over.
yeah, I mean,
Mission accomplished, right?
I don't know. Mission bored with.
at this point now, it seems like the Taliban and ISIS are enemies. ISIS is like beheading Taliban members, which is weird. Now they're going to be like extremists killing each other. I don't even fucking know. You would think kind of all get together, but no.
The thing is, no, you've got the Sunnis and the Shiites. They're your main sects, right? And there's more than that. But the reality is, they quite like killing each other. This is why I can't quite understand why the Western governments want to get involved.
Exactly.
They do a successful job at taking each other out, so just allow it.
Right, exactly. It's like a self-cleaning oven. Just let it go.
It seems to be. I mean,
thank
yeah.
you, Martha Stewart.
I mean, you had Basra in Iraq. So Basra was by the Shiites, and the country was run by the Sunnis. And basically, if you were a Shiite, you had all the shit jobs if you had a job at all. And if you were a
Yeah,
Sunni,
yeah,
you had better jobs than all the Shiites. So
it's almost
when
a caste system from India.
yeah, so it's exactly like that. So when eventually they destabilized and took out Saddam, all the people in the bigger high offices just pulled out because they realized they're on the run now.
Exactly.
And then they all got taken out by the Shiites that had been persecuted and all that
Right.
all those decades.
And then Iraq became, Iranian friendly country.
Yeah, a
Which
lawless
was bad
state for a while.
which was also, something we didn't want. So it was just so stupid.
And remember Blair on the crew on the what the ship, I can't remember what ship it was one of your big ones,
Yeah.
and he said or was it Game Over on it or War One or something like that? What was it? What did he
Something
say?
I thought it was Bush, not Blair, but
Sorry, but Bush.
Bush.
Yeah, mission accomplished. That's
mission
what he's talking
accomplished.
about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was that big banner behind him?
And that was at that point the country was that they invaded and destabilized and took the head off was literally in the midst of its civil war, which killed so many people,
Yep.
including a shed load of fucking Americans.
Yeah.
I mean, Bush had a few of those. Yeah. Mission accomplished. We got him. Didn't matter, Bushy. They're still fucking going over there, guy.
Right. They didn't get
All your
that.
little one-liners are fucking dumb. But
Yeah.
let me ask you this: is it a true historical fact that Saddam Hussein gassed his own people, the Kurds?
It's fact. It's fact.
Yeah.
That's undeniable.
It is. I don't think he denies it.
No.
In and of itself, that act
he don't do
alone
anything anymore.
is enough for him to be hanged.
Well,
I mean, in his mind, these are people who are traitors, who are rebelling.
Do you know the American government is actually experimenting on its own citizens with nuclear power and stuff?
Yeah, that was a while back.
Ah, well, there we are then.
I'm sure they've moved on to grandiose things.
Oh, it's different. Okay, fair enough.
Well, Assad's
well and good saying
Assad's
that.
done just as bad.
Okay, then. I'm just saying that they all do fucking bad, including our own governments.
No,
So-
you're not
Yeah,
wrong.
I don't think
You're
there's
not wrong.
anything comparable to gassing 8,000 people in a small
I don't.
town.
It wasn't that. I don't think it was that successful. But he definitely gassed them.
What was their rebellion that you referred to? Was it you, Last Dance?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Kurdistan itself it borders 5 countries. It's not actually a country of itself. So to say we would go to war for basically a people at this stage would be quite irresponsible, I would suggest. Because they haven't got a country they can call themselves. It literally borders 5 countries. The
But
area
it's
of
technically
Kurdistan.
part of Iraq, right?
No,
Okay.
it's technically part of Iran. It's technically part of Turkey. It's technically part of somewhere else, but it's not. It's not a
Right.
country. Kurdistan is not a country. So there's a Kurdistan part of Ukraine and a Kurdistan part of Iran and Turkey, etc. But there's not a country called Kurdistan.
But these people that
it's just
were
it's
killed
just a
in
region.
Iraq were Iraqi Kurds, right?
Yeah, correct.
The Halabja. I mean, during what was it called? The first Gulf War, what was that called?
Desert Storm?
Desert Storm, yeah. We had eliminated the Iraqi army from the outskirts, everywhere but Baghdad, basically. And so the Kurds rose up in rebellion. And then when you remember, we didn't actually take Baghdad, and even though it would have been fairly easy, we didn't do it. And we reached a truce with Saddam Hussein, one that we basically dictated, but they asked, so we can fly helicopters? And Schwarzkopf said, sure, why not? And then they took those helicopters. They didn't use jets, they used helicopters, and they loaded them up with poison gas and flew it over the rebelling Kurdish cities and gassed them. It worked well.
How did they do that? Drop canisters?
Yeah.
I think it was mustard gas and sarin. It was really primitive.
Basic.
You know,
Well,
World
mustard
War
gas
One.
is certainly not nearly as bad as sarin.
Well, maybe it was sarin and both. Whatever they could make.
Sarin
Well,
and
well,
sarin.
I believe they bombed it previously. They gassed it by bombing previously.
Uh-huh.
I think they did it more than once anyway. So, but we still shouldn't have gone to war.
But I mean, Schwarzkopf didn't think of helicopters as being a threat to his army,
Right.
and because they were sitting ducks for the weaponry that he had. So he said, "Sure, helicopters don't bother me." And
they
so,
did.
in some sense,
Dumbassery,
it was our fuck up that sort of made that turkey
Yeah.
shoot possible.
Why would you allow it? Why would you allow it if you were dictating it? You know what I mean?
Right.
Under the nose of the American, like right there, like right in plain view. It's
What
crazy.
was that, like the straw that made gas a war crime? Or like in World War One they used gas more, and then apparently people were
No.
like, hey, that's bad, don't do that.
It was banned after World War One, I believe.
Yeah, it was banned after World War One.
But like, why? Like bullets and explosives are terrible. Like they kill people. Those are bad.
Well, they said gas was going too far, but drones are fine.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
gas is considered a weapon of mass destruction,
Right.
and
Everybody
you know,
in its wake is going to get killed.
the people that weren't killed were horribly injured in World War One. So
I mean, nuclear weapons in World War II was okay, but
Well,
It was
that's
mustard. It was mustard gas. In
Well, we got to
World
use
War
it.
One, wasn't it?
you get one mulligan every war, right?
well, two apparently.
Two, right. Well, one technology mulligan per war.
I don't
Also,
also,
based Welshman, good old, simple, really strong chlorine gas was used in World War One, and that is pretty nasty shit, dude.
Yeah.
Check this here.
So yeah, it was banned, but I'm sure Iraq didn't sign any ban.
they didn't
Really
care about
bad.
breaking Geneva codes or anything.
Right. So
Well, other countries don't believe in Geneva codes.
I'll be back in 1 minute.
Fair enough.
If it suits them, they scream and shout about it. But if it doesn't suit them, they'll ignore it.
I saw an article that in 2025 Tesla is going to have a factory that produces 1,000 robots, the butlers that you have in your house, the AI robots. I just thought that was interesting because we're 1 year away from starting to see rich people with these high-end robots in their house. I'm curious what they'll do. It'll probably be just like a $200,000 vacuum that goes, like, those little vacuums that go around your house and suck stuff up. A Roomba. Yeah, they're just gonna have arms and legs and be really expensive instead, but basically do the same thing.
yeah, I mean the first robot.
Would you have one of those in your house? Last Dance?
I mean, literally, they'll suck. It'll be for sex.
So you're saying yes, you'd have one of those in your house?
Absolutely.
That's expensive, man.
Seems worth it to me.
That's fair.
Well, if I know Elon, he'll put a annual subscription for the software. So it'd be like the cars; you've got to pay for the software every year.
Or if you don't, it keeps just like playing commercials for you constantly around your house and follow it.
Well,
Following
it
you.
doesn't. No, like it's cars, it won't perform like it should. So obviously, as cars have that accident protection and all that, you've got to pay for all that. It's an annual prescription. So basically, it'll be just a useless bit of kit unless you pay.
Now, do you think they're going to control this robot with their Neuralink implant?
Boy, that's scary. I certainly wouldn't sign up for that.
But it's not far fetched, is it?
No.
No, it's not. It's a little far fetched. It's kind of on the
Brink.
border between science fiction and science reality.
Right, it's getting there.
Yep.
But like I said, Steve was saying earlier about an X phone. I would 100% get an X phone. If if for example it was completely private and I liked his features that would be just rocking the boat. I know he's huge and all that.
I totally get the phone, dude. I totally would. Why would I have more loyalty towards Google or Apple or Samsung? Like, what's the difference?
I can't relate to them at all. At least I can relate to Elon.
Apparently, Last Chance wouldn't get it though unless it sucked.
He's, he loves his memes, and
instead of the X phone, it's the triple X phone.
That's good enough for me.
Humor.
He's a bit of a mean monster, isn't he? You know what I mean? That'll do me.
Yeah, I think he's really debased himself in his tweets and his ex.
Yeah,
what do you mean by
that?
That?
He rubs him up the wrong way sometimes, but fuck it.
I mean, he's I'd like to think that he'd be like the sort of the first person of technology companies, and be an ambassador for that. And he's just kind of, now he's seen as a MAGA troll, basically. Still,
it worked for
someone
Trump.
who founds companies, but there's that MAGA troll part of him that now just seems just a part of his personality.
It worked for Trump. I like the way when the left were losing it, because he spent a couple of days at Mar-a-Lago. They were saying, "Oh, he's like that guest that won't leave," and you're thinking, "No, he's very powerful man, and he's spending a couple of days with Trump." I don't think it's like, all the liberal media were like screaming that he was.
Of course they are. I mean,
overstay. It's bollocks, isn't it? It's just literally a nothing story.
To do what he wants, but I just think you don't get to do that for free. You kind of lose trust from half the population, basically.
But he's so young that he's got a lot of time in the political landscape to gain a lot of generations. Two more generations.
I think I don't know. I mean, once you're dismissed, sort of, it's very hard to claw back and get trusted.
Bernie Sanders did it, right?
Well, what do you mean he did it?
Wasn't he kind of dismissed by his generation, and the youth really locked onto him and tried to get him back in again?
By just part of the, I mean, like Last Dance is saying, half the people aren't going to like him. Half the people don't like Bernie and never will.
I mean, but Bernie Sanders doesn't create entertainment platforms and space technologies and cars, and it's a very. I just think the aspect of Elon Musk, even though he's a complete moron troll, he's got such a presence on the world stage that, and he's so young that his power is only going to increase.
It's like Starlink. Like, if you look at Starlink, right, you can now get unbelievable sort of rates of reception anywhere in the world with Starlink. Right? Anywhere. Mm-hmm. Now, if there's a problem with Starlink and a couple of them go down, it doesn't make any difference really. It'll just fill the gap. It's pretty like he set it up so, or the company has that he guides.
Here's what I'll say. I'll say I think his MAGA trolling has conflicted with his other values, like his values that making X the free speech platform. Because as a result of people thinking his thumb is on the scale, one of the reasons is that there's this big exodus of idiot progressives to blue sky, which I'll prefer to call blue hair, is because there's a perception that that Musk puts his finger on the scale for right-wing voices, and in turn that limits the revolution of this free speech platform that Musk.
But the reality is that the platform has never been more open than it is now, according to.
I agree, but
doesn't
the
matter.
reality doesn't matter. It's the perception that matters.
Right.
I
Right.
mean, if the exodus, I think, is going to come back.
I hope
I don't
so,
think
but-
so. I don't
but I
think
don't-
so.
I don't see any
Why would
reason.
it? Why would it come back?
Especially if
better
it
than blue
reaches critical mass over on blue hair, they'll stay there. And I think
No.
it may have
I'm not expecting
No,
it, bro.
no. The conversation table is Twitter. This is where it's all happening, and
also
they will
the-
all resort. They'll all resort back to ground zero, which is X.
People
also
that think
look at-
people
look
that
at
agree with
CNN
you
and
and
stuff,
think
they're
like you
tanking.
do, maybe.
Yeah, I was
No,
gonna
no,
say,
no,
everybody on TikTok thinks TikTok is ground zero.
no. We're on about political stuff. We're on
Everybody
about
on blue
political
hair
stuff.
thinks blue hair is ground zero. Everybody on
No,
X thinks
no.
X is ground zero.
Everyone basically knows that where it's happening, especially on the political side, will be coming straight from Twitter first than anyone else. So people will refer, well, even if they're not actively got accounts, which they basically a lot of these progressives never did anyway. They don't like other opinions, so they just don't get involved. A lot of the celebrities, didn't they?
I'll tell you what I'm seeing, which is my concern. I'm seeing what are sometimes called heterodox media types, heterodox journalists. They're starting to get blue hair accounts. They're not leaving X, but they're sort of splitting their time now between blue hair and X. And to me, they would only do that if there was a substantial audience on blue hair worthy of their time. They're very practical.
Posting to it or gathering from it.
Posting to it.
Okay.
They had 30,000 complaints. I think it was 36,000 complaints in a year, right? And in one day they had 360,000, and they told everyone on there to please calm down. Please calm down.
They had a backlog of like 40,000 complaints.
No, I think I think there was about 300 odd thousand in one day, and they said we had 36 in the whole year last year. Please calm down. There's all the leftists just obviously reported.
More the returning to X is, in my mind, is based on how poorly liberal media platforms are doing, like CNN, news agencies, and stuff. They're tanking.
Yeah.
And if they're tanking, that means that people
wait till Trump gets in office. That's not good.
They're tanking at the moment.
Right.
You think they're going to?
I mean, that's what I said. I said months ago, or maybe even years ago. I said there's nobody that's going to be wanting Trump to get back in office more than the people in charge of CNN and MSNBC.
Yeah, but I think things have moved on. I really do, and I think, like I said, the word press. You got to press your print. I mean, they haven't moved on, and they're not going to move on. These liberal media channels, they're all basically out of a job. They're basically in a job, but their job's sort of spent. In the next couple of years, they won't be there. They won't have that gravity. They won't have that pull.
Well, we'll see. I mean, if that's true, then Fox News is also going to be losing views.
Yeah. True. Agree.
And it's just people moving away from, cable news.
The aspect of interacting with the news source is way more appealing than watching the news.
Yeah, I agree.
Huh?
Even if you're just yelling, even if you only think you're interacting.
Yeah, whatever.
I only think I'm interacting. I'm just yelling at the clouds when I post my nasty grams, but still.
I'll respond to you, Dan. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I appreciate your response.
But the aspect of being able to interact with it, I have a feeling that just mainstream news is going to die off in the next few years, or become something different, or not just so many of them, or something.
Well, it has to move. It has to drastically move because their platforms at the moment, the way it's been done and the narrative they are, it's not just liberal media, but it's going to affect all media, but specifically liberal media. Though first is that unless they drastically move, I watch CNN now. They actually ask quite challenging questions now to Democrats, especially like since well, not especially, but like recently with this Joe Biden business. They've asked Democrats challenging questions and not letting them sit on it because I think they've been told by the big ups that they really can't be the MSNBC style anymore.
No,
They've got
but
to
it's too
challenge it.
late. No, I don't
It
think
is too late.
Too
you
little,
can't,
too
you
late.
can't sort of
Welcome back, Steve.
you can't recover the audience that has just broken off the dial where your channel used to be.
There'll be people starving to hear about how horrible Trump is soon enough. Trust me.
I know. I agree with that, but
What is that?
Based is saying that they're trying to move to the
Cheers.
center to attract
Well, right now it's
more-
a volatile time when people are scrambling trying to figure out what the fuck
Right.
just happened.
Morning Joe was funny, wasn't it? He, obviously, because Trump won, he shit himself, realised his job's in jeopardy. Then obviously contacted the Trump team, which is the way it went. And Trump went, I'll have it. And basically took the piss out of him anyway during the meet.
He says he did it for a different
Mick
reason.
and Joe went and interviewed Trump, and that was like suicide. Then, like everybody now, like the Republicans, they're going to automatically now like them, and now their fans hate them too.
Yeah.
And,
Because they feel like they're traitors. They had like 20,000, 27,000 it was on their live thing. I had 20,000 on a live once.
yeah, I mean,
That's crazy.
I think I've had 21,000 views in 3 years.
Oh,
So you're saying
that's all right. It's quality over quantity, Smokesteve.
Dude,
Yeah,
I'm
but
telling
You got a
7
quality
more years.
show each week here.
But the
In 7
reality is,
You got nothing to be ashamed of.
7
you
more
will-
years, I'm going to get that 100,000 viewer placard.
Nice.
100,000 views.
the thing is, if
This
you happen to
channel-
be somewhere,
This
That's why.
channel will be in the Smithsonian, where Morning Joe won't.
That's why it's so unfortunate that we don't have Live Leak anymore. Because I had 26 million views on my shit.
wow, it's fucking crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, and there's no way I could if I start up a YouTube channel. Well, I have one, but if I posted regular content in there, it'd have like 300 views. In the same amount of time.
I'm going to get a world record for the same 25 people are going to have like 10,000 views each. Like
You want placards?
I don't have a lot of variation of viewers. Like it's the same guys that are racking up all the views.
So instead of
Which
like an age range on your data algorithm, it just shows our usernames.
Yeah,
25 usernames.
yeah.
The thing is, if you actually just come across something and you film it, you can get viral hits on. My channel's like strangled, and that just organically went because it was forced. People just physically shared it, didn't they?
I'm impressed by what you get based. Seriously, you got quite the. I mean, you got something to work off of.
Yeah, and people are thirsty for it in the UK. They just want it. They want edgy content. They want people to speak out. They're sick of the bullshit that you guys are dealing with over there. So it's right there for the taking base. You just put it together.
And they don't have
Get
the
on your
BBC
feet.
watch anymore.
It's
so.
not really my place. I mean, I just do what I do, so I just live stream. That's it.
Well,
I might
I've seen
start
you.
interviewing.
I've seen you had live streams on a Saturday night, and you got like thousands of people watching. And then I'm like, well, I guess he ain't gonna be showing up here tonight. But sure enough, there you are.
I do wonder. I do wonder why they tune in sometimes. I do wonder that.
You were
I
in
think-
France for some of the yellow shirt, red shirt, whatever the protest.
I got
was.
arrested. I got arrested that weekend.
Your stuff is
Paris.
excellent. That's why they tune in.
Oh.
Exactly.
And your commentary is also excellent.
Good for you, Base.
I think it's. I think my stupid commentary works sometimes. Yeah.
And of course, the dog.
But
Yeah. Of course it does.
Welshman, you were talking about abandoning YouTube and becoming part of TikTok to me.
Well, I got banned off TikTok last week, chaps.
But within
you?
minutes.
Yeah, I went on a
Welsh me.
panel. I went on a panel and I called it 304 a hoa, and I think that was the reason. It could have been something else, but I'm not too sure. But during, I was on a panel like this, and all of a sudden, like the screen popped up, and then like 3 seconds later, the whole stream went down.
Yeah, the Chinese don't fuck around.
Not in
Yeah,
It was
America.
immediate. It was within like a minute.
Yeah.
Now, do you think that there's any legitimacy to this thing that the U.S. government is pushing now? That what is it? TikTok has to divest. Like,
Yeah.
It has to be owned by an American company, is my understanding.
Yeah. I mean, I don't. I'm not a big fan of it.
But Last Dance, if it's owned by an American company, it can't be corrupt.
Right. Exactly. That's part. That's another reason why I'm not a big fan of it.
Oh,
Well, same thing with Huawei. Like they make good phones, and we can't have those here.
Right.
I had their tablet.
And
there.
it seems
was
like
fantastic.
if there's a phone here that they make and they catch them doing something like that, but it seems like it's always like innuendo. Like they think
There is
that
a
they're gonna
there
do
is a
it.
workaround those phones, by the way. There is a workaround. I'm not 100% what it is, but my mate's got one, and he's got a workaround on it.
how do you know they're good phones, Aphid? You got one in
Because
the
I
back
see
there?
no, because the people I see review those phones are like,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
sure wish we could have this over here. The price
I
is
had
Yeah.
a
right.
tablet. It was a fantastic
Yeah,
tablet.
I mean the cameras on this, the P40, are unbelievable compared to the same standard phone of like the Samsungs. Honestly, they're the best camera.
P40, wasn't that what the Messerschmitt was?
And I don't even, I heard you guys talking earlier before
Different
I got
weapon.
on here. I'm a Apple guy. I just enjoy the phone. It has nothing to do with who owns it or what they're up to or anything like that. Just the environment of the Apple phones I enjoy over other devices that I've had.
Do you like
And I
Siri?
think that I might not buy a Huawei phone, but I think people should have that. If they want to buy a Huawei phone, they should be able to buy one. Unless
Well,
it's
that's-
proven that we get them over here and they open them up and they see the spying shit going on inside of it. Then I don't
not
see why we
secret.
can't have one. It's bullshit.
I mean,
Yeah. There's really no evidence provided. I mean, that doesn't
Right.
mean they don't have any, but they really haven't
Right.
provided. It's been all accusations.
are Chinese apps illegal?
I mean, TikTok isn't.
No, they're not illegal.
Right.
Tik-
So, I mean, what's the point of making a phone illegal? If you give permissions to an app, wouldn't that essentially give
Yeah,
Now you're
potentially
thinking,
Steve.
Steve.
No.
even I know that. Even I know now they
I
can.
mean,
You know,
the
obviously
difference
put
is,
some-
if the app, only when you're in the app using it are you vulnerable. If the
Yeah.
phone itself is made, then you're vulnerable no matter which app you're using.
Well, we don't. We
That's
don't
not
know.
exactly true, Last Dance.
Mm.
If you
haven't-
assume that everything's been
Well, that's why
backdoored.
when usually when you download an app, it asks you
That's it.
if you give it permission to access this, and this while you're using the app or at all times.
No,
yeah,
no,
I
no,
know
no.
that's true, but aphid lip, people just check yes all the
No,
time.
no,
Nobody.
I only say while I'm using this app.
Well, you're not the average knuckle
That's
dragon.
true. That's true.
if
But
any
I'm
of you
just
have
I'm just
Facebook-
saying that's how
If
it
any
is.
of you have Facebook on your phone, go and look in your phone and look at all the information. Once you go into the app, look at all the information that application is logging at all times without ever asking for permission to have done it. It's not the
Well,
only.
no,
app.
it asks you at one
Did
point or
last
another
dance
for your
describe the
permission.
general public as knuckle draggers?
I don't think so.
You caught that.
Well,
I did catch that.
Yeah.
Well, he said you're average,
Okay, I'm
which doesn't
certainly
mean
none of our viewers are. Let's just say that.
Your average U.S. citizen.
Yeah, I mean,
What
you
is
know,
an average U.S. citizen?
Just
I
a
would
normal
say
person.
I would say
knuckle,
an
knuckle
average.
dragger, according to last dance.
I would say an average human, not average U.S. I don't think it's a.
Your fellow citizen.
Yep.
Chinese rednecks.
I mean, it goes back to who was saying earlier about you were talking about them monitoring phone calls, how they're catching these terrorists. So that would be our own country. Now we're talking about a foreign country doing it. What is going on these phones that you care so much about not divulging to your own country or to a foreign country? To a foreign country, it's far more dangerous.
Yes, tell us.
Well,
Tell
to
us
my
the
own country, what are they going to find out
No,
about?
no. I would say it's more dangerous in your own country finding out your own information on your phone rather than a foreign country.
Oh,
I
I
mean,
mean, what could a foreign country do against a foreign citizen?
I think a
don't know.
foreign
they're
country,
collecting intelligence. That's what they're doing.
No, but what could
It
they
is
do
dangerous.
to you? What could they do to you?
Due
no,
to
I
you.
think foreign countries,
That's-
what they do to the people who are using their app is that they create algorithms that are
Yes.
intentionally create division amongst the country that they're targeting, i.e., TikTok, are intentionally creating
Facebook,
division
any of
amongst Americans and political parties specifically. I
That's
think
one
our own
thing.
country isn't searching for any of that. They don't even give a shit that I'm watching fucking Brandon Herrera and Donut Operator and Kentucky Ballistics and a bunch of fishing videos. I mean, but whatever, like,
Well,
but
unless they can profit off of it.
no, I'm talking about my own country. What they're searching for would be people trying to commit harm towards fellow Americans or American citizens. But foreign countries are using these apps or this information, like Last Stand said, to collect, whatever intelligence. But I think they're using
I wouldn't
on
want to be
level-
fair. I wouldn't want any fuckers knowing my information. But like I said, an app just exposes you. You can get an app online, and that can then just expose the whole phone, can't it? So
I think your data is being gathered more than that, Steve. All your commercials, your points of data are creating an algorithm specifically engineered for you.
I know that.
I mean, all of it's logged. I don't know.
When you log on Facebook a bunch of times and after a while, like all the stuff from your people, your friends is gone, then you really start to see all the ads that are targeting all the shit that they know. Like if you refresh it a bunch of times,
Mhm.
you can see exactly what they think you're interested in. And I
Whatever
don't
you
care.
were just talking about to your wife, that's going to be in your commercial feed.
Or whatever you're searching, because they have they can access your search engine and your browser and all of that stuff. So that doesn't really bother me as much as like do think like TikTok intentionally creates division and is trying to divide Americans.
I mean, Reddit and Facebook did that for election seasons.
Mm-hmm.
So our own country does it to our own people. It's just our country versus China. China's trying to divide us, but America's trying to divide us. So to me, it's just a potato scenario. It's all shit.
I guess I didn't really realize. What did you say? Reddit and what else?
Facebook.
Yeah, I didn't really see that, but I doesn't mean it didn't happen.
I mean, even Facebook got nailed for it, working with the government in some aspect to control information to make it a biased platform. So
Yeah, I know what you're talking about now. Also, Twitter was involved, I thought, with that.
right.
the Twitter
And then it got
files.
ripped out of the blue hands, and now it's in the red hands and doing it for the red side. It's all just a different flavor. It's all still happening.
Yeah, I don't know if I see it as that cut and dried. I feel like, I don't know, Elon Musk has kind of had gone into a more pure direction of free speech, but now I do think, yeah, he's gone in a direction of more conservative Republican.
I mean, I don't know that he's been. I don't know that there's any evidence that he's been putting his thumb on the scales in terms of speech issues. But the problem is that people will not trust him because he's obviously got, he prefers one side. So whether you're doing it or not is not even.
If
real
you open
question.
your X app, Dance, and it tells you how to sign up to vote, and it's very interested in you voting, and your communications platform is motivating you to vote, and
Right.
it's also motivating you to vote for a certain side of things also.
Right.
That's the same difference. It's a different flavor than
Right. You're right. I mean, I can't. There are things I can't see that may be going on, and people don't trust it. And
Well, yeah,
whereas,
I mean, he openly backs Libs of TikTok, and Libs of TikTok was saying, to vote Trump and all of that. So he's
right.
basically directly backing that, and obviously he was, because he's now on whatever the Doge is.
Yeah.
Department of
Department
It's
of
not a
Government
department.
Efficiency.
It's not a department though; it's an
Oh.
advisory panel. Even though it has department in the title,
but
it's kind of
Doge isn't as good as Doge for the trolling.
yeah. And Doge was invented on a silly way to pronounce dog, because I don't
Well,
know.
I'll tell you this, and I don't know if it means anything. I'm just guessing here.
Yes. What do you got?
Well, I have Twitter, and I do not use Twitter. The only thing I use Twitter for is talking to two of my best online friends. And the only other thing I ever did on Twitter was troll Trump when he would tweet, because I had him on.
And those were wonderful. And I missed
And I
that.
finally I turned him off. So recently, because I told you guys that I had sleeping problems, and while this has come up, I have to thank Smokesteve, because I have since turned my charger upside down like you suggested, and turned my phone upside down, and I think it has changed my quality of life, to be honest with you. So I can't thank you enough, Smokesteve. Thank you
Very good.
so much for suggesting that.
What
But the other
did he
thing,
do?
he told me, because I was having trouble sleeping, and I would wake up in the morning, and my Twitter notifications, I would have like 5 by the time I went to sleep to the time I woke up. In the middle of the night over here in the United States, I would have 5 notifications from Twitter and I'll get to what those highlighted tweets that they sent me were. But I thought that was possible, because my wife was complaining that the room would light up, our bedroom would light up when my phone would light up. So I said that I thought there possibly was something with that. My phone notifications would wake me up, and Smokesteve suggested that I set my phone upside down, so it's on my nightstand, but it's facing downward, and I put the cordless charger upside down on top of it, and I watch for that blue light to turn on, and so it doesn't light up my room anymore. And I've noticed a significant difference in my sleeping habits since then. And
So you guys have to have.
but hold on, because I
Okay.
will forget. I don't mean to cut you off, but I will forget what I'm trying to. The point I was originally trying to make was that the only notifications I ever got from Twitter were definitely more on the pro Trump side. And my only activity, I don't know if there's a way for you guys to look, but there is I never like scrolled Twitter. The only thing I ever did was say mean stuff or troll Trump. Occasionally, like maybe once every 3 months, I would get a notification that like Last Dance would make a post, and I'd read it and comment on it or something. Besides that, I will say that my only like people I follow on Twitter are mostly people that hated me on LiveLeak, and they're mostly right-leaning people. So possibly the algorithms say that because of the people I follow and their history, that's the kind of information I want to receive. But the only information I ever receive is like pro-Trump or anti, woke type material.
Interesting. You didn't follow Obama?
Nope. No, the only person I follow was people I knew from LiveLeak, and Trump. I had him pegged for when he would tweet, it would like give me a notification. And I finally, when he got back on Twitter and started tweeting, I was like, I got to turn this shit off, because I can't deal with the stress of like getting a ting. I get enough tweet or texts that buzz my phone and spam telephone calls on my phone that I don't need anything more. So I turn those
When
off.
Trump was originally tweeting, though, it would have been all like many times a day, right? He would tweet 10 times a day.
Yeah, and I would try to get on there, and I had this thing where, because same thing with Live Leak when I would post videos. It was the whole like sociological, and I counted the amount of people that were commenting, and I would see how many people every minute were watching my videos, and that stuff, just the numbers of it fascinated me, and I was interested in it. So I was interested in when I would when I would get a tweet from Trump, the second he would tweet it, I would try to get some clever comment as quick as I possibly could, and I would watch, like, you could hit that little thing on there and see how many people looked at it, and I was like, how come some of these people instantly have 20 replies on the shit that they're saying? And I realized that they must be doing that pay thing where you got to pay.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, because there's no. I would be like I would make a comment within 10 seconds of him tweeting, and it would get no views. And there was somebody else, and it was like there was a bunch of Trump it was like Ebonics Trump, and he would talk like, it was obviously some type of AI generated thing or something. And this is back before he got banned. And it would be basically the same comment he made, but like spun like it was a Ebonics type thing. Or there were certain people that I noticed had a lot of comments, like as soon as, and possibly they had followers that had them pinged for whenever he would make a tweet or something, that they would get notified. But it just didn't make sense to me unless you paid to get those. If you're trying to comment on something that has thousands and thousands of comments on it instantly, nobody's ever going to see your comment ever,
unless they're already following you. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. It's
right.
Drop in the bucket on X. Definitely. That's the feel of it. And within the 10 seconds that you posted something, there's already 5,000 comments. It's unbelievable.
Right.
So to circle back around, I kind of wonder if, and I'm not out there saying that this is the way it is, because like I said, it could be because of who I follow, but it's possible that pro-Trump information is pumped to me, because Elon Musk is on that side. It's probably not that way. I hope it's not that way. But it's you could see why people would think that it's at least plausible that his opinions are pushed more on that site than, it's plausible. Who knows? He could set the dial just a little bit.
Right?
I
know.
Yeah, I worked at a pool hall. I told you guys before, and we had this machine that was a slot machine, and this was before any gambling boats or anything like that, and there was a little dial inside. It was a dial, and you could tone back how much it paid out or tone forward how much it paid out.
Right.
And there's no telling that Twitter isn't the same way, where there's a tone that you turn a little bit to the right or you turn a little bit to the left.
Right.
Whether it's exactly in the center, I can't be 100% sure on that.
Yeah.
And because of because of the way he responds in his tweets and his interactions with the public and how he is, you can't help but to think that possibly that dial is turned a little bit to the right. That's all that's my opinion on the whole situation. So I'd like to think it's in the center, and probably is, but because of his actions, you can't help but to think that it's probably turned to the right a little bit.
I want to swing back to the comment you made about if there's light in the room, you can't sleep, or your sleeping patterns are better because the phone's upside down now.
Yeah.
My wife, if there's even the little tiny red light that's on the TV or something, it bothers the shit out of her, and she can't sleep. Like, I could have all the lights on, I could have TVs on. If I'm going to bed, I'm sleeping.
Right.
So who here has to have a blackout?
I don't have to have a blackout. I like Babbling Brook in the background. It's about a 4-hour thing. It's on YouTube. It's got some birds chirping. I really like that.
With the voice that's like, you are a strong and
No,
independent.
no voice.
No
I,
voice. No
I
voice.
could never sleep with the voice. It's
Yeah.
Babbling Brook. It's sweet. And if I wake up, I often don't need it to fall asleep, but if I wake up at like 5 or 6 a.m., I'll throw that on, and that'll gather me a couple more hours till like 7:30 if I'm lucky.
Fair enough.
I'm serious though, Smokesteve. Seriously, like the whole lack of sleep thing, like is my kryptonite. Like it is the only like I never had sympathy for people that had mental problems until I had a lack of sleep for a period of time, and then every time I've had mental problems in my life, it's always been related to lack of sleep. So
I agree.
if it's only been a week and a half since you told, or probably 2 weeks since you told me to do that trick, but I didn't do it right away. It took me a while to do it.
Yep.
But I slept until the alarm went off, which my wife has alarm set off. Like literally in the past, I'd say 3 or 4 years, I've only hit that alarm like as many times as I could count on my fingers. But like since I turned my phone upside down, I've hit that like 50% of the time at least. You know, and I was
hear you,
totally
man.
sold. I was totally sold that like you fixed my problem. And then 2 days ago, I woke up at 2:30 in the morning, and I was like, I was so crushed because I was like so on this high of like, man, I'm gonna get a good night's sleep every night now. You know, because I was convinced, and I still think I probably have sleep apnea because I know I wake up multiple times during the night. And I can remember when I wake up in the morning, yeah, I woke up and did that, or I woke up and the dog did that, or whatever, you know what I'm
Right.
saying? But yeah,
Do you keep any gummies? Got gummies nearby? Gummies?
no, and I usually, only I'm to the point where I only enjoy myself on Saturdays, like 5 minutes before I come on here.
Oh
I
wow.
was gonna
Okay.
say, like, if he took one of those gummies, he'd like lay down in bed, and as soon as it kicked in, he'd be up painting all night with pastels or something.
Right.
Gummy
It's not,
time. It's gummy time.
I don't
Let's
have
roll.
I don't have I have no there's no reasoning for it. It's just that I would say that for the most part, sativa is the only, like the indica seems to kind of bum me out and kind of make me a little paranoid. And
That's the
sativa,
opposite of what
being
most people
paranoid?
say.
sativa doesn't do that to me.
That's the opposite of what most people say.
Yeah,
Are
well, I
people
mean,
still
that's just I
paranoid?
don't know I don't know. It's just how I am.
Are people still
fine.
paranoid now that it's legal? Like, I remember
Oh,
back
yeah.
in the day when you're like, the cops are gonna get us, bro.
Yeah, no, like that's not my paranoia has never been. It's been more like I focus on like stuff I don't want to be thinking about, especially when I'm like trying to relax or, go to sleep or something.
Fair enough.
Hmm. Well, it's all about the terpenes. So sativas are going to be higher in commonly limonene, which is considered to be stimulating.
Yeah, but that's why it doesn't work for me to go to sleep with, because I know it's not like that's not what I want to, chill out and relax. You know what I'm saying? Where indica is more like that with me.
Indica is supposed to. You just said the opposite, though. You said sativas make, but that's fine. So you're saying
No. What I'm saying is indica kind of bums me out and makes me think about stuff I don't want to think about. Like, kind of makes me depressed.
Right? Yeah.
Where
Well, that's
sativa is more like I'm like like
uplifted.
yeah,
Let's go.
exactly. But what I'm saying is, if I want to go to sleep, that's not the answer. You know what I'm saying?
No,
I got you.
no.
You almost need like pure THC without the terpenes.
Well, I will tell you that, things, because I told you guys, a while ago that we were busted by my son. So things have moved definitely 100% to like pens, those
Less
pen
stinky?
things.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they
Yeah.
suck. That's fine if that's
Yeah,
all
they
right.
do.
Covert.
They do.
Tell
They
me the
do.
covert, bro.
Which I got, I have. Well, that sucks too, because of the person that had a vendetta against me, used, which is ironic because they they enjoyed, later on in their life, enjoyed that substance, but they tried to use that against me, and I was like, really? Come on, man. But hey, what are you gonna do? You can't
Exactly.
We're
you can't
moving away
control
from
other you can't
criminality.
control other people, unfortunately.
And
Yeah,
so is
not,
life.
not with
my
that
friend.
attitude. You can't.
And so is life.
Yeah. What are you gonna do?
Move forward and try to get some good sleep because that's all you can.
Yeah,
do.
but I'm telling you, dude, seriously, the past week and a half since I used your technique has helped out tremendously. I can't thank you enough for suggesting that. Because it was to the point where my wife was like, "You got to take that phone out of there," because she would complain about it lighting up in the middle of the night, and it was mostly when I would get up at 3 in the morning. It was mostly my notifications were always Twitter. I'm like, why the fuck are they giving me notifications in the middle of the night? It makes no sense. Do you guys get Twitter notifications in the middle of the night?
No, not at all. I get
I don't know.
Upside down, so it doesn't trigger anything.
Exactly. I always put it upside down.
Well, I
Yeah.
don't get any notifications except texts, emails, and phone calls.
Right.
That's
That's the
how I
way
have
it
my
should
phones.
be, and that's the way. Well, I mean, I have like if I get private messages from Twitter, I'll get those.
Yeah, I
lit
did.
up my
I
phone.
remember pretty soon after I joined Twitter, I turned off the notifications because they were just
Yeah, I
just
should have done that.
constant. I mean,
I should have done that years ago. I think that really significantly played a role in my sleeping habits for sure.
Yeah, I don't get anything, like I said, other than direct communications from human beings. If it's not that, I don't get it. So,
I have a fear that like my mom's gonna need me in the middle of the night sometime, and
she's gonna DM you on Twitter. She's
no,
gonna
I know
call you.
she's not, but it just didn't dawn on me when I woke up in the morning that could possibly be playing a part of me not being able to sleep. And I
see
think
what
it
you're saying.
was. I think it was lighting up my room, and I think it was waking me up. Because my dog,
Right.
I know
You
my
were
dog
thinking-
gets. Go ahead.
You were thinking you didn't know what the notification was, so you had to at least give it a quick cursory glance to make to.
No, I just didn't think that my phone lighting up in the middle of the night was waking me up, and I think it was.
I see. Yeah. Okay.
But my dog gets excited, and it doesn't matter if it's 12:30. Like an hour after we've fallen asleep, my big dog will and she comes over to my side of the bed, and she gets in my face and starts hitting her tail on the floor, and I feel like if I get up, it'll save my wife from losing sleep. So
Cinnamon.
Yeah, yeah.
She looks down on you from her 7 feet up.
No
when-
shit, man.
giant head.
Shit. she's right at me when she stands up, and I go to the high bed, and she's
That's
right at me.
It's like a fucking camel walking up to the side.
I
of you.
know, dude. For real.
That's cute. I mean, it's funny, but it's annoying when you're asleep. But
Yeah,
I surprisingly, I do actually like dogs.
I know you do. I like giving you shit. Yeah, cinnamon in my face. Cinnamon's a sweet. She's such a sweetheart, man. God.
Was Chip just stands downstairs and stares up? Is he still
No,
alive, by
Chip-
the way?
Yeah, Chip. Yeah, Chip. Oh, you'll know. I won't be on here for like a month when Chip.
All right,
comes.
okay.
Farms has an important question for you, Aphid, in the chat.
How big are the turds? Well, Cinnamon's my full size dog. She's got human sized turds,
Oh God,
and then
humanity.
Chip is I got one of each
40-gallon
flavor.
trash bag instead of a
I
little
have-
one that they carry
I
on the
have, I have a little, a medium, and a large. So I got one of
Oh,
each.
all right.
But the
Like
little one's
McDonald's
only
drink sizes.
yeah. The little one's the only one that shits in the house.
Do-
The other
do you
ones are
throw
out in
them
the
on people's
backyard.
roofs like Welshman?
No, but I've had neighbors that have their dogs have shit in my yard, and I've had problems with that.
Do you clean them up? Your own dogs?
Yeah, we got a handheld like long extension with two teeth on it that pick it up, and then you got the plastic. Oh, which reminded me, I wanted to bring that up. You guys on the East Coast, a lot of you guys are the cities you live in or the states you live in have problems with the plastic bags. Do Last Dance and Smokesteve, are you allowed the plastic bags at the shopping centers around you?
No.
No, they're either banned or they're going to be banned.
Wow.
Yeah, they're
you
banned
crazy.
here.
But like they did in Australia, they'll then charge you 10 cents a bag, or you can buy one of their long-term plastic bags for $1.50.
Yeah, I mean, I bring my own bags. It's doing that for
Yeah, we buy our
decades.
own bags,
There
but
you go.
what you can still get paper bags for free. And of course,
Well, we have to pay for paper bags.
I
Most
don't,
of the
Wow.
stores.
but I tell the
Really?
I
like a
tell the
nickel.
periodic cashier and bagger every time, and like 80% of the time they get it right. I tell them, I put the meat at the end, and I tell them the meat goes into a paper bag. And like at the end, I want the fucking belt shut off, and I don't want the meat sliding down the belt and being crushed into all my other food. So all the meat juices touch all the fucking packages. I want that meat scanned and put directly into a paper bag so there's no cross contamination.
This
I
sounds like
feel
a story
that's
that
not
Aphid would be
too much
telling us.
to ask. Even though
Are-
I put
Sounds
my
like a
meat
lot
in-
to ask.
I put my meat into this extra plastic bags that they offer for the they're like produce bags
Where do you put your meat?
Excuse me.
in the extra plastic bags. But I don't want my fucking meat. And like at one time they put the meat into this, like this kid puts the meat in with the deli meat. I'm like, dude, I'm not buying that deli meat. Take it off now. You put it in a bag with raw meat. I mean, who kind of a fucking animal eats deli meat in a bag with raw meat? You're gonna die.
What are we talking about here?
I want to know how often Last Dance goes to the
Me?
grocery store and the cashier says, "What's this?" Because it's a vegetable, and you're like, "That's collard greens," or "That's a carrot." And you're like, "How are you 18 years old?"
Well, I think
I've
they should
experienced
know
a lot.
carrot.
For me, it's
that-
usually
It
always
doesn't
the
happen
green.
very often.
I couldn't believe how many kids at the age of 18 were asking me questions like that work at a grocery store.
Yeah, they're
I've
not
never
known
had that
for
happen.
intelligence.
I've had cashiers. One cashier's like, "Look at this, this product you're buying. It's so expensive. Why don't you buy this other product?" I said, "Because this is the one I like." She
Yeah.
kind of rolled her eyes, and that was it. But
I like
what the
food
fuck?
that's made out
Mind
of
your own
real
business.
food.
Mhm.
Why don't you ask me about this 100-pack of condoms I'm buying?
She knows that those are the good ones.
Last Dance, I gotta say that I've never had the experience of a cashier telling me, "Why are you paying more for this item than you are this other item?"
I believe
It's gotta be. It's got to be verboten in cashier training, right? It's not. You're not supposed to even. You're just there to total it up, scan it, and that's it.
But to be fair, Aphid, there's only one option at Costco, so they can't ask that.
I don't go to
question.
Costco. I don't need a
You don't need a
wheelbarrow. I don't need a
55-gallon drum of peanut butter.
No,
Kirkland peanut butter.
I've never understood. I never understood that. I go walk around because I get a Costco card free from somebody else, but I go
You
to
only go
Costco-
on free sample day, right?
Right.
every
Exactly.
day's
You get all
every
the
day's
free
free
stuff.
sample day.
You only
Is
use an
it?
expired
God.
card.
Yeah, they always have free samples, and they always have good deals on their hot dogs and soda. It's like $1.50.
$1, yeah, right. And
But
God,
and they're
chickens, I
the,
think,
yeah,
too,
the,
right?
the chicken is the only other thing I'll buy from there is that they have that chicken. It's bigger than the chickens you get anywhere else, and it's only like it's still $4.99. They lose like $3 or $4 each chicken they sell.
Yeah, I'll lift weights and I can skip my steroid cycle. I just go to Costco and have a chicken. I get the roids, I get the protein. It's
So
awesome.
there you go.
It's the gift that keeps giving.
If you go and buy raw chicken and like you bring that up with other foods and deli meats and shit, are you telling them where to put it, or do you not give a crap?
Well, I usually go to the self-checkout because I only buy what I need that day. I don't go and fill up my fucking cart.
All right,
buy
so
a bunch
right,
of
right.
shit that I'm gonna throw away in like 3 months.
But where
Let's
do you
say you
bail
buy
me?
a big pack of BCB, boneless, skinless chicken breast, and then you're getting some, deli meats and fresh veggies and shit, are you putting that chicken breast in
All in the same bag.
a separate
Yeah,
bag?
probably. No, I'm probably putting like I'm probably usually I do it. Yeah. I'll put some. I'll put a wrapped up thing of deli meat on top of a raw chicken. Yeah, I don't have a
You
problem
don't
with
fill
that.
the bag and then cut the chicken in half,
Damn,
split it, and
yo.
put it
No,
in on top of-
I don't buy. Smokesteve. I don't buy like a pack of chicken breast that's leaking raw chicken
Not
juice all over
leaking, but
my.
you're trusting the you know subhumans that are working in the supermarket
Knuckledragger.
You buy your meat
Yeah.
from
meat
Subhuman.
room to keep the
I-
outside of the packaging clean and free of bacteria. Hey,
Yeah.
it's not going to happen.
Cooking cures everything.
Yeah, but you don't
Yeah.
cook deli meat.
No, you don't cook deli meat.
Oh,
That's what I'm saying. You put it
Oh,
directly
well.
into the sandwich. You remember that Last Dance from
Yes.
1986? Like,
Yeah.
Remember deli
I would probably.
I remember deli meat.
I would probably put
I
the
love
pack. I would probably put the packaged meat at the bottom of the bag before I put the deli meat.
oh
on
my
top of
God! At the bottom of the bag,
It.
dude?
Yeah, and the deli
Ribs
meat
go
will
down.
sit.
on it.
Yeah,
Gravity-
the deli meat will
gravity,
sit
brother.
safely on top of the raw meat.
Yeah, don't touch the raw chicken to your belt. Who was talking?
Yeah, you're right. Dude, I
Good
swear to
job,
God,
bro.
like 3 times this week, I was putting on my belt at like 6:20 a.m. looking at it like
Filthy
all sus. I'm like, this thing is so fucking gross. And I have that microband, spray at work. I hit it a couple times with the old microband, but even then, you go to the bathroom and then again your belt is sus like every time. It's like, what do?
You just
Disposable
lather it with
belt?
hand sanitizer. Just massage.
feel like
the
Jerry
hand sanitizer
Seinfeld.
into it.
You feel like Seinfeld. Well, my belt brushed the side of the urinal, and then he drops it or
Bathroom belt.
whatever.
All right.
I mean, what do you do? How do you just have to live with yourself? Wash your hands a lot, I guess. Now I'm wearing a belt now. I'm freaked out.
You've ruined so many lives, Aphid. They can't go back. They,
Yeah.
they just can't adapt to the truth.
I do wash all my vegetables and even the lettuce if it says it's like pre-washed. I don't trust that shit. I got a salad spinner. I put that shit in there and spin the fuck out of it.
I just stopped wearing pants, Steve. I dealt with it that way, just so you know.
You have a salad spinner, Aphid?
Yeah, I do. I got a salad spinner.
Oh man!
I
In
thought
the
you
old
liked
days,
pasta salads more.
in
Huh?
the old days of the internet, the old days, I clicked on a video called "Salad Spinner." I regret it ever since. Never
You
forget
spin me
that.
right round, right round.
It
Is it
was
like-
bad.
Is it like blue waffle? You ever Googled that?
No,
I don't
I only heard
go
it
ahead,
from you
guys. Go ahead, guys.
Flashback
Bo-
from
I don't
Google,
want to hear it. I don't want to hear
Google blue waffle.
No,
and
I'm
click
not doing that.
click images
No, no, no,
instead
no,
of
no, no, no,
all.
no.
I know that's gross. I never did it, but salad spinner was rough.
Rough.
Hey, let's see. Is Scum going on live tonight? Can you raid from? I wish you could raid from YouTube.
No raids.
We could have
It's just
Scum
a
go live and
mutual
go over and
contract of-
raid him.
RW, have you seen the Shuley bit that from last week on his channel?
I did not watch what he
Oh,
did.
you
It's
have
what
to
I do.
watch it because
I'm sure it's
you're influential in that clip for sure.
Oh, does he
I'm
mention
sure it's
RW? Of
Yeah, at
Huh?
the very. Did you watch all the way through?
course not. I never watch anything.
Because he was RW was the catalyst from his premature dismissal from the
Does he
program.
talk?
Right.
Does Shuley talk about that at all?
Yes, after it's over with, he comes back and he's like, "Guy was fucking asking me about what I thought about that news."
Oh, he did say that.
Yeah.
All right. So I kind of wondered if it was just coincidental or not, but
No,
All right.
it was RW definitely had an influence on his early departure from the show.
Should I feel bad about that though? I was just trying to get a
I don't
real
know.
you should
reality
not.
edit.
You should not. You know what? This is a pub. This is an open conversation. We this
It's
is what
just
we
an
do.
excuse to harass you.
Yeah, I think his bit. I respect Steve because he's like, I've come here to sell the snake oil and get you monetized and this and that. And Steve's like, I really don't care about that shit. And I was like, I love you, Steve. That's why I'm here, man. We're not trying to we're not racing up a flagpole or something. We're just hanging out.
That's right.
It reminds me of a song Last Dance picked for Random Goons Twitter. Flagpole Sitta.
That's a good
It's
song.
called.
Twitch. Yeah.
What did I say? Twitter? I
Yeah.
said Twitter, didn't I?
Yeah, it's all the same difference.
It rhymed.
Flagpole Sitta.
That's a decent song.
It is.
what
You
era
can't
is
help but
that?
to get a little bit energized when you hear that song.
Hear
era
the
is
voices in my head. I
Yeah.
swear to God, it sounds like a snoring. Yeah.
Running
I
up
mean,
the
I don't
flagpole
like that the
too.
guy is halfway between singing and talking, which I don't like. I really hate.
Oh,
the band.
I kind of like that part of the song. I don't know any. I don't know. I don't know any.
Cake, I bet.
Cake. Yeah, cake is.
Yeah,
I love
cake.
Cake, dude.
Yeah, I
I
kind of
love
like
Cake.
cake. There's a
Reluctantly stuck at the starting line.
or what the funny guys? They sung "The Roof Is Burning" or whatever. What was those guys? name?
Not
The
Bare
roof.
but
The roof. The
Yeah.
roof is on fire. Burn, Emmer, fucker. Burn.
And and they had the
Bloodhound
song
Gang.
about the animals. Yeah, Bloodhound Gang. The animals fucking or something on. I don't know, National Geographic or something. What was the song?
Yeah,
they
I
picked
remember
them up
that.
a little bit.
Not bad. I had a great song I heard today that I've been wanting to request on Random Goons, but I always forget it. So now you guys are here and you'll remember and help me remember.
What is it?
Unless it's owned by Ubisoft.
Oh, right.
Dinosaur Jr., Feel the Pain. Great song.
I'm not familiar with that one.
Is that the big Dinosaur Jr. song?
Yeah, it is kind of.
Yeah.
Great
Was that
tune.
radio?
Yeah,
Guys,
yeah. I mean,
Okay. I mean,
And,
I'm surprised that.
yeah.
that-
If you heard that song, you'll know that song.
Okay. I'm surprised Last Dance requested the flagpole song. I didn't think that was in your playlist.
Oh, I could totally picture Last Dance requesting that song. That's like
it's a great tune.
That's like his wheelhouse is that song.
Huh.
Like
I can't nail
like
down his wheelhouse.
90s, late 80s, mid to mid
Yeah.
90s, like
Power
poppy kind of
Power
stuff.
pop. I love power
Yeah,
pop.
that's his stuff.
Did you like Chickadee China, the Chinese chicken?
Bare naked ladies. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
can see that. I can see Last Dance that being his jam.
I
Yeah,
mean,
that-
I,
I love
embarrassed
it,
to
and then I'm
say,
sick of it.
I cruised around Boston with that shit cranked. I was rapping away at those lyrics. I could
You're
do
so
it like-
cool, man.
I could do it front to back, like no question. Like I know that song. Like, do you want to hear it?
Yeah,
I do.
get your guitar out, Smokesteve. See if you
No, it's not
Have
really a
the drums
guitar
ticking, your
song.
brain stops ticking.
Um,
Watching X-Files with no lights on.
You're right. Hope the
What's
smoking man's in this one. Like Harrison Ford, I'm getting tantric. Anyways, look who it is. There are 4 lights.
Good morning from
Yeah.
China.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Way
East of
high.
Maine.
Most of us are way high.
Good morning, bud.
By the
Great,
way, that's from Star Trek. You people that don't love science fiction.
What?
There are 4 lights.
Is that what
Okay.
that's from?
Yes.
I don't remember.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
reference.
I asked you that long ago, Last Dance, and I never forgot.
What's happening in the show when they use that phrase? I don't.
Picard is taken prisoner by the Cardassians, and he's tortured. He's tortured for information, but he doesn't actually have any. And at some point, the Cardassians, the chief torturer, realizes it. So he decides the only thing he's going to do, and he can't seem to break Picard. That's what he gets angry about. So he puts up these lights, and there are 4 of them, and he says, "You see 3 lights, right?" And Picard, says, "No, there are 4 lights." And so they spend the rest of the episode. The torturer tries to use more and more painful tortures to get him to break him to say there are 3 lights. And he tries one last time, and then somebody comes in and from the Cardassian High Command, it's the torturer's boss. And he said, "I told you to have him ready to leave." And just one second, he says, and he says, "So now's your last chance. How many lights do you see?" And Picard, who's like barely conscious, looks up and says, "There are 4 lights." And so he wins.
I begs the question. You said Kardashians? Do they have
Cardassian, yeah.
abnormally large asses?
Keeping up with the Kardashians.
I'm pretty sure that was a show before the Cardassians were famous. Kardashians.
Did you guys get into Doctor Who at all?
I did
I
with
never
the I did with the dark curly hair, longer curly hair guy who wore the like sweater with the scarf.
The scarf, yeah, the scarf guy.
That
But he was bald on top, right?
no.
I think I
he had
liked
long
it.
No,
hair.
he had a full head of hair.
Yeah.
I thought I liked the Doctor.
It was
Who
probably
was
back
bald
in
on
the
top.
It was probably back in the I would say 80s but PBS, the local channel, they would play, or maybe it was CWB or whatever it's called. One of those 2 stations on Sundays. It was like the only thing that was on TV. So like in the summertime, my brother would put that shit on. We'd be forced because we didn't have cable until I was like in high school. So we were forced to watch regular TV.
Forced. My wife got Hulu so we could watch this Alone series, and she got this special Christmas deal for 99 cents. There are so many commercials.
Yeah, we got the
I
same
can't
thing.
watch anymore, babe. I'm getting angry.
We doubled it up though and got Disney Plus with it for $2.
I was like, we need to just pay the whole amount. Like us paying $1 to watch 50 commercials. I'm pissed.
But to be fair, RW, because I had this discussion already, it is similar to the amount of commercials you're going to watch with regular television, like cable TV or something like that.
I know, but you're paying for that also.
I know, but you're paying.
for something.
We pay far more for our regular cable with our
Right.
local news stations than we do for $2 for Hulu and Disney Plus.
I just can't go backwards. Once I've paid for a premium, I can't pay for the ad version. I'd rather shoot myself.
Well, do you have regular TV?
Right back.
We have Samsung Plus, but like I watch like the Baywatch channel or something.
But does it have like your local news stations on it?
The Air TV does, yes. I don't ever watch.
Yeah, but Air TV, so your antenna.
Right, digital.
So you switch over to your antenna to watch that.
I don't know. The only time I ever use Air Television is if there's like a parade or something that the family wants to watch.
Right, but if you want to watch your local news, you have to click a button to switch over to your antenna.
I never want to watch my local news though.
I know, but I'm just saying, if you want to.
Later,
Yeah,
Mr.
yeah.
Kelsey.
That's right. It's on its own section of the television that you have to
Mr.
select.
Kelsey just came in to say goodbye.
Yeah, well, he was on for 8 minutes.
I've been curious on his Christmas tree situation.
Up and at 'em.
If it ever went away, or if he just left it up, and because surely he was into at least August or September with that last year's Christmas tree.
He might be a little bit Jamaican though, because I hang out with this one Jamaican guy once in a while on his stream, and in their culture they say good night for a greeting, like good night.
Oh yeah.
And you're like,
well, supposedly the Britons like cheers is goodbye, and we always say
it's
cheers like
multi-purpose.
hello.
Right.
Like cheers,
So,
everybody.
Yeah.
Crack open a beer.
Good night,
Cheers.
everyone. You get shell shocked a little bit by it, culture shocked.
I like Mr. Kelsey. I've known Mr. Kelsey for a really long time.
Maybe that convinced him to stay.
I've known Cup of Tea for just as long.
Yep.
Unfortunately.
You have a special relationship.
Cup of Tea's never missed anything I've ever contributed to the internet.
That's impressive, though. That's a.
But you know, oddly enough, I don't think Cup of Tea has missed anything that of anybody I know that has contributed anything to the internet, whether
he a
it's Smoke
similarity?
Steve or Live Leak or Last Dance, whatever it is. Cup of Tea's always there to consume it. Which
Cup
is,
of Tea, are you a singularity or are you a human?
I can. Well, I'll wait till Cup of Tea. I don't want to call Cup of Tea out. Even though he would not hesitate in a second to call me out.
You just said I'm the best.
Yeah, well, he is the best. He is the best and also the worst.
Ah, the dichotomy.
It's a rare combination.
Do you guys
Yeah.
have any call outs for the near future? I always think about, Alex Jones's thing is tomorrow's news today, even though they ramble a bunch of bullshit for a couple hours. I'm curious if you guys see anything coming that you think is going to happen that you're paying attention to, or
I feel like I should do a Shuley now and leave the show.
you're halfway there. What is your favorite color, Aphid?
Blue is my favorite color.
Fair. I believe you because you're able to answer that pretty fast.
Look behind me.
Yeah, I see the hue. I like orange, but the orange from sunsets, it's hard to find that orange other places.
That's gold, Pony Boy.
Huh?
Oh, you better delete based. I think he's starting to snore. Last
Yeah.
Dance. The sunset's gold. Haven't you ever seen Have you ever seen The Outsiders? RW.
You say gold as in the color gold, or it's like that's golden, like that's awesome?
No, my question is, RW. Have you ever seen The Outsiders?
Not enough to remember, but I feel like I know the name.
Never heard of it.
Come on, Last Dance. You've never heard of The Outsiders? It has
No. Or maybe
it had Tom Cruise, every single person, Patrick Swayze, Matt Dillon,
Sitcom?
Ralph Macchio.
No. Sounds like a must-see movie.
Yeah, of course. Oh my God, Last Dance. Seriously, and you don't even know what I'm talking about. That's
No, I don't.
the bizarre thing. The Outsiders. Look it up and watch that movie. You have to. It's a prerequisite for lifetime achievement to watch the movie The Outsiders once in your life.
Scum's wondering if you can come in from the backstage.
Scum's there? Where is this?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Hey,
There
Scum.
he is.
Welcome.
Look.
Hey, gentlemen, I'm starting to grow mold back there.
Oh my
see it.
gosh.
Black
Well,
Monk's
Smoke Steve's been AWOL. I'm guessing he's gone. Usually,
Oh,
if he's
he
gone
did
this
that.
long, this late, he's gone.
But he
Good to
hasn't
see
been
you,
drinking.
Scum.
Good to see you guys. Hope all is well.
Yeah.
Absolutely. How you doing?
Good. It's my day off. It's Saturday. I've got a lot of snow here. Just kind of chilling inside.
How much
much
snow?
you got?
How much snow did you get? How much snow did you get?
Half a foot.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah,
That's
More
feet
than we're
crunch.
gonna get.
lots more.
That's feet crunching snow.
It's like, yeah, every time I turn around, I gotta shovel fucking half a foot of snow the last couple of days, basically.
I
Does
thought you
it
just
stay?
switched to your snowmobile?
It's staying. Yeah, the snow's staying. Oh yeah, it snowed for like.
Yeah, it sticks around like till spring, or
Yeah, it can. It depends. Yeah, last winter we didn't get much snow, but I mean, it used to snow more. It's been warmer around here lately, to be honest, in the winters. We haven't had a nasty winter in quite a while.
it's unseasonably warm here right now, and this next week it's gonna be unseasonably warm. Oh, look, he's back. I didn't think you'd be. I didn't think you'd be back, Smoke Steve. Good to see you back. Cheers. I'm gonna get another. I'm gonna get another beer since you came back, Smoke Steve.
Yeah, he's totally gone. Yeah.
Just got to deal with stuff, normal things.
Steve had to turn his slow cooker off. All right, guys.
How are you doing? Mom?
It's making weed butter.
Skip,
I don't make weed butter.
do you know where Labrador, Canada is?
Me?
Scum. Labrador.
Yeah, my dad just went there this summer. Though.
Okay, that's where the alone contestants are surviving.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we live off of the moose. That's some of the best meat in the world.
If they can get them, it mostly seems to be fish and grouse.
Yeah, best seafood in the world too. There.
The lake trout looks delicious when they catch them, man. It looks almost like a salmon.
And my dad's kind of a newfie. He's from like Cape Breton Island, which is where you take the boat to Newfoundland or whatever, Newfoundland, Labrador. So I kind of do know about it.
That's cool. It definitely looks. I mean, they go during the cold season to give them a challenge, but I bet you it's pretty beautiful up there during the small warm season.
Places out east like Nova Scotia and Newfoundland, they're like abandoned by the government. They're like wastelands. No one
Sounds
works
good.
there. You know, everyone just gets drunk.
Oh,
That's
doesn't
pretty
sound
much
good.
it.
Is that like Prince Edward Island?
PEI. Never been there. I wish.
Good muscles.
I just want to go down that bridge they built. It's like 20 miles long.
Like 3 people a day go over it.
Well, it's a bridge that connects the island, right? And they built it, I don't know, 10 years ago now or something. It's quite the bridge.
It's a big boy.
Yeah, I think it's 27 kilometers.
That's cool, man.
Was it for transporting goods? I'm guessing. Like, what were they trying to
But you
connect?
have to take the ferry, right?
And what's the bay called up there that has that extreme tidal shift that's like multiple miles when it goes from low tide at sand to high tide?
Yeah, that's all over out there.
Bay of Fundy.
Bingo. Fundy. That's the
Bay
big
of
one.
Fundy, yeah.
That's crazy, dude. It's like a wave at low tide to high tide. It's
You got to be
unbelievable.
really careful with the tides out there in the east coast of Canada. Like, I went out on the rocks once because there was a bunch of seals, and I was like, cool. And I was in Nova Scotia, and I went out like a couple thousand feet, and then I looked back, and some of the rocks were gone, and I was like, panic, holy fuck! Like, I don't know how the tides work here. Wherever I am is usually underwater, like, and I ended up having to swim. Like, I was so scared, man.
Yeah, there's even a story of a person who got stuck out there with their leg like stuck in the sand and they couldn't get it out, and they drowned when the tide came in.
Like,
And
quicksand?
no, like they were just standing in the same spot for too long, I guess, and their leg went down too far. And they developed this hose that like pumps water and air down into the sand and creates like an air pocket so you can pull your leg out and get out. The tide comes in so friggin' fast that it can literally drown you if you get stuck like
Screw that.
quicksand, but you're not going in overhead. Like my thought of quicksand is like you're sinking until you're gone, like under the fucking sand. No, this is
Now, is that like
the
a real
sand.
thing, or is it a Hollywood fear? Like,
Quicksand is a real thing.
okay. They never get the same consistency in the movie, so I'm just curious what it actually is in real life.
Yeah, haven't you seen Never Ending Story?
I'm sure I have.
It's not the never-ending story. It's the Princess Bride.
That's the one I'm thinking in my head.
No,
Yeah.
it's Never Ending Story.
Princess Bride is when the prince jumps in with the rope and he pulls them out of the quicksand. That's right around the time of the ROUS, rodents of unusual size.
Right. And then they go into the burping, farting forest or something.
Right. And the,
Artex. There are for lights. Know where I'm coming from.
the never-ending story just had that giant dog thing.
No,
white
it was the
dog.
horse, Artex. It was the horrible scene in the movie.
Atreyu?
You're thinking of
Atreyu's horse, Artex.
Artex.
Sunk in the sadness, because he was sad, and the quicksand got him and
That's messed up.
pulled him under.
Wasn't that?
Nobody
Wasn't that
cares
Tom
about
Cruise
that
before?
horse. He was weak and stupid. I mean, come on.
Survival of the shittest.
Of course. Artifacts. Who came up with that dumbass name, anyways?
That's a great movie.
It's not bad.
Hey,
It's not
Spoke
bad.
Steve, Last Dance, while you're away, and I didn't think you were coming back. Last Dance admitted that he's never even heard of The Outsiders. Can you believe that?
The original movie, yeah.
Yes, never even heard of it.
Greasers and the Mods?
Because
I mean, come on.
it started with RW claiming that sunsets are orange, and I said, no, everybody knows sunsets are gold, Pony Boy, and nobody knew what I was talking about. And
Is Ponyboy C. Thomas Howell?
yes, he is.
And also a young, God rest him, the guy from fucking
Patrick Swayze.
Dancer. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Patrick Swayze, Matt Dillon,
Oh,
Tom
man.
Cruise,
So good.
Ralph Macchio. They were all in it.
Yeah. Ralph
Uh,
Macchio was young.
Yeah.
Ralph Macchio got almost no credit for that, and then he went on
what's
to
the-
become the Katade
Martin Sheen's son that won't take his name.
Emilio
Estevez.
Yeah, Emilio Estevez was in it.
Oh.
They were all in it.
Ralph Macchio's got a star on the fucking Hollywood Walk of Fame this week.
Yeah, well, it'd
He
be a
should.
shame if he didn't.
He
Yeah.
should.
he just
was,
did like
he was-
2 days ago. You know?
So this movie was before Karate Kid?
Yes.
Wow.
I mean, I can't believe you never heard of
I know
The
the movie, but I
Outsiders.
don't know the movie. Like I know of it though; it's
It
famous.
seems so bizarre that you've never heard of the movie The
Yeah.
Outsiders.
I mean, the movie in and of itself, it's almost attained more legend than the movie itself should have attained. But
Right.
it wasn't a great movie. It
No.
was just cool.
It was-
and it was a time period piece from the 50s that was
Well-
filmed in the early 80s. You know, it was
Best
late 50s, early
best
60s.
director
It
of
was-
its time too. Directed it.
Who?
It was
Hey there, there are 4 lights.
John Cocktoaston, Martin Scorsese.
Wait. No.
Francis
Sorry.
Ford
Francis
Coppola.
Ford Coppola.
All right, there you go. I just start naming them. Hey, look, it's there are 4 lights. What's he having? Some beer and
Probably some coffee.
rice. I don't know.
He's drinking some Yan Jing.
A good guess.
I mean, in the early days, I think he came on here and had a beer for breakfast one time or 2 times.
Fair enough. Hair of the dog.
My
Man.
ex-wife is Asian, and one of her friends, like she was Filipino, one of her friends was Chinese, right? So I find this beer when I'm doing all these beer reviews back in the day on YouTube, and it's called Yan Jing, and it's from China. And it's this giant can of beer, real cheap.
Mm.
And I got her to make a fucking review video with me. And I got her talking about chicken balls, and she's got her hand going, "You take chicken balls like this," and yeah, basically it was like kind of exploiting, you know, her being.
Oh, you mean chicken testicles or like meatballs made of chicken meat?
I just got her talking about chicken balls in like a sexual manner with her being naive. You know what I mean? Like it was a hilarious video. It was called like I forget what it was called. One Chinese girl, 2 cups. I think I called it.
Not bad. Always.
I had like 2 cups, and then I poured the beer, and I had the one Chinese girl. And yeah,
2 wongs
Yeah.
don't make a white.
Well, there was a time when you could just throw 2 cups into any title and you would get extra 100 views.
Yeah.
Because that genre created the 2 cup thing, and it was I mean I couldn't hit the exit button. I couldn't get out of that video fast enough. I didn't know
You
what
don't
was happening.
like. You don't.
It
like-
was like I was throwing things at the screen, like punching it to shut it off. It wasn't shutting down quick enough.
One girl spraying fecal matter out of her buttocks into another girl's mouth doesn't interest you in any way.
No,
You know,
especially if that
ironically-
lady dies.
That sounds like foreplay to me.
Ironically, this should revert back to what I had said. Nobody asked me why I had said salad shooter earlier.
Oh, God.
What that video had.
Salad
drawn
spinner.
we-
Salad spinner.
Salad spinner. Yeah. Now you get
Used to
why I
wonder.
say salad shooter, because I just let the cat out of the bag.
I knew we were not going to be able to not be told about that.
Yeah, yeah, it
You
was
tried
rough.
so hard, Last Dance, but it was for
Yeah.
nothing.
It was inevitable. I knew.
Now you can imagine what it was, and I won't say anything further. It
I'll
was
give a
gross.
movie shout out. The new Roadhouse movie. I was like, I'll try this. I never watched the original
no.
with Patrick Swayze, but the new one was actually really good. And I looked at the trailer for the old one. I was like, that looks like absolute garbage. So I
The
think
old one was one of the best movies of all time.
Oh man, I think they did a
Yeah.
good job.
And when that guy's banging that chick in the, I don't know where he was, storage room,
I was
and
on my
Patrick
break.
Swayze busts him, I always thought to myself, well, that was worth it. Because, like, dude got fired for having sex on the job, but she was cute. I mean, not a big deal, right? I mean, hell yeah.
You put that on your resume, right? Fired from last job for banging.
Yeah, I
Absolutely.
mean,
Yeah.
it was just a great scene. Like, it was filmed in such a way that they're like in mid bang where it's just, you know, kind of graphic, and he walks in on them. He's like, "You're fired." Gives him like the thumb out. Dude's like mid stroke.
And
You guys
leaves, or
remember that?
does he finish the deed?
Brings
don't
back
know.
a lot of memories. RW, what you said about Roadhouse is just not right, man. I have to drop it.
About the old one being bad?
Yeah, you can't entertain these new fucking remakes. It's terrible.
No.
Have
It's
you
just-
tried? Have you watched the new one? So you haven't watched it?
No, I'm smarter than that at this age now.
Oh man, Donnie Darko did a great job.
Because I know what I have, and I'm not going to, fuck with it.
Remember the old one had that guy who was like 350 pounds, face like a pancake. He was like one of the on Patrick Swayze's side. Like, how could you not feel for this guy?
You guys know the wrestler that was in that movie, Terry Funk?
No, I know that
Oh,
Jeff
name.
Healy was the guitar player, and he was fucking awesome in it. The blind guy.
Yeah.
Absolutely
Yes, he's
awesome.
married to my cousin. And she sleep on my couch. And she went to his bar at open mic night, and fucking they fell in love. Had a
And he
kid.
died. He died, right?
Yeah, he died at 41, I think.
What?
He died of fucking cancer of the eyes, dude. And he was
What?
blind.
No, it got into fucking his like rest of his body too. Originally,
Yeah.
that's what was wrong. Why he was blind, because he had the like cancer in his eyes, and back then they didn't have the technology. Now they can fix it because his son had the same thing. And they fixed his eyes.
That's
But yeah, I
crazy.
was.
While we're talking about movies, has anyone seen Bad Boy Bubby?
Never.
Yeah, that's
It's
a
one
great
of the most
movie.
screwed up films I've ever seen in my life.
It's a great
But it's
movie.
hilarious.
It is weird though. It's out there, cult classic type stuff.
Yeah, that's the one.
Was it
I
made
watched
as
it a few
B-rated?
months ago.
Was it a
Sorry?
blockbuster? Was it a blockbuster mainstream movie, or was it a B-rated?
No. It's an Australian thing. I watched it a few months ago. I was introduced to it, and yeah, it's bizarre,
It's
Okay.
messed
but
up.
fantastically bizarre.
Pretty good movie, worth the watch though. Different.
What year?
All right. Real quick description. Bad Boy Bubby is a 1993
Oh wow.
psychological absurdist black comedy film written by Rolf de Heer, starring Nicholas Hope. The plot is an industrial area of Adelaide. Bubby is a mentally challenged 35-year-old man, lives in a squalid house, and with his abusive religious fanatic mother, Florence. He never left the house due to his mother convincing him that the outside air is toxic and Jesus will strike him down should he leave. He and his mother regularly have incestuous sex,
Huh?
Wow.
This
often-
movie's
often-
great.
often encouraging Bubby to fondle her breasticles. Jesus, this sounds like a real treat.
It's
a good
free
one.
on.
Like I
It's
said,
free on Tubi if you guys want to watch it.
Right now? Well, maybe later. When I'm
Put that on the later list.
It sounds like it would be at least R-rated.
Have you ever seen an English movie called?
Do we go there?
no.
What?
Who was asking that question?
I was.
Oh, sorry.
Someone said, "Have you ever seen an English movie called?"
Scum.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, I know Scum. Yeah,
It's about like boys in like juvie hall.
yeah, it's a
No.
postal. Yeah,
Sounds similar to what was the movie? Rounders?
Oh, that movie about gambling.
No, that's not the one I'm thinking of. Then it was with
Isn't that with the guys from Boston?
Yeah, that's not the one I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of the one of the kids who get convicted in juvie hall. Kevin Bacon is like a bad dude.
Seekers.
Seekers?
I think it's
close.
Seekers.
It's close,
Yeah.
but I don't.
I
I
think
don't
it's
think
called
that's it.
Seekers.
I
don't
think
Sleepers.
that's
Sleepers.
Sleepers, yeah.
Sleepers. That's it, bro. That's it.
That's it.
Sleepers. You got it.
Do you guys know what scum
Sleepers,
stands for?
sleepers. Where'd you get those creeps?
Does anybody know what scum stands for here?
What scum stands for in Canada?
SKUM.
Yeah, like, well, it's I spell it with a K because I spell Anticorp with a K, but like, it's actually spelled with a C, right?
I would think
Scum.
it's
No,
like
dude, you never
milk.
told me, so I had.
Scum's actually a street abbreviation for like a whole culture of like people, right? And it's the society can't understand me. That's what scum stands for. Right?
Wow.
Yeah.
And then does this society call you scum because you don't fit in with them, or is it like a double?
Because you don't play into the 9 to 5 rat race, right? You just scum it and do your own thing, right? So you become scum to society, right?
Right. So yeah, so it's a two-way labeling that fits the same bill. Interesting.
It's also like a lot of homeless street people in like the city where I grew up. I'm like a scum. They're like scum fucks. Say they're scum fucks, and it's just like a respect for each other on the street. All the homeless people and stuff too, right? That are outcasts or whatever, right?
But you're not homeless.
How do you know?
Well, you
a hell of a
appear to be
green
sitting
screen.
in a home.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not technically homeless. No.
I thought his
I
box
mean-
had green screen.
I could be a scumfuck elitist, right? So I actually have a dwelling.
But this does lead to some insight into your attraction to people, to all people, as sort of like I see you as one who has zero prejudices. Like if somebody pops on your live stream and they're whatever, the freakiest, weirdest looking person in the world, you don't give two shits. You take them on and say, "How you doing? I'm Scum. What's your deal?" Like you don't judge people, which is great. I admire that characteristic.
I would say I can be prejudiced at times. The definition of prejudice is to prejudge. So,
Well, I'm curious if someone's coming on the show and he's like,
comes with
nope.
your own street intelligence and intuition and whatever. But yeah.
What about the guy last week? Which guy? I can't remember his name. He came on at the end last week.
Yeah.
What was his name, man? Steve kicked him.
Plastic African.
That's it, yeah.
Oh yeah.
He wasn't that bad. I felt bad about it after I kicked him. I went back and
I'm
rewatched
sure-
it.
I'm sure he's been on before. I'm sure.
I think he was
right.
fine.
Critic, not a
I kind of
wizard.
wrote a song about it, and then I started thinking about it. I was like, you know what? Like the Plastic Africans would actually be kind of a cool band name, especially for a bunch of white guys. But I screwed up. I shouldn't have booted him. He was fine. Plastic African, join in next time. Next he comes back, I'm singing a song written for him.
Nice. Look forward to it.
And it's a jam too.
I'm guessing you've had people come on your show, Scum, that you quickly judged and clicked out and said no thanks.
Absolutely. After 8 years and like 300 something shows a year, yeah.
Right. Yeah, right.
Definitely. My band list is 10 pages long.
Do they come in swinging or
280
something?
moderators, like it's just ridiculous amount of crap.
I'm just curious if it's the same vibe for people like the trolls that come in swinging hard. You're just like, yeah, no.
Yeah, it doesn't even matter if they're trolls or not. I just determine everything based on the vibe of the environment and the people I've known for like 10 to 15 years on there. I have respect for them, and I just look at everything and say, no, it's not even the time to just bring in a new person at all right now, you know? I might
Fair
just ban someone for absolutely no reason. I wouldn't say anything wrong,
Damn.
but
Your name starts with R. Goodbye.
Yeah, you had a run, Scum, where you had that cat who would come on and just DJ. And I think you started getting like banned immediately because of all the tunes he was playing because they were copyrighted. But
probably.
for a time, you were getting away with it. And I just like I'd put that on and I'd be like, it was like I was in a club, dude. This cat had lights, this guy had turntables, and he was fucking
Yeah,
he'd
sit
go
down
from like he'd
night.
go from fucking like Run DMC to like AC/DC back to God knows what. It was just craziest fucking shit.
That
But
guy is actually the weird thing with that guy is he's a genius.
that's what I mean. He was maintaining the beat with so many different genres of music. It was great. But
Yeah.
obviously your channel would be like nuked if you kept it
I
going.
just play copyrighted stuff every day. I don't care. I rarely ever get banned once in a while, but
Yeah, the last couple
Oh,
times.
the
I
channel was
joined in-
created because I got banned. My 11-year channel got banned, so they deleted everything. So I said I'm just going to make a channel just to get banned and do whatever I want. So that's what that channel's for. The Scum TV or whatever. That's how it
And
came.
then you don't retain anything. It's like once the live's over, it's gone.
Right. I don't say that. That people know that about my things is like once the show's over, it's never seen. Right? They like that aspect, right?
That's smart.
What I mean,
Dude, my show, I don't care. You come on, show your tits. So you could say fuck this, fuck that. I don't care. Like that's how I am, right? That's why Mr. Kill got banned from my channel because he came on when girls are showing their tits and he's like, ladies, don't be showing your tits on YouTube. You'll get banned, blah, blah. And I tried to explain to him that's why I'm
Like-
here. I'm here to get banned and do whatever we want. Like,
if you're
I'm
gonna
not
tell
here
Lily
to
to put
adhere
away,
to
I'm gonna
any
have
of
to
the
put you in the
rules
corner.
of a giant corporation like Google. I don't care. You know.
Wow, I'm disappointed that Mr. Kill C1 failed the test.
Failed the test.
Yeah,
Fuck.
yeah. Well, he kept trying. We had good vibes. We're all partying. Titties are coming out. Everyone's dancing. We're listening to music, and he's in the chat going, "Oh no," just talking negative about saying, "Don't do this. Don't be doing this." And I had to ban him just because of that. It was nothing personal, really. It was just because, like, that's not the vibes, dude. Like, you're at the club, you're partying. Like, don't say stop partying, put away the boobs. Like, sorry, bud, we're sending you in a cab.
You said the forbidden phrase of
Yeah.
putting the boobs away.
Not have fun,
I
not
have
get
no
wild and
power over
crazy.
this
Well,
situation.
you're out.
All right. Well, this gives you guys all a little bit more motivation to check out Anti-Corp Scum's channel. 'Cause
You don't need to check this out.
Calling card drop.
a boob might fly out every once in a while. You might
Usually,
see a
I
boob.
just play guitar and sing stupid songs, right, Steve?
I know. Yeah, that's it. Just guitar, songs, and boob once in a while.
Yeah.
I do
Listen.
worship songs, believe it or not.
Do you?
WARS.
I wrote 3 worship songs live last night for some people in the chat.
Can you spell
I
worship?
lit
for
my
me?
Jesus candle. I took my Jesus candle out. I lit it, and then I pull out the acoustic guitar and start drinking Jim Beam and playing worship songs.
Is that WAR or WOR?
Worship songs.
Because
It sounds like-
like ships of war, or is this like praise Jesus?
Oh, it's all about praising the Lord. my
Okay.
friend. You're a cult leader. You understand that.
I'm in, my man.
What are you playing them on? What kind of axe?
Keyboard.
It's a Yamaha 78 Yamaha jumbo body.
The one with all the holes and shit in it?
Yeah, the one I play every day for 30 years. Yeah.
It's a good guitar.
I
You
have
and
a
Johnny
bunch of
Cash the other night,
guitars,
right?
but I don't play them.
Who was it that I think they asked I can't remember who it was, like some great guitar player. If you could have any guitar that you wanted, whose would it be? And they said it would be Willie Nelson's. It's an old, it's got a hole in it. It's sounds like crap, but it's the one he played when he played with the Highwaymen, and He plays a couple of solos. It's just
He plays it all the time.
Oh, it was Neil Young. Neil Young, because Neil Young's got like a 1918, like Martin 00, like one of the original Martins, like the oldest guitar you can buy. And yeah, Neil Young said it would be Willie Nelson's guitar.
His guitar's name is
Regardless of-
Trigger.
That's what he calls it, right? Yeah.
Yeah. He has a guy who works full time just to keep the guitar in working order. So that's the guy's job.
Probably gives him.
And he has a girl who just combs his hair every day, and that's her job. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, and I bet he pays him $100,000 a year. Why not?
Yeah. Yeah, he has a guy who just looks after Trigger like he's the national treasure, and he has his own secret service, and the secret service guy looks after the guitar, keeps it in perfect playing order as best he can, keeps it from falling apart basically, because it's like half a guitar at this point. But
Yikes.
pretty amazing guitar, yeah.
Hell yeah, it is. It's a beauty.
That guitar that I play every day that's all fucking beat up and old, the Yamaha, like Jeff Healy played that guitar, so that was pretty cool.
That exact guitar?
Yeah, he took it right out of my hands when he was at my house. Like I say, he was married to my cousin, right? Before he died there for a few years. So we hung out.
Put it on his lap and played it like that, his
He used
style.
to put me on the guest list. I'd go to his shows, right, for free.
When he grabbed your guitar, did he play it like normal, like you and I would, or like on his lap, like with his
Well,
hand?
he's like 6'5", 250 pounds, and he's like a giant compared to me. And he just walked up to me, and I was sitting on the stairs, and he just grabbed it out of my hand. He said, "That's not how you do it." And then he sat it on his leg like this, but he was standing. He usually sits and plays like this, and he just went and basically just played kind of what I was playing, but like a million times better, right?
That's
And I was
cool.
just like, whoa, like this huge guy, just like, I was like 21 or something, right? 22 maybe.
That is cool.
Manhandled it.
Yeah, he could have lit him up. I mean, he was blind. He wouldn't have seen it coming.
Blindsided.
But you're better than that, Scum. So
He
you
told me
I'm
while we were sitting there smoking cigarettes and having a beer, he said, Roadhouse, like they flew us down there. We filmed it in 2 days, like 48 hours, and then we flew back to Toronto. He's like, that's how long it took to film all the scenes in that movie we're in. He's in quite a few scenes in that Roadhouse movie.
48 hours for a whole film. That's a legend right there. Now it's what, like a year at least.
Well, I mean, they filmed him doing what he does, like probably he did, pardon me, for like 300 nights a year, which is playing on stage. So it's like, talk about typecast. He didn't have to do much more than what he always does.
Right.
And his speaking lines to Dalton were, they were good. I thought he did a pretty good job. He worked it right into the role, man. It was cool.
I remember I was making a video with Jeff Healy on my back deck, and I like interviewing him drunk, basically. I was fucking wasted, and I was in my early 20s, and I was a little excited, I guess, so I drank too much. And I'm asking him, like, do you like Jimi Hendrix? And he's like, no. And I'm like, what? And I freaked out.
Wrong answer.
Yeah.
He's like a jazz musician, though. That's like his forte. He can like play all the steel instruments and stuff. No one really knows that about him. Right?
Well, once you really learn about like Castles Made of Sand and like how to play it, how hard it is to play that the right way, you respect Hendrix. I mean, that shit. Some of his shit was hard as hell.
Yeah.
I mean, I could play Hey Joe perfectly, like basically the whole way through, but I've never really tried to learn like Castles Made of Sand. That's a hard song. Spanish.
Is it because it's so outside of the box, or
it's harder? Yeah, it's outside of the box of normal guitar playing.
Right. I always thought
But
that
I could learn it and I could play it. It would just it would take me probably 12 hours of dedication, which isn't a long time, but I don't have that much.
Right.
I get a lot of other shit on. I got
willpower though. If you have the willpower, that's good.
I got work to do over the next few days here to get things rolling here.
Fair enough.
What kind of guitar was that you were playing last week's intro, Steve?
That's a double humbucker American made Fender Stratocaster, also known as the Big Apple Strat.
So that's like the Lone Star style pickups, right? Where they have two humbuckers and one single, or is it?
No, just two humbuckers, and they're Seymour Duncans. And
Yeah. Okay. All right.
it's a five position splitter for the pickups. So obviously, bridge pickup is the double, and then halfway to the center is out of phase, then center is both, then halfway to the neck is out of phase, and then all the way to the neck is both. So you get 5 positions. So I can get that, Eagle Steely Dan out of phase sound, but you got to punch it a little with overdrive because they're kind of thin on the backbone. But it's a good guitar.
Sweet.
Yeah, my brother bought it for me probably 25 years ago on a whim. It's kind of random.
Once
He saw the Ibanez I was playing and was like, "All right, let's go to the music shop." And they had one of these on the wall for $1,000, and he was like, "Let's get it." It was pretty sweet, pretty nice.
Once the guitar neck,
Rather be-
so you know how the guitar neck's like glued into the body, and once that is broken, like if the glue separates and it bends, if you take all the strings off and just kind of put glue on it and try and reset it, is that going to be good enough, or is that guitar done?
No. Mine's a bolt-on. It's a Strat, obviously, but you're talking about an acoustic, so no, that's not going to work.
Yeah, because
So
my
what
son
you
pretty
gotta
much wrote it off, I think.
What you got to do is take all the strings off. You got to open that little opening up that you're describing where the glue should be, and you got to look at it. You got to assess it. You need clean wood to make your new glue to.
Yeah.
And if there's glaze on both sides, new glue is not going to stick to old glue.
Right.
So you got to put some work into it, bro.
I might give it to him for his wedding.
You could also try to come up into with a way of mechanically like bolting it in, screwing it in, but that's not ideal.
I don't know if I'm going to get the willpower to mess with it. I was just curious if it would ever, go back. If it was a super expensive, I'd care, but it's like a Takamine value. Like it's not too expensive.
You know what you could do? You know what? You buy some JB Weld. That's high quality 2-part epoxy.
We've got it, bro. We've got it.
Mix it up. Put it in the gap. Clamp it. Leave it for 24 hours and see if it holds. If you don't care,
I don't care.
Then give it a shot. Go like zero effort.
I'll try and make it so at least it's not weeping toxic sludge. I'll do my best.
Yeah, I mean, use the right amount, but the JB Weld might adhere to both sides. You might be fine.
Yeah, I'll let you guys know if I repair it. It might just be a goner.
Right. So either do it like you do and don't even care, or go the whole hog.
I mean, I'm almost tempted to take it apart and advance my woodworking, honestly. But
is there a truss rod?
So cold. What?
Truss rod in the neck?
I don't know what that means, honestly. Is that a piece of metal that goes all the way down the head or the neck of the guitar?
Yes, into the body.
I'd have to look, because right now all I know is that it's like a hinge that the glue broke, and it was at an angle, and so I pushed it back into the rightest shape, and I haven't taken it all apart to pull it apart to see what's really going on.
What happened there? Did someone smash it?
My 6-year-old has it out every once in a while because he likes messing around with instruments, and I think that it was upside down on the couch, and he's like running around all over the couch all the time, and I think he fell on it, and it just took it at a 45. and I think he kind of pushed it back sort of in shape and just like left it there like it always was like that.
Right.
Yeah, that
The old-
guitar was always like that.
Yeah, that it's like Chris Farley from I think it was I can't remember the one he did with David Spade.
Tommy
Not-
Boy.
Yeah. With the door in David Spade's got this sweet like 66 fucking Monte Carlo or some stupid thing, and Chris Farley backs it up and like bends the door backwards like across the hinges, then pushes it shut so it's like barely shut. And then when David Spade opens the door, Chris Farley's like, "Oh man, what'd you do?" Like, even though he had totally broken the shit out of it. Like, that's your kid with the guitar. He's like, "Man, what'd you do, Dad? I don't know. Like, what the hell happened with that thing? You broke it. Like, what are you gonna do?" Like you said, it's a Takamine. Throw some epoxy in there. Maybe you'll get lucky.
My family's tradition is to give it to the kid at their wedding. Whatever they break, you kind of glue it back together and then gift it to them on their wedding day.
That's right. Yeah, glue is good. Good times. Who do we have here? Is Last Dance still awake?
Barely.
You rolling out, kid?
Oh, we've only been 4 hours and 24 minutes.
I'm gonna say goodbye if that's okay with you, dude.
Yeah, you're good, buddy. Appreciate you.
All right. You guys have a great week. All right. Take it easy, everybody, and have a good week.
Have a good one,
You
man.
too, man. Sleep well.
All right. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Peace. And the show will be rolling on, or are you guys done?
It's up to you, man. I mean, what's on your mind?
I have a
Talk about.
question for There Are Four Lights.
There you go. Hit him up.
Are you in China?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I have a question about beer. There was this beer in Canada that I found that's from China, and it's called Yan Jing, and it's a white and green label in a big can.
Yeah, Yanjing. Yeah, that's an area of China as well. Yeah.
Yeah, and that beer, Yan Jing, was like a cheap beer in like a big can, and it was like I thought it was pretty good. It was just straight up basic beer.
This one, Laoshan. This is my fucking camera.
So I recommend the Yan Jing if I don't know if you ever can get it there. But...
Lao
You
Shan.
can get it at the supermarket, I'm sure. This is the local brand.
Okay.
What's the ABV on that, man?
This is 3.6.
Oh, low. Is that common
very-
out there?
That's the problem. It's very weak beer here. They have
No,
beers in the restaurants. It's like 2.5%. It's it's
That's
good.
like Oklahoma.
Is that?
But you
that
can
like
you can
high-
get Western beer.
What's the? You can get like 5-6%. Is it more money?
Yeah,
or-
you can buy it. You can get it. Yeah.
Is it
I've just
cheaper
got
to buy, though?
to the big supermarket. Yeah, this is from the local shop.
Is it cheaper to buy because it's low alcohol content?
It's all cheap here. This is what 4 RMB. This would be 40 pence a can. So in dollars,
that's
I'm not
ridiculous,
sure
man.
what that is.
That's
60
ridiculous.
cents. There are four lights. Where, like, what's county in England or whatever were you originally from?
I'm from Wales. I'm Welsh.
You're Welsh. So what's the beer there? What's the big one? Because fucking Welshman doesn't drink. Based Welshman.
Personally, I drink Stella, but in the bars, there's a lot of this craft beer going around now. But
Did you say
in the
craft or crap?
craft,
Okay.
So you can get Stella Artois in China?
yeah, you can get it. Yeah, you have
But
to
it's
pay
not
a bit
60
more.
pence. Or it's not
Can you
40
get,
pence.
Can you get like Budweiser?
Yeah, Budweiser. You can get Budweiser. It'd probably be 80 pence for a can.
Under
Are
a dollar.
you going to China, Steve?
No, it's just I love to hear about beer. I'm a beer. I drink a lot. I'm like remember Brent Kavanaugh, the he's now a justice in the Supreme Court. Remember his famous quote from when they questioned him? I drink beer. I like beer. I drank beer. He's fucking yelling it at them. It was like bizarre, but yeah, I'm him. I like beer. I like beer knowledge. I like to hear beer stuff. It's interesting to me, man.
There's a bar stroke restaurant I go to. They have an American beer on tap. What's it called? Goose Island.
Oh yeah, that's
A local bar. You get it's really good. It's really good.
yeah. Where is that from? Is that Maine? I can't remember.
Chicago, I think.
Wow, it's cool. They
I'm
have
sure
that.
on the glass it says Chicago. Goose Island,
Closest I've heard
Chicago.
of it's like Moosehead or something.
Yeah, it is in Chicago. That's cool, man.
Moosehead, that's Canadian.
Yeah, very sweet. I remember it being sweet.
I remember that I don't like it.
I bet you Goose Island's good. Moosehead, yeah, rudimentary, but
We call it moose piss.
That's fair enough. I remember
I
it tasted
remember-
like St. Pauli
Not
girl.
as popular as people might think here.
Yeah,
Some of
fair
those
enough.
ones.
I remember back in the day when me and my buddies would go to Montreal for, cultural enrichment, strip clubs.
Best strip clubs in the world, man. Hell yeah.
Yeah, St. Catherine Street, of course.
Of
Yeah.
course.
You learned like
You had to be 18
18, yeah,
to drink.
barely.
Right?
And the fucking Molson, for some reason, we thought we were like, wow, that Molson Dry is way better in the morning. Like that made a lot of sense to us. Like the dries were perfect for morning. And my buddy would be like sprinkling a little salt and squeeze a lime on it. And then that would be like the breakfast beer. And it was terrible, man. But for some reason, it was good. Remember the dry, Molson Dry and like Bud Dry? I don't even know what dry
remember
meant in
Bud
the
Dry.
beer sense. The hell was dry?
Low carb, right? Super low carb.
I don't think so. I don't think it was anything.
I don't know.
Because in
think they just-
Australia, it means that it's high alcohol content, low carbohydrate.
That might be right.
And it
This
gives
would
you
have been in
wicked
the time
hangover.
of the brand New York Seltzer. Does anyone remember that?
No, it sounds fancy.
It was terrible. It was
Far from
like
fancy. Is it Zima fancy?
no, it was a glass bottle of this crappy shit liquid that was just nasty. But yeah, and then Zima, yeah, it was of the time of Zima.
Ugh.
Yeah, nobody's a Zima person here.
I mean,
Anti.
what took that over? Is it Smirnoff Ice that took that over?
Zima? Did you ever have a Zima?
I think I was too young to ever have a Zima. I just remember them everywhere.
I'm not sure what it is.
After
Yeah.
Zima, wasn't it Rev they made? It was kind of like that. It's called Rev, R-E-V.
Rev, I don't
concept of
remember
wine
that.
cooler, though? Was it like a soda with alcohol in it? What was the
No,
the
it was
idea?
more like Sprite with
Okay,
alcohol.
Oh, like the alcohol pops, yeah.
gotcha.
Yeah, it was like white soda water with lime and sugar and booze, and it was 5%.
And
There
when
was
you're in
also a
college,
beer
you
around at the
hear
time.
all the girls. Yeah,
What was
Yeah,
it? Yeah,
girls.
the girls. Yeah, exactly.
it was girl stuff. It was college girl drink shit.
It was, but like if you were a dude and you happen to be around one and there were chicks drinking it, you'd fucking suck one down, especially if
I'll drink whatever they want me to. Sure.
hell yeah.
Not sucking
Hell
one
yeah.
down, right?
Well, it had booze in it, so it didn't really matter because it's all shit. So who
Yeah.
cares?
Yeah.
Unless you like at the time, if somebody was like, "Hey, do you want a Sam Adams?" I'd be like, "Wow, that's nice." Other than fucking Zima and Bud Dry, like Sam Adams was like the nipple of the god for quality. Like it was as good as it
Wow.
came, dude. It was all crap back then. That's why it's funny now. People shit on Sam Adams, but there was a time when like Sam Adams was all that we had. There was also remember Harpoon? Do you remember that one?
No, I know of Sam Adams, and I always didn't like it, man. It was super overpriced here as well, obviously, because it's expensive beer.
It wasn't bad. Or Pete's Wicked. Do you anyone remember
That's
that?
I
Pete's Wicked.
remember. I mean, they still have Pete's Wicked, don't they?
They do.
Yeah. Harpoon's gone.
Gary's
Was that a cider?
No, Pete's Wicked was just like IPAs and stuff, man.
But Harpoon was Harpoon a cider?
No, Harpoon was the same. IPAs, crap
Okay.
like that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Microbrew stuff, junk.
What do you think of Yingling? That thing took off. I used to drink it back when I was young, up locally in PA, and then now it's all over the East Coast.
I don't know. It always sounded kind of like Chinese. Is there any Yinling over there in China?
Any Yingling?
Yingling, yeah.
Not sure what that is.
It's a draft beer.
No, I'm not sure.
Lager.
Doesn't ring a bell.
But it's sour. Like it has that sour taste to it. I like beers that are more filling, like sweet, like a Samuel Adams. Like some of their stuff that they make is like it's more of a meal though. You can't if you have a whole bunch of them, I'll get like acid reflux. So
Huh.
Yeah, I don't like the wheaty ones so much.
You don't. Okay.
No.
what about? I mean,
The darker the better.
Yeah, I was gonna say stouts. I couldn't do it. Like it's like
I like Guinness.
You get to halfway through a Guinness, and I just can't do it.
No, I drink Guinness.
Guinness is good.
It's so strong. It's such a strong experience. It's not like a smooth lager.
I used to think that before I really had my time with Guinness. Then I realized actually how light it was. It's dark and you know what I mean? It's dark when you look at it. It's intense, the heavy head with the nitrogen. But then when you actually drink it, it's quite light, I think.
Like in your gut or like going down?
The whole way.
It was like getting punched in the mouth with flavor. It's not. It's
I
just
never found that.
intense.
The
Yeah.
local bar here, the only beer they have is Guinness. So yeah, I drink quite a lot of it.
Okay.
The Chinese guys like it.
Some, not really. I don't think.
What is their alcohol of choice? Would it be beer?
Oh, yeah, I guess so. They like to drink the rice wine, the Baggio.
Okay.
Yeah. What's that shit? Is that stuff horrible, dude, or what?
Yeah, it's awful. Yeah, it's awful. You can taste it for days. It's dreadful.
Have you seen this guy Pang Jian, the fucking guy who swirls the bottles around when he chugs them down? He's a drinker in China.
It's called a tornado chug. Yeah.
Oh, I'm not sure.
High alcohol content stuff.
Well, this guy, he's kind of become friends with the Wonton Don, who's like this guy who kind of knows Chinese. He's an American guy who kind of toured around China. There's a couple of guys who do that and sort of speak Chinese in their video, but yeah, he did that fucking moonshine shit. What was it? What do you call it?
Baggio, which just means white wine, but it's not white wine. It's rice wine.
But it's not like as smooth as what's the other shit the Japanese drink with sushi?
Sake. Sake.
It's not like that because that is nice.
No, that's different. It's different.
I think it depends on the brand, though. There's some whoppers out there I've had.
Oh yeah, this Chinese stuff. You can get cheap stuff for I don't know, £1.
A buck, basically.
But
yeah, right.
you have the good stuff, which is pricey. Multi is also called multi.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to think of it. It looks.
You can feel it in your legs after you drink it. It's ridiculous.
that's a good sign.
Jesus Christ. Yeah.
Your heart palpitates.
Reminds me of this.
You can smell it the next day on you. It's ridiculous.
Oh, really? It's that strong. Wow.
What about Moscato? I'll go ahead, Steve.
There's this stuff in what's it called? Malort. They
Sounds
say
good
that
already.
it's one of the worst. It's a hard alcohol. It's just so bitter and sour and weird tasting that you never forget it. and it's such an acquired taste. Like I have acquired the taste for everything, I feel like, but
Like Bud Light.
no, I mean like, off-putting scotches or whiskeys or whatever, like bourbons. Those are all things that you develop in the time of drinking that, but there's some hard alcohols that you're never going to get, like this Malort and this thing that you're talking about, Four Lights. Like
Yeah.
it's a specialized, like you're the special forces of alcoholics to be able to drink this shit, dude. It's fucking nasty, dude. Like I don't know why they even. It's almost like a challenge. Like they create it because it's practically undrinkable, but people somehow still get used to it. Apparently, you know what I mean? Does that make
Yeah,
sense?
the Chinese businessmen drink it religiously. You know, they go out for their lunch. They'll have it through with their lunch.
Maybe it's a rite of passage.
Yeah, it's definitely, I'd say, yeah.
What
It's
are the
part of it.
smoking
It'd definitely be
laws?
part of Chinese culture for sure. A meal and a few bajos.
Can people
They
smoke cigarettes in public places in China, like inside?
Well, sorry, can you say that again?
Oh, I said in China, out of curiosity, can people like go into a bar and smoke a cigarette or no?
Yeah, yeah.
How long has it been since, like, can they do that where you guys live? Because they haven't been able to do that here for 20 years, you know?
Yeah, about that here. 20 years.
Years.
Yeah, same as the UK. 2006, 7, it was.
Yeah, reasonable. About 20. I can't remember the exact
Are there? I
day.
wonder how many places there are in the States where you can still smoke inside.
0,
Just a
I think.
where you gamble.
0 in every
You know-
state? Oh, I thought there were still some states where you could.
It's mostly just the casinos that are on tribal land, and
Oh, so
they
you can
smoke like
smoke in the
chimneys in there, dude.
casino?
Yeah, they smoke like chimneys in there. Like you walk into a wall. It's
the way it
culture
should be.
shock.
Oh, yeah.
Well, now over here in Massachusetts, they're exploring the option of legal consumption sites for cannabis. Legal cannabis.
Like a hookah lounge.
Something. I don't really know. The last thing they were talking about, I had read was the first thing was ventilation, and the second thing was some kind of a cool down area for people who overindulge.
Yeah,
And I'm
An
like,
orange
what the
juice
fuck
bar.
is that? People who overindulge, so someone who like and takes too much is gonna have to sit down in like a quiet room for a half hour before they can leave. I don't really get it, but
there'd probably be some type of counselor there to help walk them through it, and it's most likely people that have anxiety attacks. I've been there.
well, this is the thing. Like, you should just leave that up to the consumer.
Well, but if a consumer does something and they go into an anxiety experience, it's nice to have someone around that can help them relax instead of ride that anxiety attack out. That's
Just go to this
Going
route.
green,
You
we
can
call
give
it
a blowjob.
back home.
You won't have anxiety in 10
white.
minutes.
Do a whitey.
sorry, what guys?
We call that going green back home.
When you get an anxiety attack
Yeah, going green.
because you're gonna throw
Or
up.
having a
or what?
whitey.
Interesting.
All right, guys, I'm heading out to do my thing, but it's good to see y'all. Hope you
Yeah,
all have a glorious
Hey, hold on, scum. Don't leave, yo. How long is it going to be till you go on? We'll all jump right on yours, bro.
It'll be pretty soon, 5 minutes or less. Yeah.
Enough for a piss break.
Put your link right here just do something. I mean, let's go. Scum's going on. We're winding down. Let's do this.
Yeah, sounds
How
good.
do I put that link?
He'll probably have to do it in the back chat, and Steve will have to copy paste it to the live chat.
All I'm saying is let's keep this party going. You already got 3 willing.
I could put it in the back chat, but you're gonna have to put it in like the other chat or
I
whatever.
can do that. I can do that. I am
Where's my
willing.
channel, anyways? I don't know.
Is this the same channel that you do all your shows from? 'Cause I was looking for you the other night because it sounded like you did a lot more shows than just Saturday night, but I didn't find it.
Yeah, that's a channel. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, there it is. You guys might have to highlight it in order to copy and paste
Cup
it.
of
But
tea. I hear you, buddy. Fuck yeah. He's in England. Fuck.
All right.
5:10
boys.
a.m.
I'll
Holy
see
shit!
you over there, Steve, or whoever. You guys have a good day. China, America. Fuck
Right.
yeah. Party on.
Hey, yeah. Well, let me draw a little attention to this guy. I mean, he's good.
Yeah, man, do it.
He's the man. I mean, he fucks around, but he's here, and I can't deny it. Thanks, Cup of Tea. You're the man. And there are 4 lights. Appreciate you being here, dude.
Nice one, man.
Holy shit! Look who it is, Reverend Simon Sideways. Dude, fucking Sideways is here. Do you know him?
He's
I remember him.
He's fucking great,
a
dude.
YouTube guy. Yeah.
Oh my
Don't know him
god, I
personally, but
didn't even notice him. Fucking A, Sideways, dude. You're
you know
fucking.
base Welsh, man. They know each other for sure.
They do, and I'm so happy this guy showed up. Sideways, thanks for being here, brother. Man, let's fucking get your ass back on here sometime. All right, let's go over and join up with
Okay, man. Nice one. I'll see you
All right.
shortly.
Steve, thanks, buddy.
There are 4 lights. I'll be over shortly. And hey, look, it's just me. My hat's faded. It's been here for a few years. You know what? Let's fix the audio. Can I pull this off? You know what? Everybody's been so great tonight. I really appreciate you all. Such a wonderful group. Let's just do a little bit of finger picking. See you over on Scum's channel.